Welcome everybody. I'm gonna work on my Bloons-like game for the Game-like Jam, the second Game-like Jam ever. I'm actually scheduling an extra live stream right now. This is not what I would normally stream, so let's see what happens. I need to, because there's only 5 days left in this game jam. It's about to be over, and I really want to finish my game. I love this jam. We just started it a couple months ago. It's running every other month. Last time we did Frogger. So what does this even mean? The Game-like Jam is about making games like another game. So think of it like roguelikes, souls-likes, Bloons-likes, or Frogger-likes. Bloons-likes is what we're doing this time. So we had some cool entries last time. Things that ranged from almost exactly like the original to quite different than the original, which is really cool to see. And I'm already seeing some of that from your guys' submissions so far and the things that people are sharing on the Discord, which is really cool. And yeah, so this is a... Look, it is a game that is not that complicated, but yet it kind of is. It only has one level. It isn't like, there's not like a ton of upgrades. It doesn't have a bunch of towers. It's just pretty straightforward. However, there are some mechanics here to think about, right? Like, making sure things aim correctly, making sure things have hit points correctly, getting the menus to work and look right. It's a surprise! Yes, it's a surprise stream. I don't normally stream on this day, but I just want to get my game done because look, I say that it's not a complicated game. Compared to the later Bloons tower defense entries, it's not. But on its own, there's still some challenge here, and so I'm still working on mine. I've been streaming a few times here this past month, and I'm running out of space on my table on here. I'm gonna have to add some extra space. For all I know, I might need an extra one. That's where we are right here, and then we're gonna be there tomorrow, and who knows, maybe I'm doing an extra one after that. So just so you guys know, by the way, the jam is almost over. I said that, but I just want to make sure, I want to look you in the eyes. If you're joining me in this jam, it's almost over. So on Sunday, in my time zone, that's when it is going to end. On Sunday night, in the Eastern time zone, that's when it's over. So be prepared for that. Make sure you go check out on your local time zone on the page when it's ending so you know. And then the voting period is not going to be that long. It's only like 4 days. Last time we had like a week. So, and it sucks because it's not on a weekend, so like after work or something, you're gonna have to play some games. I'm sorry. Because the only people who can vote on these games are people who submitted entries. So the only way we can try to find out who made the best Bloons-like is if you guys get in there and do some votes. All right, and then we're gonna play all the games on stream next week. Okay, great. That's enough of that crap. So what is my Bloons-like? How's it going? It's going. It's going. I'm making mine based on like toys and baked goods for some reason. And yeah, so you know, it's different. I made some changes to it. I do have towers that we can place, so those are toys, as you can see. They don't all function completely, and I would love to bring them all into a state of full functionality. I've been working on this entirely on stream. A few of the sessions have been in member-only streams, but for the most part, this is all like public development right here in your face if you want to see it. So yeah, so I just added that rocket last night. I haven't finished, I didn't add like an outline on it, so there's still some art that I want to do. I just added the super soldier in there. That's a little unfair. It's a little too strong. We should not do that. But yeah, I'm proud of that one because that was a new one that we just added. Thank you, Josh. I appreciate it. As you can see, the UI at the top does nothing. I would love to get that fixed. That would be nice. I also had this idea where I was gonna add like a baby at the end of the track. Which, you know, so again, a part of the point of this jam is known scope, right? So you don't have to worry about planning out your game, because the game is already planned out for you. And so that's a really nice thing. Now you can also choose to be more creative with it. That's up to you. You will be rewarded for that, potentially. There's 2 judging criteria awards. I'm not going to submit mine for ranking because it just doesn't feel fair. And but you can still get that best twist on the original. But still, you know, it's when you start adding things, it gets harder. And I guess I've decided to add a baby at the end. So in the regular Bloons, when you don't get your like balloons all popped, they just go off the end of the track and you lose points. That's it. No explanation. And I was like, I want an explanation. So the idea is that this baby, this poor baby, is getting stuffed with sweet treats that's not good for it. And so you have to try to get them to not get into the baby to eat. So I still haven't made that baby. I've kind of decided to add scope, which not the best idea. But here we are. So I don't know. I don't think I'm gonna model a baby today, but who knows? Maybe I will. Maybe I'll make a baby. Yeah, so the only ones that actually function, actually the rocket is just kind of functioning like a dart tower, or the toy soldier right now. The spinning top is supposed to be shooting like multiple projectiles, and then of course the freeze tower is supposed to be freezing them. That's going to be the easiest one to make, I think, although I do have to set up some properties on the various sweet treats that makes them actually like stop and then have a countdown timer and then go again. Maybe I'll work on that. That'd be fun. Maybe I'll do that first. And it just seems kind of fun. I do want to set up all this stuff. The only thing that works up here is the round or the wave number, but there's no icons. There's so much. Oh my gosh, you guys, there's so much to do. Oh, we can also like click on these. I'm noticing that the image isn't appearing on the this tower, so I gotta fix that. I think I might know why that is. Well, we'll deal with that. Yeah. All right, we know what? We got a bug to fix. Dive right in. Let's go. Pawn says, I've been so busy this last month, I haven't really been able to hang out. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Busyness sucks. Unless it doesn't suck, but still. I'm glad you're here now. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And I hope things clear up a little bit. You deserve that. And by the way, Joshua, thank you for being a member of this channel. You know what? I'm doing member songs today. Maybe I won't. I'm doing one member song right now. Joshua, oh. Joshua, you're so real. You're really, really real. Joshua, feeling real. I think you're really real. Joshua, oh. There we go. It's my song. Thank you for supporting the channel, Josh. I appreciate you. Welcome, Seb. It's good to see you. How you doing? All right, so let me see if I can. Let's start with this little bug. It's just a little bug, like a carpet beetle. All right, it's like an ant. It is a tiny bug. It's a bug for ant. Oh, I guess. Wow, I didn't even really think about that. Right, bugs. Huh. I swear I wasn't even trying to make a bug pun. Been working on a mini RPG. Whoa, a mini RPG. That's such a good idea because like. You get to have like the fun of making an RPG without the ridiculous scope that they can often bring with it. Sounds awesome. Haven't got much going for the jam yet. Yeah, well, Josh, by the way, won the most like the original category in the last one. So in this one, the only 2 categories probably are going to be most like the original and most creative twist. And Pico Froge, that was by Josh. Josh made this, so like take a break. Take a break. I think all the people who got the first place ones aren't participating in this one. Like it was only a month, 2 months ago. Like take a break. Look at this. How is this not like Frogger? Actually, I can tell you how it's not like Frogger, but it doesn't matter, right? Because it does its own thing. It's still like creatively doing a twist, but it plays exactly like Frogger. Like it has the entire feel of Frogger, which is just really, really cool. Like I'm so amazed at how you were able to capture the essence of Frogger, even though you still put your own artistic style and twist in it. Like that is an incredible accomplishment. I mean, I think using Pico 8 probably helped a lot, right? Because you had like similar limitations that the original developers would have had. So that probably also added to it being such a successful recreation. So yeah, so that was Josh made that. That song was great. Validating your realness. You're really, really real. I'm doing good, Sebs. I'm looking forward to working on this game. I'm a little tired, but like that's okay. I gotta get this game done. It really needs to be done. I took your idea of known scope and started working on a Dragon Quest 1 like. What is that like a is that like a simple game? Should that be a game like Jam game? Probably not. Maybe it should. Like, what about, like, entire playthrough? Like, how long does it take somebody? It's one of the first RPGs. It's very simple. Wow. Full game walkthrough. It took someone 2 hours to complete the entire game. Like, interesting. Interesting. Consider this interesting. Yeah, known scope. I mean, it can just be so limiting to think about coming up with an idea, because like I had an idea for a game and I started working on that game and I thought it was simple. I thought it was a really simple game and it just ballooned into a huge, massive project. So yeah, I think known scope is like a serious hack for just getting better at game development. And just like feeling like, look, I did something. I actually made something. Which is a great feeling. There is a cat. I do want to draw everyone's attention to Travi. Thank you, Travi, for being here with us. He's up in the corner. He will be accompanying us until he decides he wants to go lie down and sleep somewhere else. So for now, thank you, Travi, for sleeping alongside us. We appreciate you. You are a good cat. Okay, there he is. So let's fix that little issue. I'm gonna get some music, as I like to do, because it's vibes and I love vibes. Okay, music is playing. Yes. Hey, Andres, welcome. How you doing? How you been? Okay. So we have an issue where when I click on the, the toy soldier, it doesn't show a icon. Why not? So this is a dictionary that I should actually fill this out. There's so many things to do. I'm just gonna like ADD all over the place and like try so many different things. I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that task, I'm gonna do this task, I'm gonna do that task. This is the tower data dictionary, and it contains all kinds of information. Well, actually, it contains one type of information, but it will contain more information, like what upgrades, how many upgrades something has, how much it costs, things like that will all be in here. So this is what tells the Dart Tower or the toy soldier what its icon is supposed to be. And I think I may have changed the name of this or something, and that's why I can't find it. Oh, Andrew says, you're back in Panama to work on your game. Nice. Being abroad is a stressful time to probably work on something. You probably were making the right choice at not working on it. Nice. Glad you're home. Glad you're home safe. Josh says, I've also been making 1 sprite animation a day for the magic spells in the project. I like that. 1 sprite animation a day. I have 12 spells and have made 6 animations so far. Today is the 7th. Nice work. Let's go. You're over halfway. Andrew says, I was planning on working in the hotel every night, but it got way too late. Yeah. I mean, come on. Like what? I don't know what circumstance you were traveling, but you probably had a lot of other things to worry about. The game's going really well. I mean, I have a lot of work to do, which is why I'm streaming on this day I don't normally stream on, because I have some work to do. But I mean, it's here. It's getting there, right? I have towers that can be placed. We have animations, we have radiuses, we have UI that pops up. Right now I'm fixing this little icon that's not showing. We can sell the towers. things like that. You know, there be progress here. There be progress here. I need to get that rocket working right and stuff. But yeah, there's still some things that need to happen. Oh, Travi has moved on. Goodbye, Travi. Thank you so much for accompanying us on this great day. Seb says, between yesterday and today, I tried to improve a bit of the visual part of the game of the last jam. Oh, the 1 hour jam? Oh, nice. Yes, Seb's joined in on our 1 hour game jam, which is ending. You got in the second to last hyper 1 hour game jam ever. Because this game-like jam has basically replaced the game-like jam. I mean, it saddens me. And then at the same time, I'm glad that I've found a jam that I think like helps me grow as a game dev more, even though I think there's so much value to making games in 1 hour. So our final 1 hour game jam is going to be this Friday, the last one ever. After 2.5 years, the last one is happening, which is just crazy to think about. But yeah, I'm all in for the game like jam these days. But yeah, Seb's made an entry for that, and I love that you're working on it, because to me, that's one of the best things you can get out of the 1 hour jam, besides, which is also good to get, besides learning about scope and seeing the full process through and making a game very quickly, testing your knowledge. There's so many great things you can get out of making a game in 1 hour. But I think one of the best things is discovering an idea you wouldn't have ever explored, and then building on that later. So the fact that you're building on it, really, really good. I think that, you know, because it's easy to just like make it in an hour and cast it aside and never use it again. But I think there's a lot of value in building on that. So good job. All right, why is it not finding the sub viewport? So really it just uses this as a reference in the code. So if we go look for where tower data gets pulled from, I'm gonna search the whole project here. Looks like it's on the HUD, and in setup tower UI, which runs when a tower is selected. If the tower is not null, that is to say an actual tower is selected, or we're not, this, otherwise we're selecting like outside, right? So if I click out here, bam, now the tower was null, or the selection was null, basically. Let me shrink this down. So the selection was null. If I click on this, that's the else statement. So it sees it, it loads it in, I click on it, it's loading a different one in. We have this kind of nice feature where if I put something on the other side too, and we click on it, it opens up a different menu so you can still see it. I'm very proud of that. Okay. So this else statement is where it is, and by the way, the thing I'm fixing right now is that doesn't have the right icon. So we're gonna get that icon. We're gonna get that icon in there. So when it does that, it runs this setup tower UI. It also checks to see what tower it is. So it obviously, I don't know what it knows. You know what would be really helpful if I had set up by now? Like if the name of the tower showed up, that way I could see if it's reading the other data or not, but I don't have any other data yet. So that's something. That's something to think about. Let's see how it figures it out. So the tower comes from on tower selected. Okay. Let's see. Tower selected emit. So that's going to be a signal. I can tell because I prefaced it with an underscore and I said on. So that's just how I know that that's a signal that is received by the script. And so that means I can search up for anything that is tower selected emit, and we're going to find it. So it just emits itself, or null, presumably if we click outside of the tower. So if it's looking for itself, why is itself not providing the appropriate information? We're gonna find out. Hey, what's up, Jonas Lurkhouse? Jonas Lurkhouse. Jonas is lurking in this house. Hey, what's up? We're good to see you, Roger. Oh, is the song ending? The song's ending. Actually, it's not ending. It's going to a quiet part. We need to boost it up. Boost it up. Oh no, it's ending. Okay, let's go back a little bit. Jonas' new house is lurking in this house, in the stream house. Jonas' new house is lurking in this house, the stream house. Thank you for lurking and supporting. Oh, Jonas' new house, aka Lurk House. Thanks for being here. I appreciate you. It's your favorite song. Yeah, thank you for supporting the channel, Jonas. I appreciate you. Okay, so selected tower. Hey, you know why I did that? I did that so people could skip it in the VOD if and they're like, I don't like this. But you know, it's fine. I also think but then that was the initial reason I did it, but it's become part of the hype. All right, when a tower is selected, it's going to, wait, this is the wrong script. That's a different script. Hold on a second here. We're trying to look at the HUD. There we go. I have some old code for tech support on compute shaders. I'll probably update it so it's easy to understand the compositor effect I had. Nice. Old code for tech support on compute shaders. Nice, Roger. Yeah, you really are always working on something different. You really are. Like, Roger Random is a very appropriate name for you. It's like the correct name for you. I'm gonna move this down here. Handle all the memory. Okay. So for real though. It's a lovely brand, Roger. So setup tower UI is going to look at that tower dictionary, which is from tower data, and it's going to specifically find the tower type. I presume it's finding that tower type. We could also just do a quick print and just see like what is the data that it's finding to make sure that that's all correct. That would help a lot. So I am going to print, makes me question the manufacturer's sanity. I think that's a you problem. I think that's in your head. I think you are projecting that. That's what I think. I think it's nice. Go do what you're drawn to. We have to feed our interests. You deserve that. Please, Sebs. Yeah. Give me a suggestion. Print. Tower dictionary icon. Yeah, tell me what that is, please. Balatro? That seems very difficult. I have not played Balatro, but it seems like it's a lot. But I'll tell you what, I'll add it to my list because you suggested it. But it sounds like too much. So one, and here's, let me say that it does check at least one box. So I have some different boxes, some criteria. The game should be iconic. Does Balatro check that? Yes, it does. Is it achievable in 1 month? Entirely achievable in 1 month? No, probably not. Less commonly replicated? Maybe. It does seem like it's got a lot of stuff right now. It seems really hard, but definitely iconic. And here's the thing, like, it's important to me that the Game Like Jam games be possibly achievable within like the entire game from start to finish. Entirely achievable in 1 month. That, and not saying everybody has to do that, but I want that to be theoretically possible. And I just feel like Balatro might not be. But I'll add it to the list because you mentioned it. Let's just throw it in here somewhere. Balatro. Suggested. You know what? You're going to get me to do, Sebs. You're going to get me to try the game. Because I've been meaning to try it, but I haven't yet. And you're probably going to get me addicted to it. So thank you. Thank you for that gift you've given me. Maybe something, honestly, maybe something like free solitaire, right? Like that could be a good one. I know it's not as exciting, or whatever it's called. What's the original like Windows solitaire game? That one. This could totally be a game like Jam Game. How friggin' dope would that be? Card game, fun, simple, achievable, iconic. I don't know if it's rarely replicated, but you know, that's okay. It can not check all the boxes. It can miss one box. Hey, what's up, Dungeon Martian? We got Nick Bun, Dungeon Martian, up in here. I'm gonna nick the dragon in the dungeon on Mars. I'm gonna nick the dragon with my sword. The dragon is on Mars in a dungeon. Nickba, I appreciate you being here. Nickba's fantastic, yeah. Nickba's fantastic, yeah. Nickba's fantastic, yeah. Oh, don't you know it's so true? Dungeon Martian is a Martian in a dungeon. Probably also a dragon eating the Martian up. Why is a dragon on Mars? I don't know. Alright, there we go. Member songs. Alright, great. So I'm going to print the icon that it thinks it sees, so that way I can get a little bit of information what the heck is going on her. Yes, yes, yes. Members can put emotes on screen. And use fun different emotes, and as long as I feel up to it, I will sing member songs to you guys. Plus a whole extra live stream on Mondays. Every Monday I do a special live stream. I did like a 12-hour stream yesterday for members working on my game, chatting, mostly getting distracted by them, but that's what it's for. Wait, what is this? Oh wait, I need to print diddly squiddly. We got an error right there. Oh, dude, I already know what the problem is. I don't even need to print anything. What are we doing? Look, I'm not even gonna get it out of here. I know what the problem is. I probably didn't make the sub viewport accessible as a unique name. Because what you'll notice, if we come over here to globals, look at that. There's a percent sign in the beginning. In Godot, that percent sign means we have right-clicked on it, perhaps, and gone down here to unique name. Right there, access is unique name. Let's see if I can get a zoom on that. Bam. That button right there will add a percent sign next to it. It is unique, I bet you. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure I forgot to make that one icon a unique name. So let's go prove that out. And indeed, I forgot to put a percent sign. So I'm gonna right click on that, and we are going to make sure it is accessible as a unique name. Now, if we try it again, I bet we gonna get an icon. We're squashing bugs. We're squashing bugs. Okay, that was an easy one. Let's keep it real. Okay. Check it. Drop it in. Bam! Icon. Easy. Okay, what's next? Let's do something random. I'm going to put the outline on here. It's actually gonna take a little bit of effort. So I did make that, rocket model last night during the member stream in Blender, and I want to give it a proper outline. Everything else has an outline, so if you look, especially I think you can really see it on the spinning top. I mean, you can see it on all of them, but it is missing from our rocket. Oh, you know what else it's missing from? The Super Soldier. The Super Soldier doesn't have an outline either. Let's give him some outlines. They deserve outlines. Okay, let's do it. The Super Soldier will actually be the easiest because it only has one texture on it. The rocket's gonna be a bit more time consuming. So let's get the easy one out of the way. It is a shader. Is that area radius the same shader thingy as the snow globe? The area radius the same shader thingy as the snow globe? No, it's different. It's actually not, the radius isn't a shader at all. The radius is just a mesh, like a sphere that I just made really flat. And then I take radius data, which is also what it uses to calculate how near it's going to attack stuff. I take that same mathematical radius and I just feed it into the radius of the mesh, and then that's how it determines the size of it. So it's pretty simple in that sense. But yeah, I see what you're saying. Like on here, you'll notice that there's this aura that emits from the, no, that's a different shader, which I did get from godotshaders.com. Okay, so if I look at my regular toy shoulder, it's my toy shoulder. I'm a Lego person. My toy soldier, you'll see the outline is already on here. So that's the next pass here. So this is an outline shader that I also got from godotshaders.com, which is the best website in the world. Okay, not in the world, but it's up there. So we're using outline 2. Can I get away with just copying it? Probably not. You probably shouldn't do that. Let's just put outline 2 on there. That's the one. It's a little random, like, oh yeah, outline 2, of course. I think typically I use the one with the highest number, generally speaking. Next pass, shader material, pop that open, go to shader, quick load, outline 2. Okay, great. It's got an outline, but we want to make sure it has the same settings. So the parameters are all of your unique. So 2.812, 100, 100, and then we're gonna set a color that just kind of like generally matches it. That way it 100, 100. Great. And then we're just gonna kind of generally match its color. I just think it looks nice when it's not like straight up black. So like kind of get the overall color and then just like darken it a bit. Maybe something like that. Now it's got an outline, beautiful. And then let's go to the rocket where it's gonna be a little bit more complicated because I haven't added any of the materials on here yet. And there's a few, because there's the launch pad, which is going to open up on reload. Oh, I gotta code all that. That was a scope creep if I've ever seen one. There are these like, I guess you could call, oh, this one's even open a little bit. I guess you could call it a hatch, right? So these doors open. In theory, I'm gonna animate them so that way when a rocket fires and it explodes, on reload, the hatch is going to open, and then the rocket's gonna shoot out. I like scope creep. I don't know what to say. I like scope creep. I also like live streams. And if you guys like this live stream, I hope you'll press the thumbs up button. Hit that like button. Have you pressed the like button? We got a handful of people here, and I see that we don't have the same amount of likes as people hanging out. We got 10 viewers and 6 likes. Maybe we could get those thumbs ups. Thank you guys. It means more people will find out about these live streams, and I really appreciate you doing that. It means a lot. Thank you. If you can like the stream, like the stream, like the stream, and enjoy the nice animation. Okay, great. Now that that's out of the way. So, you know, I've got a few components here that I have to deal with. Creepy as it may be, but you can see there's quite a few materials. I did list them, so if we look in here, we have surface 0 is rocket metal, so I guess that's just the rocket in general. I think white is a good color for that, so I'm not even going to add something on there. We're just gonna load the default. No, we should probably put a material on there. And then we've got red rocket, so the red part. Okay, let's load that, make it red. I do like to replace these colors from Blender. It's just the way I like to do it. It would be nice if I kind of followed the color palette. So there is a color palette that I've been kind of generally going with, although I don't always check in with it. Maybe I should. I'm just gonna come over here and paste it in so I can see it more clearly. Oops, wrong place. Wrong place. We want to go to the rocket. So maybe there's a red. Let's grab that red right there. Give me that. Please. Oops. You know, it's just sometimes what can I say? I want to follow a palette. Sorry, I thought I was undoing something. Okay, grab that. Might as well, if I need that color, why not use that which is already available? Paste it on in. Perfect. Good. What's the next color? I guess I should do the white too. You know what? We should really do the white, because that's gonna look, the white is gonna be different. This is an off-white in here, so we should honor that off-white. You know, just as a matter of principle. See why this is gonna take a while? And then I'm gonna have to make sure I add the shader onto all of these. I'll do that all at once I've got all of these set. It's just a little different. We're also gonna need like a gray for the metal. I don't really have like a gray in here. If I'm being honest, we have like browns. We have greens. So I think I'm gonna have to wing it. There's kind of a gray in here, just like a little bit. Like a tiny little bit, kind of a gray in there. You know what? Let's take that, and we'll adjust it as needed. It's really between that yellow and that blue. It's kind of this, right? Okay. So back to the rocket. Oh, wrong one. So the next one, what's the next material? The next material is the rocket window. Let's skip that. Thruster. The thruster is definitely gray. New material. Gray it up. Gray it down. Not very gray, so we're gonna just darken it a bit. But then we still kind of have it obeying that a bit. I have a purple grayish. Let me see. Oh, you mean like over here? Like... Or just like this one in general? Let me see, am I happy with this one though? Welcome, Rolrick! Rolrick is full of fantasticness. Rolrick, you're full of fantasticness. Oh, Rolrick, I think you're full of fantasticness. Oh, yes, I do. It's true. Rolrick is full of fantasticness. Oh yes, I'd say that's you. That Rolrick is full of fantasticness. It's true. Rolrick, you're full of fantasticness. Oh, you know that it must be true. I'm singing, run while you can. I'm coming for you with my songs. Sounds like Crab Rave. I don't even know if I remember the Crab Rave song. I know the dance. Hey, welcome, Casey. The party is on. Let's party. Oh, you want to see a party? You're right. We should party up in here. Let's do a proper party. Let's do this correct, okay? Let's do a correct party. I just have to find the party button. Hold on. There's a party button. It's hard to find. Did I press it? I did. Oh, yeah. Anyway, welcome, Casey. Good to see you. Thanks for coming through. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Do I like this gray? Maybe I should go with a purplier one. You know, maybe purpley would be more appropriate. I don't mind it, but it kind of would be nice if it were purplier. Let's see if we can find it. Let's see if we can find it. No, I don't know. Maybe right in there. Maybe. Hyper DJ Jam, yes! Why not? Why the hell not? Okay. Like right here. We could try it. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. Come over there. Paste it. It's not very gray. We could make it gray, and then it still kind of like fits the palette. I think that looks better because it just like does match the like rocket thruster a little more, with it being more on the red side rather than like yellow, which is kind of pulling it in a weird different direction. So I think this works. Okay, window. So we need kind of like a blue of a sort. Maybe we could go with this blue. It's a little too windowy. I kind of wanted it to be saturated, but I don't know. I kind of want to see what this looks like. I'm starting to think maybe we could go a lighter blue. Let's see what happens. It's a bit subtle, isn't it? Okay, I'm gonna go get the saturated one. Actually, it may look weird, but I think again that's part of the point of the palette, right? Is that we are not picking like a typical blue, but it's like a special blue. It's a little muddy looking, but you know what? We're gonna rock with it. Oh, it's just the lighting. It's just the lighting. It looks great. Okay, cool. Did we finish this rocket coloring yet? Oh my goodness. No, what's the last one? Oh, is it the hole? Okay, so I do like to make sure that we have this like super unshaded black color for things that are supposed to be like deep. So let's just make it black, and then we're gonna go to shading, and I'm gonna make it unshaded. That way it's just a void. And then speaking of different like post-processing things, I think we're not post-processing, but I think we could adjust it to overall be like a little maybe shinier. It's tough because it's so bright. We could metallic it a little bit, bring down the roughness. It's not gonna show that well because of how bright it is. I think we're gonna lose a little bit of the potential shininess unless we go there, but I don't know. I don't know if I like that. Because then it's starting to look less like a toy and more like an actual ship, which is not what we want. Let's do the red a bit too. See, I said this is gonna be a little effort. I wasn't kidding. It's a little effort. Red could look nice with some shine, with some sheen, with some sparkle. Oh yeah, beautiful, delicious. The window could, I don't know, maybe use some shininess. Why not? Let's look at it in the light. And then the thruster, I feel like that shouldn't be shiny. Maybe metallic, though. That could work. Sometimes, you know, changing these can really change the color more than is desired. So that's important to keep in mind. Wow, just a little bit. Alright, cool. Is that all? And then let's do the shader. I still have to do the landing pad or the launch pad, but I'm anxious to do the shader, so I'm gonna do it. So let's put the next pass on here. I'm gonna add a shader material, pop it open, quick load, outline 2. One thing I do need to keep in mind before I continue, do we have the right render priorities on these? Because that's really important. It's very important. Render priority 1. So I need to make sure we do that so it looks correct. I should probably fix that on the Super Soldier. Just depending on what other assets are there in the scene and stuff. Render priority 1 will just make sure. Oh, you can even see right there. At the base, look what happens when we put 1 on there. Okay, you didn't see it, but it did something, probably. Okay, that was a terrible example. Let's zoom out. Zoom out. Okay, I swear it did something, okay? I can't prove it, I'm sorry. I'm like, look at this! And it did nothing. We're still gonna do it, though. Put the outline on here. And then for the parameters, I think we can kinda guesstimate what we want to do here. I wanted the soldiers to have the same outline thickness, but we'll do something different for these. I'm not gonna worry about the fade. And then for the color, I don't particularly want to make it like white, so I think it's gonna make sense to have it be like a dark red kind of outline. Very dark, just a little something to just give it a little more consistency. Okay, then I was only on one part of it, but now I'm gonna copy this. And I don't mind that this is gonna make it linked between all of these, because I want to make sure they all actually have the same settings, so it'll work in my favor. Now, those are all gonna be red as well, which is okay. Maybe not, maybe I'll decide I want them to have different colors. I think I might have done that on the spinning top, since the spinning top has so many different colors on it. But with this, I think we can keep them all probably the same color. That'll be good. Looks good. Just makes it pop a little more. Makes it a little more obvious. Okay, then for the landing pad, I've got more colors. I think I want to do something different for the landing pad, color-wise. I do want to grab that gray, but just maybe adjust it a bit. This one. Probably don't want it to be as dark. And then there's also a bottomless hole on this one too. Okay, there's the general part. And if we hide these wings, they're supposed to be like, you know, an empty void on the inside from whence the rocket comes. It's actually not a bad color for it. It's kind of nice that it's consistent. You know, I actually kind of like it. I was gonna like make it a little lighter or something, but it's kind of working for me. You know what? I think we're gonna keep it. Yeah, I think I like it. It definitely feels a little weird that it's red. I don't think I like that this is red. The rocket can all be red. This, it just kind of doesn't feel right. I'll leave it. And I'll see how it looks in the scene, but I've got my eye on changing that. So for the bottomless pit, we're gonna come back to the rocket. We're gonna borrow its bottomless pit. And we're gonna put that in there. I definitely want that to be the same. So it's unshaded. Then for the wings, or not wings, I called them wings, but they're doors. It's a door. I guess we'll just make it match. Let's see. I wonder what the outlines are going to look like around the edges of the doors. Okay. Ooh, we got some little like fracture looking thing going on. We got like a topology problem here. Look at that. Oh my goodness. Might have to go take a look at that. I actually think I know what that is. Maybe. I don't know if I do. We'll see. I have to go fix that. Pop up Blender, see what's going on. Okay, let's put this other material in here. I think that looks pretty good. Okay, wow, that is devastating. What is going on? I'm gonna go fix that. Hold on a second. Save it. Oh my god, if you don't save it and then you import it from Blender, it will override everything. So over here it looks pretty okay, but you can sort of see something going on there. So let's take a closer look what the problem might be. Okay, I had it merged it all. I just removed 3 verts by merging everything. Let's give that a save and see if that makes a difference. Hey, Kai Guy, thank you for the thumbs up. I appreciate it. Oh, Kai Guy's a nice guy. Kai Guy coming in to say hi. Popping in to say hi. I'm so glad you did tonight. guy coming on in and saying hi. I'm glad you did, cause it brings me high up in the sky, because guy came and said hi. I didn't say they were gonna be good songs, I just said they were gonna be songs. You got one. Thank you for supporting the channel, guy. I appreciate you. Okay, did that fix it? Was that enough to fix it? Remember, song's back. You know, I'm feeling it today. Some days I'm just like not. I'm not feeling it. Today I'm feeling it. Okay, that fixed nothing. Actually, it did fix it on the I don't know what happened. Was it all? I know I'm doubting myself. Was it always on the door? I don't even know anymore. I don't know who I am anymore. Like, obviously, this is a little lumpy on here. I kind of don't care that it's lumpy. To be honest with you. This is the game jam. We gotta hurry up. Right? Like, I don't care that it's lumpy. Right? Please, you don't care that it's lumpy. Jesus. She's sure acting like she cares. She is sure acting like she cares. Just don't worry about the lumps. Lumps are beautiful. Gotta go to work. All right, thanks for stopping in. Appreciate it. I got this. Thank you for the encouragement, too. You're the best, Kai Guy. Hope work goes the best it can. You got that! I'll see you later. I'll be here. Okay. So we're gonna ignore that. We're gonna go fix this door. Shooter goes well with this rocket. Thank you! Thank you! It does, right? It needed it. That's why I had to do this like as soon as possible, because we're gonna be here streaming and I can't have people seeing it not look the best it can be. The bend makes it look more metallic. Thank you! That saves me so much effort of worrying. Okay, so that's on the right side of it if you're looking at it from the top. So it's this door. What is going on with this door? Why are you like this? Who did this to you? Me? I did this to you? How? I actually just don't understand why it is the way it is. Why are you like this? Okay, guy, you made us all swallow that song and then you run away. It is what it is. Your punishment for being a supporter of the channel is you get a song. Sorry. I'm actually really confused what's going on there. Like, why is there that line? Oh, guys, do you know what it is? Did you realize? Did you just realize what it is? I just realized what it is. I always forget. This is something that really irritates me about Godot, even though Godot is doing a great job, and it's a smart thing to put in. It's LODs. By default, Godot puts things at near the lowest possible LOD. That is to say, the further away you are for an asset, the lower quality it is. So that way it just like is more performant. But I find that it, depending on my game, like in my game, we're looking at stuff from far away, like, and it's close. You know, it's close is far away. We're not right up against everything. So it's just like default set to make things get really crunchy really far, from not that far away. So if I take this LOD bias here on all these mesh nodes and we just crank that up, that didn't fix anything. Why didn't that fix it? Why didn't that fix it? You can see when I drop it though how much worse it gets. But guess what? That didn't fix it. Oh, I was so excited. Rorik, you gifted a membership. Thank you. Oh my gosh. You out here complaining about these songs. I know you. I know you like the songs because you're gonna gift a membership. You're gonna get another song. Sing to the softie, not you. That's not the rule. The rule is, congratulations, softie, you get a gift membership. That means you get access to live streams on Mondays, extra live streams, and emotes in the chat, extra stuff, extra videos, extra things like that. So congrats. Thank you so much, Rorik, for being so generous. Rorik doesn't want the song, but Rorik is full of it. Oh, Rorik doesn't want a song. I think you're full of it, Rorik. Oh, Rorik, my soul is full of doubt. that you are not full of it, Rick. I'm full of doubt that you are not full of it for supporting the channel. Thank you so much, Rick. I appreciate the gift membership. It helps so much. Can your gift membership make this little dash, this little thing go away? I don't even understand why it's happening. Oh wait, it is still a little on there, but it's not as bad. Why are you doing this to me? Why are you doing this? Okay. I'm gonna fix this. I could try remaking it, honestly. I could remake the door. It's easy. Here, I'll delete it. I will delete the door. I'm probably gonna regret that. And I'm gonna duplicate the left one. You're definitely gonna regret that, because it's not gonna fit. Because unfortunately, I didn't make them as uniform as I think they should be. But here, let's try it. Flip it 180 degrees. Let's try it. Yeah, but you don't want the origin to be there. You need to set the origin to the center. So put that there. Object, set origin to 3D cursor. Rotate 180 degrees. Let's hide that rocket for a second. Actually, it looks great. That looks fantastic. Okay. Let's see if that fixes it. And then I do want the origin to go back to that that point here. That way that when I animate it, it'll actually open like this. So put the 3D cursor snapped right there to that vert. And then we're gonna go to object, set origin to 3D cursor. Now it'll open that way, just like we want. And we're gonna rename it to wing right. Hopefully I haven't saved it yet. Yeah, let me save it here. Okay, now save it. And hopefully. Oh no, all the materials are gone. No! Why have you done this to me? Why have you forsaken me? That is honestly confusing. I'm actually just confused. It just erased. Wait, it didn't. Oh, it's not real. I think it's not real. I think we're okay. And then so I think the reason why that rotation looks so weird is because I need to apply the transform. So we're just gonna apply the transforms, save it again. I think it's okay. I don't think we lost all the materials. I don't know what's going on. I genuinely don't understand, but let's not panic. Panicking is so boring. Oh my god, I'm panicking. Why does that look like that? Oh, the sun imported. The sun, remember I made a sun just to like test it out? That came in when I imported it. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Oh my god. All right. Wait, what? Dude, what? Wait, what? What? What is actually happening, though? Wait, what? Oh, they're not named correctly. Dude, this is so weird. I'm so confused. It looks like nothing happened. Why are you doing this to me? Okay, you know what? It's fine. Okay, so wing left is the one that's a problem. That's not the one I duplicated. But also, if I duplicated it, why does it look... Okay, undo. You know what? Mistakes happen. We're gonna delete wing left this time. Let's hide the rocket. Let's duplicate wing right. It's fine. Duplicate wing right. We're gonna set the 3D cursor to the center. And then I'm going to... Okay, we're not. Set the 3D cursor to the center. And then we're gonna take the duplication of wing right. We're gonna set its origin to the 3D cursor. I'm gonna rotate it by 180 degrees. Cool, that will just have to do. And then we're going to come in here, but a 3D cursor snapped at that vert, right about there. And then set the object's origin to the 3D cursor. Bring the rocket back in, apply the transforms, save it, see what happens. Oh, we brought the sun back? Sorry, no sun, please. No sun. Sun, go bye-bye. Bye-bye, sun. Get out of here. It's still there. What? What? I'm genuinely very confused. Alright, so I'm going about this the wrong way. Obviously. Oh, and then I named it something different. That was a mistake. I forgot to name it wing left. So now it's not gonna have all those materials. But guess what? It was one material. Easy. Fix it, no problem. But I gotta say, I'm not sure what's happening here. And I guess I just have to be okay with that. Here, let's paste this on here. Make sure it looks like it should. Let me make sure I catch up the LODs again. Okay, they look good. Yeah, I don't know why that's happening. I hate it. I despise it. What if I change like the material around? No, doesn't care about that. All right, okay, all right. Challenge accepted. So something I do want to think about, I could just remove the outline, which I think will reduce whatever is going on there. But I do want to I do want it to have an outline so that when it opens, the doors are outlined. Uh-oh, looks like I put that origin in the wrong place. Set origin, the 3D cursor. Oh, because when you apply transforms, yeah, you don't want to apply the transform. If you apply the transform after setting the origin, then it's going to reset that origin. Okay, there we go. Such a strange problem. I do kind of wonder if it even shows up. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe it doesn't show up and everything's fine. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go look at it in the game. I probably should have done this a while ago. Let's see if that actually is a problem. Is it really a problem? Oh, gotta hide all that. Oh. Not really, no. Because you're never really gonna see it from that side. I mean, the whole thing does rotate, like the entire thing rotates. Oh, I didn't think about that. It's not just the rocket that rotates. It's gonna be the entire unit. Which is gonna be a little weird, right? Like to have a landing pad also rotating. Okay, we need to deal with this immediately. Get that pallet out of here. Throw it in the trash. It might be okay. You know, we just have to make sure, like, I guess in the reloading phase that it isn't aiming. Because I think you're really going to notice it when the, yeah, I mean, it's basically unnoticeable. I think you're really going to notice it when the doors are open. There's, like, blemishes, right? We love the bend. How many gifteds let it go? We love the bend. What does those words mean? We love the bend. How many gifteds to let it go? Oh, to let it go? Oh, I see what you're saying. That's not even, honestly, that's not even it. I see what you're saying. How many gifteds to let it go? To let the thing go, I would say just one would be enough. Just one would be enough. but it's not the bend I'm worried about. Maybe you can't see what it is that's bothering me. And maybe you do. Maybe I don't see what you see. It's not the bend. It's this. It's this like fracture. What is that? I don't understand what that is. Cause that's not. It's nothing. I don't know what that is. This is okay. This not okay. But I am leaning towards letting it go anyway, truth be told. No need to spend money. Oh, see, look, but there it is. You see it creeping up? Okay, I don't like it. I don't like it. Ideally, the whole thing wouldn't rotate, but I mean, this is game jam territory. I need to hurry it up. You know, I really shouldn't be worrying about making sure it... Well, you know what you can do is you just make it top level. Did I use the Blender Symmetry tool? I did not. I just duplicated it. No symmetry. It's literally like the exact same thing rotated. Isn't the door cracked? Yeah, but that's not where the door crack is. The crack is, look. See? The crack is this way. That, you see, is the other way. It's a blemish. I do have an idea for the pad not rotating. We could come down to geometry or transform. We come down to transform and mark them as top level. That might keep them from rotating. Maybe. If I'm lucky. But it might, I know it's gonna have other implications because I don't think you can move them. Yeah, they're just gonna sit there. Nope, that's not gonna work. Well, you could say that after you place it, it becomes top level. That way it won't rotate. That would probably be the way to deal with that. Scary territory. I know it. I know it. I know it. I mean, I'm very confused. I genuinely don't really understand what's going on there. The model looks fine, and it's literally a duplicate of the other side, but it doesn't happen on the other side. So, like, something really weird is happening. This is its own entire unit, living its own beautiful life. And yet, somehow, for some reason, it shows that weird blemish. I just really don't understand what's going on. I just don't. I don't really get it. You know, I've tried. I'll try it one more time, just for, like, good measure. Maybe I did it wrong every time, right? So, I duplicate this wing right here, right? I set its origin to the center. I rotate it 180 degrees. It's the same door as the other side. We apply its transforms. Then we set its origin to that 3D cursor. Save it. Oh, we gotta rename it to wing right. Save it. Then hop into Godot, and it's still gonna be there. Even though I copied the other side that doesn't have a set blemish. And then it's even weirder because it's switching sides. It makes very little sense. It makes so little sense. I hardly understand it. Like, what is actually happening? Is the rocket rotating? Like, I don't know what's going on here. Exporting with a different file name? That's gonna cause me all kinds of issues. I feel like I would rather not do that. Because if I do that, like, then I have to remake so much. It's gonna be so annoying. Oh man, that's gonna mess up a lot of things. Why should I have to, I mean, I hear you, but I don't know why I should do that. Like, because you're saying, like, the import settings or something might be, like, different? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I'll be a little surprised. I don't know. The cache from the previous files are bothering Godot. Maybe. I've never seen that happen. But yeah, I mean, you know, maybe, maybe. It's not impossible. It feels unlikely. You know, it's gonna be a lot of effort to get that to be set up the same, but we could do it. We could do it. I guess it's not that much effort. I can come in here. Oh, there's no material on it yet? Okay. Wait, what? How is there no material? There's obviously a material. What do you want about Godot? Godot, what are you talking about? Hey, Mervkins. Mervkins, you throw me a curveball by being here with y'all. Mervkins is in the house. Mervkins had the nerve to be here in the house, and I'm so glad you did, Mervkins. I'm glad you had the nerve to be in this house right now, Mervkins. Welcome, Mervkins. Thank you for supporting the channel. I appreciate you. So this is weird, by the way. It's saying that it has no materials. Is Godot bugging out on me right now? Look, it says there's no materials, but we know there's a material because you just watched me add that outline shader. But it's like, nah, there's no materials on this. What do you mean there's no materials on this? What are you actually talking about, though? What? Yes, there are materials on here. I don't know if I want to save it. I don't understand what's happening. Okay, there's the materials. What in the world? Godot's definitely experiencing delusions. Okay. Great, so I was just gonna grab the material here, copy it, and paste it on wing left on this other one that you were talking about making. Wait, the blemish isn't there. Wait a minute, wait a minute. Wait, Rolric, I gotta give you credit, because even though what you thought was wrong, your suggestion led to an important discovery. The blemish is not on the wing or on the door. The blemish isn't on the door. The blemish is on the launch pad below the door. See, when I don't put the material on here, it's fine. As soon as I put the material on the launch pad, the blemish appears. You see? You see? Okay. So, unfortunately, I do have to fix this. Even if we like the dent, it is important that we investigate this. I gotta give you a debug credit, though. For real. That's a debug credit. That's what that gets you. Because I would not have figured that out as readily if you hadn't. It might have taken me some time to figure that out if you hadn't suggested that. So thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate it very much. Okay. So let's make those disappear and let's see if we can figure out what's going on here. So it is on the left side over here. Something ain't right. Oh, dude, look at you. What in the mess? Do you see what I'm seeing? There's just an edge. There's just a floating edge here. I know why. I know why. Because when I split the doors off of this originally, I forgot to include that edge. And so now that edge is just like left here, causing me grief. My God. That is silly. That is so silly. Okay, great. I think that's fixed. Oh my God. It's like I'm just doing what you told me. You told me to draw lines on the edges. Yes, hit that like button. That's right. Well said, Mervkins. Wow. Wise words. Wise words, guys. You want to write on that edge with a couple umbrellas? Woo! Oh, this is the unsaved one. Why is it still there? Why is it still there? You don't want to go away. Let's make sure that, like, everything is good. Where is it? Where is it? I deleted it. I watched myself delete it. Okay. It's not there anymore. Prove me wrong. Is it secret? Is it secret? Is there a secret edge in there somewhere? I don't think so. I don't think there is. Hey, Girthy Lemon, welcome. How you doing? Good evening. Let's try this again. Let's try this again. I'm sure it'll be fine. Leave edit mode and save. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know why that would matter. Could apply transforms and stuff. Welcome, Bart's. Oh wow, I'm actually a little concerned. Whoa. Whoa. Wait, it's literally still there. It's actually just still there. It's right there. It's like I never deleted it. It does make me wonder if there isn't some like topology implication. But I don't think so. Can we see the face orientation? Why did you not show me the face orientation? Why wouldn't you show me that? I commended you to show me the face orientation. You can't ignore me. I am your commander, Blender. I did just upgrade to 4.4. Does 4.4 not have face orientation or something? Face orientation is supposed to show me everything in like red or blue, depending on if leave material mode. That's not it. It works in material mode, Bart's. Something is funky. Something is very funky here. Some ain't right. Some ain't right. Now you're re-importing it? It's Funky Town. I did just upgrade to Blender 4.4. I'm dubious. I'm dubious right now. Blender messed up your day? Really? Are you editing the correct blend file? The one that is Toy Rocket 2? No! Oh! That's it because... Right! Thank you! I still don't understand why the face orientation wasn't showing up. That's still weird. You're right. Man, what a... Why is game dev like this sometimes, guys? Why is the game dev like this? It's all my fault. I'm the problem. That's okay. That's why I'm here. I'm here to share with you my blunders. I have no interest in being the best or seeming like I know everything. However, I love sharing in these experiences because I usually don't make the same mistake 3 times. So by having that experience here on stream, it's less likely I make the same mistake again. Dormouse is often the hero we need. I cannot tell you how many times Dormouse has saved me. Actually, I could, because I always take the note down on the credits. 10 times. 10 times on this project. On the last project, 7 times. So, about 20 times. In the last few months. Okay. So there is the naughty edge. We gotta get it out of here. Get it away from me. It does not serve me. Now, what about the face orientation? What? Dude, something's funky. Blender 4.4 face orientation. Why face see? It's not just me. What's happening? What's going on? By default, only the backside is showed as red now. Oh, hey, that's cool. You know, I always thought it was very intrusive that everything turned blue. I actually hated that about Blender, that like everything was blue. So the way it used to look, by the way, if you didn't know, now that it's different, it used to look like this. So when and that's why I was so confused. So what face orientation does is it tells you what sides of the mesh are on top and what are underneath, if that makes sense. So like if you ever played a game where you like clip through the wall a little bit, and or like if you go into like a house, right? So there's like a house, you don't actually open the door and go in it, but you like clip through the wall into the house, and then looking out from that house, everything is like kind of invisible, right? You can see through the walls, maybe you can see some of the like edges, but for the most part it's invisible. That's that red stuff. The red stuff means that it's not gonna render properly because it is like the inside or the backside of the mesh. It's not double-sided or whatever. The blue side is the safe, will be visually correct rendered side. And so it's a really helpful thing because it's easy in Blender to like accidentally have some red showing or to not flip a face the right way. And so I'm so used to turning that on and everything turns blue and I'm like, okay, good, everything's blue. But apparently now it only shows if it's red, which is actually awesome because it was really annoying to, you know, be working with materials and trying to like be able to notice the contrast between stuff when everything was just flat blue. It was super annoying. So this is actually really nice that it only tells you the most important information, which is what you want to know isn't the properly rendered side. Dope. Cool. All right, Blender 4.4, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for calling you buggy. I shouldn't have said that. That was a mistake on my part. Okay, so now that we're all settled, everything makes sense, there's no more chaos in the world, I am going to not keep this second one we made, and it looks better. We do have that problem returned to this, unfortunately, so that's fun. It seems that deleting that might have caused another issue, so let's fix that. Let's fix that. You know, because obviously the topology was expecting there to be that edge there, and now I've just removed it. Let's see if we can do a merge. No? Cool, 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 cool. Great. Great, great, great. So maybe there's an extra, yep, there's an extra vert. Oh, there we go, look at that. Did you see that? There's just some extra topology sitting there that doesn't need to be there. Great. Now let's save it. That was just some leftover because I cut the doors out of that launch pad, and so it much better. It's still got some issue, but I guess I left some things behind. I think there's still overlapping geometry here. Yeah, you can see there's double verts. See that? So what I need to do is find that double vert and make sure we get rid of it. That's the problem. There is another double vert. It's just messy. It's just a messy mesh in that sense. I did merge, yeah, I did merge by distance, but they're just ever so slightly off. I could have changed the distance. That would have helped, actually. Now that I think about it, if I adjusted this distance, that would make it better. But I didn't, did I? Okay. So hopefully this is a little better, a little bit less messy of a. Oh, and look, the dent is gone. The dent that Rolrick liked so much is gone. I knew it when I knew it. I knew that dent meant problems. I knew it. I was like, it's not supposed to look like that. This is made a very certain way. It is not supposed to have a dent in it. And now we know why it was there, because there was extra topology that it was trying to like reckon with and smooth, and so it made things look ridiculous. But now it is perfection at last. You can see what a noob I am making these little mistakes, but you know, that's why I like to make sure I analyze it and take a look at it and figure out what's wrong and improve it if there's an issue. And now it's better. Okay, good. So, with that out of the way, let's make sure everything else is in order. Okay, good. Can we test it in the game now? I do still think about that like top level thing. I think I forgot to unset it from top level. We should do that. I still think about that top level thing. Like maybe we could say that once it gets put down, it changes those to the top level. That could work. That's a bit, you know, that's a bit of something to do, and it's somewhat unnecessary, but I don't really care, so I'm gonna do it. So I'm gonna go to the tower placed. So when it knows that it's placed, and it's the one that was placed, it's going to do some stuff. Now I'd like it to do this only if it's a bomb tower. So we're gonna do something for that. I'm gonna say if tower type is set to tower types bomb, then we're gonna run a little function which is lockdown launchpad. Okay, so let's sort that out. Func lockdown launchpad returns nothing. Now that means I'm gonna have to get those meshes, which is a little annoying. So let's make sure we can find those nodes. I am going to make them all accessible as unique names. And we're just gonna drop them in, baby. That's what I'm gonna do. Specifically, I don't even know how to do this. Oh, top level. Easy. That way, in theory, it won't rotate the base. And that actually might be kind of hard to see this way. So just to make sure it's working, I'm gonna open up these doors. I'm glad I remembered the LOD thing anyway, because it really does irritate me. And it does it when I don't want it to. So before I forget, I'm gonna also set this LOD to be... Oh good, it already is. Beautiful. Okay. Alright, now I'm gonna open this and test that top level situation. So we're gonna drop this in. Doors are already open. And just wanna make sure it isn't going to rotate. Nice. Perfect. So only the rocket is rotating. Now, those doors won't be open all the time. They'll be closed, and it'll only be on reload that it opens and lets it out. So now only the rocket rotates. I do have some concerns. Probably not. It's probably fine. Yeah, I think it'll be fine. No, it'll be fine. I was going to say, like, if I try to animate the doors and stuff, but I don't think that's going to matter. I don't think that's going to have, like, an issue from a top-level perspective. Oh, look, it moved all the way over here when I adjusted the rotation. That might not work. Because now it's ignoring the position that it had when we stamped it down. So if I go in there to animate it and have it like open and close, I have a feeling it's going to move that over. So maybe we just have to accept that it's a rotating thing. I'm going to ignore that for now, and I'm going to cross that bridge when we get there. Okay, great. How does the, real quick, how does the Super Soldier outline look? Is that good? I didn't actually look at that. Yeah, it looks fine. Excellent. No problem. Okay, let's commit and move on to the next thing. That is what a start. What a hour and a half start of just doing some stuff. So what else did I want to do? Yeah, make a baby. We're not gonna make a baby. I need, oh, let's do the freeze tower. That'll be fun. I need to get all the towers working. The freeze tower will be a fun one, I think, because I'm pretty sure I already know how I'm gonna do it. Rocket and Super Soldier outlines added, fixed rocket stuff. Fixed or rocket changes, rocket stuff. Rockets. Let's also say in here, rocket has top level, has function setting doors and launch pad to top level on placement might be an issue. Might be an issue when animation happens. I told me so. I love version control. I live by it. I gotta do it. It's worth it. Get GitHub Desktop. Makes it easier. You could learn command line, which is also awesome. What was the thing somebody shared? I think Jonas shared it about learning Git. I forgot what it's called though. I forgot it. But if you want to learn the command line, there's a cool tutorial someone shared in the Discord. Somewhere. What? Stop. Stop. I like GitHub Desktop. It's not, you know, the coolest, right? It's much cooler if you can use command line. But what's also nice about this tutorial is it, I think, will give you like some more familiarity with like the language and stuff. It's just kind of like a little thing, a little lesson where you learn about what things mean and how it all works. To me, this kind of abstracts it a bit, but there's some weird language and things can get confusing. But the easiest way that I think about it, or the easiest way to explain it to me, so let's say I have a project that I want to add as a repo. Let's go in here. I'm just gonna make a new folder. We're gonna call it new folder. So this is new folder right here. And we're going to say new repository. So I know that it's called new folder in the local path. So for the name, this is GitHub Desktop that I'm using. I'm gonna make the name new folder. Oh, you're gonna put a dash in there? Okay, so I don't recommend, calling it new space folder. Hopefully you have not named it with a space, because it doesn't seem to like that, unfortunately. All right, noted. So let's call it new dash folder, so that way it's gonna match. Okay, so if I come in here, make it new dash folder, and we could even try this. Well, let's not try anything yet. So we're gonna make a description. It's a new folder. Okay, great. You don't have to worry about anything else. You created the folder. You're making sure to name it the same name. So if you have an existing project, make sure the name matches. It's in the right path. So you know that your project is in documents. Name it the same folder. Then create a repository. Now what it's gonna do is in that folder, that new folder, now there's stuff in there. There's new stuff in the new folder. It found it. And then you have to make sure you have a GitHub account as well. And then you can publish your repository. And you can rename it now if you want. Example repo. So then we'll publish it. And now we're solid. Done. So let's say I add something in here. Let's add a BMP file. Great. Now we come back here. It knows we added it. And I'll say added a BMP file. Done. Push it. And then once that's done, well, that's it. That's it. We did it. Now I can come over to my GitHub page if I want and find it. Wherever it is. There it is. Example repo. Bam. New bitmap. Done. Created. And then if I want to change that, so let's say I don't want that BMP file in here, I can right click on this and say revert changes in commit. If I click on that right here, it's gonna create a new commit that says revert added a BMP file, and you'll see that it changed it. It's got this little next to it, meaning it removed it. Here it's got a plus, meaning we added it. Now it's removed. So if I push this and then we check back here, you'll see it's gone. No, it's not there. So if you make a mistake, if you make changes, you can always go back and revert it, which is nice. And then we can revert that revert and say, wait, actually I wanted it. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to get rid of it. That was a mistake. Now it's back. Simple as that. So it's just like a nice thing if you break something and you don't know how to fix it, or the engine breaks and it corrupts your files, you can just revert it and you're golden. It really helps a lot. Jonas says, I still don't use command line, but it helped me understand how branching works. But yeah, right. Yeah, I think it's really good for that. Cause it is confusing. Like I'm just giving you the simple way to deal with it. But there are gonna be issues, especially if you're working with other people. There's gonna be things that come up and it's gonna ask you weird, confusing questions. And it's like, what? You're gonna do something that it doesn't like and you're gonna have to deal with that. So understanding that structure is really important for when those things come up, for sure. My main issues with Git in the past have been conflicts, yeah, but I'm guessing that's less of an issue on solo projects. Yeah, that's so real. You know, you kind of just have to like communicate with your team. Ideally, you're working in person with people, so like if there's issues, you know what they are, and you can just work with people right on the spot. But that's not really how most of us are doing things. So yeah, you do then have to go in and like figure out what did they change. And there's a lot of weird language with like what kind of merge it is, what's gonna get lost, what isn't, I don't know. Really, it can get really stressful for sure. But yeah, if you're doing solo stuff, what are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? And then, you know, in a way that's giving you a little practice with it, that maybe once you do get into with other people, you'll at least be a little less uncomfortable with the process. Alright, freeze tower. Let's make this freeze tower freeze, baby. So on the tower script, one thing I've been procrastinating is projectiles, and I kind of want to not do projectiles. Oh, I should really, you know what I should do? I should do the rocket. I should make the rocket. Let's do the freeze tower first. I should really make the rocket, because the rocket's going to be a little tricky because it's a projectile. All right. Let's do the freeze tower. It's an easy layup, although I might have to change some of it someday, so we'll see. So there's like a weapon timer. There's a timer, like an interval, basically. So it'll, like the dart tower will just like, you know, that there's a timer that starts, and when that timer ends, it'll go ahead and throw a dart or shoot a bullet, basically. And similarly, the freeze tower will send out its freeze at a certain time. When that timer ends, this function runs. So normally, oh, this is actually a problem too. Normally it subtracts the level of a target, which brings it down to the level below. So if in Bloons, for example, you have a yellow balloon, bringing it down a level would make it a blue balloon. Did I say yellow? Yellow. Yellow will go to green. Bringing a green balloon down a level will take it to blue. Bringing a blue balloon down a level will bring it to red. And then bringing it down from red will destroy it. So that's what this is normally doing, is taking its level down. But if I want it to freeze, I'm just gonna set its speed to 0, but I would also want to like let it know, like, hey, you got frozen, by the way. So it can like do stuff because it's frozen now. So I think we could do a tower check. We could do a match. We could do a match statement. I'm doing a match statement. I don't care. Deal with it. Everything is cooler with rockets. Yes, and lasers. That's right. Take something you love and add a rocket engine to it. Instantly even cooler. I love food. I love yummy food. A food with a rocket engine on it. Okay. I love cats. A cats with a rocket. Yep, that could be cool. Yeah, you know what? A cat with rockets on its back? That's pretty cool. Rocket powered donut. Okay, you're right. I wasn't on your level. I see. Yes. Okay. Rocket powered donut. Rocket propelled kitty. I just hope the kitty stays safe. Give it a helmet, a parachute, things like that. We're gonna match the tower type, and we're gonna say if the tower type is set to tower type's dart, then it is going to behave this way. Sergeant Whiskers will be fine, I promise. Sergeant Whiskers. It's not only the dart tower that would happen. I would care about that happening with the super soldier as well. But we're gonna put him in the like vague order that I tend to do it. So there's the tack tower, which is our spinning one. That one needs a lot of work. Here's what I kind of want to make a separate function. I'm gonna say function lower do damage single. I don't know, we're just trying something. Function damage single. I don't know why I type funk. Hacksmith Industries just did a video putting jet engines on a sled. Nice. It sounds so unnecessary. But I guess then you could go up hills on a sled. That'd be pretty cool. I was gonna say, because you already have momentum going down. But I guess you could go down even harder then. Sometimes the snow, you get stuck in the snow. Alright, I can see it. So for now, we're just gonna run damage single on the attack, but in theory, I'd want to change that. At some point. Terror types, freeze. We're gonna say damage freeze. It's not really damaging, but that's okay. Terror types, bomb. They're all just gonna do the same thing right now. Until further notice. It's a game idea. Sleds with rockets. Totally. Terror types. Super. We definitely want that to be damage single. It's just like very fast. Kids trying to build the best sleigh for winter to outcompete all their friends at school. Nice. Like you're building like you're building your race car. That'd be awesome. It's like Lego Racers. That sounds great. Get upgrades. It's like Mario Kart. Right, sleigh builder / racer. Solid game idea. Yeah, because it's got that nice world building concept. You already know like what kind of assets you want, like snowy trees, a backyard hill, maybe a variety of locations. Going up to like the Swiss Alps. I think making a racing game would be fun. Ooh, a racing game of some kind would be a fun game like Jam game. I don't know which one, but I need to add that to the list just in general. Just like generally a racing game of a such. Alright, we also want to emit and then target hit during interval true. Right, so that will happen after all that. Okay, good. Now let's make damage freeze. I don't know if I've made this signal yet. I have not. What's it called? Frozen target? No. We're gonna say target frozen. Okay, and it's gonna call with the target that gets frozen. Signal target frozen. And we're gonna add this on here so it's easier to understand what it does. That's gonna be a path follow 3D. Target frozen. You're already hyped for pre-spooky September. Halloween is easily the best season of the year. Oh, for the game like Jam? Yeah, I think we have to. I think we have to do a horror game for the September game like Jam. Because there's not gonna be a game like Jam in October, because it's an every other month type of thing. People who participated in the last one are already like, there's already another one? So imagine if it was every month, that'd be too much. So yeah, we skip October. But what's kind of nice about skipping October is it means that we can make games in September ready for October. So we can say, look, I made a spooky game for October. Instead of being like, I'm making a spooky game during October, and then in November, you're like, here, I made this. And it's like, it's too late. What are you talking about? Yeah, I'm excited too. I never make horror. Another thing I love about this game jam is it's exposing me to learning how to create things I never would make otherwise. Maybe I'll find an aptitude. Maybe I'll be like, dude, I like making horror. I didn't even know that. And I hope others will try things they wouldn't normally try to. Okay, so then just to show how this will work, so me putting the double pound signs there, if I only put a single pound sign, it wouldn't work. Because I put the double pound signs, when I hover over this, it'll show this info. So it's telling me that it requires one argument. Path follow, target frozen. So I get that info. Whereas if I were to come over here and only put a single pound sign, now when I hover over it, it says no description. So it's just kind of a nice thing. This is added in 4.4. They've always had the double pound signs, but since Godot 4.4, now we can actually hover over signals like this and get that information, which is super nice. Because it's just, there's no other way to know if there's arguments that a signal is going to require, and if you don't fulfill those arguments, you're going to get errors. Can't wait for November's jam, birthday jam. Oh, your birthday's in November? Let's go! Let's go! Happy very early birthday. So what, we always have to pick a birthday game for November? Someone in our community's birthday is in November, therefore we always do birthday games in November. That was an idea we floated last night in the member stream. Not the birthday thing, but that there would be like themes every month. So maybe January, we always do an arcade game. Maybe in March, we always do a Flash game. I don't really like that, but it's interesting. It's interesting. Something to consider. You know, we'll see. It's possible. I think the game like jam is still figuring itself out. You know, I almost don't want to. There's already some very clear tenets about how it's supposed to be, and I fear that if we add too many rules to it, it could limit it in the future in ways we maybe don't want it to. We'll see. We'll see what happens. We got time. We did over 120 one-hour game jams. This is the second game like jam. We got time. We got time. Okay. So this will freeze it. We got to make sure that signal exists. It does. So I think we'll be fine. It's not doing anything, but so just to like observe how this is working real quick. If I plop this down and something enters its perimeter, it should. Okay, it did nothing. Alright, that's cool. You know what? Let's let's fix that. Why did it do nothing? Let's print. It did something. It has done something in the past. Ah, so it's not even running that. The debugger has something to say, though. Debugger has a lot to say. I gotta fix those, but that's not really it. Okay, alright. Is it not, am I incorrect about the tower type? Let's see what's going on here. What's the deal? Freeze, yeah, that's one of them. What did I do wrong? What in the world did I, did the normal ones work? Let me see. Normal ones work. Does it know it's a freeze tower? Let's see. Snow globe. It does. It knows it's a freeze tower. I wonder if because it's area aiming, it skips. I wonder. That might have something to do with it. But this has definitely worked in the past, so I gotta figure this out. area. Aim types area. Do aiming. So that's gonna run either way, but aiming becomes true. If aiming, if attacking. But we don't have the projectile stuff set up yet. Aim at target, attack target. Okay. But, so what's setting off its animation though? I think this is still happening. Tell me what goes on. No! Attack target doesn't happen. So then how is it anim- Okay, I got questions. I got a lot of questions here. I seem to have made changes. If it's an area type, so this is the animation for it sending out its cold, chilly wind. I think there might not be a path to it actually attacking. Would be my guess. I need to go look at... But the weapon timer... That happens when the weapon timer times out. And the weapon timer timeout has to be happening. Print timer timeout is happening. That must be. Surely we'll see that print. No. Wow, it like doesn't even have a weapon timer. Okay, okay. That's interesting. So, weapon timer starts when attack target runs. Attack target only runs on an aiming tower, so a tower that looks at stuff. This is not an aiming tower, it's an area tower. So that would explain why it's never attacking. So when does set tower aiming happen? Set tower aiming happens in process. This is a bit messy here. If it's not a mesh only, so the mesh only ones are like in the menu here. This is mesh only, so that way it appears as a an icon. So that's mesh only. Our tower is not a mesh only. If it's held meaning we're in the process of placing it, so it is definitely not going to be held. So it's going to be the else is a placed tower. It's then going to check to see if the attack timer is running. The attack timer is going to start. Check distance from target. Okay, what runs that? Update target distances. Now we know that must be happening. I don't even have a doubt in my mind that that's happening. But let's take a look at it. Print. Attack timer started. Because otherwise, literally it wouldn't be doing anything. So I think there's some naming confusion here. I think recently I added the weapon timer, which is different than the attack timer, which is a little confusing. Okay, so that is happening. Very much so. So start attack timer running is going, or attack timer running is going to be true. We were in process. looking at is a place tower. Attack timer will be running, so it's going to run the tower. And when that attack timer ends, which it will be ending if it's starting, it's going to stop the timer, and then it's going to update targets to track. And then it's also going to set tower aiming, whether the timer is running or not. It's going to make sure it sets up the aiming of the tower. So if it's an aiming type, and it's a placed tower, it's going to make sure that it aims it at the target, which is what allows us to attack. If it's an area type, if the attack timer is running, it plays the animation, blah blah blah. We could break this up into separate functions real bad. There's a lot of functions. This script is a monster. Aim tower to shoot. This is terrible. Terrible. Func aim tower to shoot. No, it's fine. I'm definitely learning a lot about nesting functions. Area tower to shoot. Okay, func area tower to shoot. Avoid all of that. Tuck it in a bit. Not that. What happened? This... Wait, what? Okay. That got crazy. Okay, here we go. Good. Right? I think this is correct. Let me make sure everything's fine. I think I did that fine. I'm pretty sure. I could be more sure. Yes. Okay, good. Now, I need to make it do an attack. So we've set up the towers to shoot, the area tower to shoot, and the aim tower. It's not really shooting though. Like, I guess I'd like to say attack, because it's not really shooting, right? It's attacking. On the shooting tower, we check if it's aiming. Aiming only becomes true if it's the aiming type. But do aiming is running no matter what if it's an area or an aiming tower, which is kind of weird. But that's okay. Oh, we're just passing. We're not doing anything. So we're never setting aiming to true. Why don't we set aiming to true? What happens if aiming was true? Nothing should happen because we're never running this. So I think we could set an if aiming here. I'm gonna say animate area towers or tower, and we're gonna pop all this in there. And then we're gonna say if aiming, well, let's go back to do aiming. I'm gonna say no matter what, set aiming to true. We just don't care about an aiming target position. I don't think that matters. Oh, not up here. Up here. I really don't know why we have the aiming check. I don't care. We're putting it. If it's aiming, we want to say... I mean, really, I just want to attack it. So for the shoot tower, we do extra stuff where we rotate it to face, and then we run attack target. Change to attack when projectile reaches target. Right. Well, I think we can just run attack target now. Right? I don't think we need this aiming true. So when does aiming become false? Yeah, we don't need aiming. This is silly. Don't do this. Stop this. Stop this right now. Aiming is not relevant here. Just deal with it. It's a little confusing, and the naming could be better. And maybe I'll decide that I do need it, but we're just not gonna worry about it. Okay, so we're just gonna say attack target, target to attack. That's it. So basically I just organized it and made sure the attack function actually runs at the right time for the snow globe. So we should see them freeze. Oh wait, it's not attacking anymore. Okay. Area tower to attack. Oh, wait. Set tower aiming. What made it stop attacking? Does attack target mess with the attack timer? Do I need to change the order there? What's going on here? Oh, attack target is not what we need to run. Whoops. Attack target is murdering the, that's some energy. Attack target is murdering the animation. That was a mistake. I made a terrible mistake. So, will this work as normal now? What? There's a single frozen one. Okay, now it's animating. And it's freezing! Why? Why is it freezing? Wait, why did I fix it? How did I fix it? No, I didn't fix it. Okay, I think it was because I hadn't reloaded it. It's very interesting what just happened there. I thought the freeze tower was going to be super easy, but apparently I've modified the code without considering how that would impact the area tower. So if it's not attack target, what does it? What actually... I forget, apparently. Apparently I don't remember. On weapon timer timeout. Right, so what starts... Oh, there it was. Weapon timer start attack target. Oh, it is attack target. Oh, I see. Separate script for AoE towers? Probably should. Yes. Yes. So, yes, but it's too late for that. yeah, I probably should have set it up that way, but I didn't, and I don't really want to. So you're right though. It'd just be like that. I think ideally, right, I would have had a top level tower script, and that would be code that was shared between the freeze tower, the dart tower, the tac tower, bomb tower. They all would have some shared code. And I did that for the targets, because the targets are a lot easier. So I do have like a top level target code, and then a lower level for different types of targets. Well, kind of. It's not necessarily true. Anyway, the point is, I didn't. For me, I have a really hard time knowing how to separate that out. So like when I sit down and I think about, okay, how am I gonna make my towers work, right? I'm neither capable nor interested in figuring out ahead of time before I start coding what will be all shared logic and what will be unique logic. Because I know if I try to do that, I'm gonna be wrong and I'm gonna run into issues and I'm not gonna know what to do. And so for now, I'm just kind of going at it, and I want to be able to look back at this and say, oh, you know what I should have done? This was all the code that works for every tower. This is the code that works for different types of towers. I found it, I've never tried to make something like an attack tower, and so I wasn't really sure like how to break those up. So I'm kind of discovering it along the way. And unfortunately with that method, it kind of means now trying to go in and refactor it so that way they are separate, I think is going to waste a lot of time. So I just get to enjoy going through puzzling this out. And it doesn't bother me to go through it. I enjoy going through it. And it's just, for me, part of the process. So, you know, I might develop different ways of doing it in the future, and that's part of why I like doing this jam, is to just get this practice at making this stuff, and then figuring out better ways to do it later. But yeah, definitely, on some level, I wish it was that way. On the other hand, I don't think I'm capable of having done it that way. Girthy says, my animation blending wasn't set up at all for those animation blend spaces you introduced me to also. So I made a hack/fraud fix for it instead yourself also. It has to be like that sometimes, especially for a game jam. But even like professional, like corporate game dev, right? Like there's crunch. People gotta get the games out for the shareholders, blah, 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 like whatever it is. So, you know, at the end of the day, code is always gonna be imperfect. And you have to just do what you gotta do to get it done. It'd be like that. It'd be like that. I'm glad that it was maybe helpful though to try setting up animation blending to some extent. Okay, so let's try setting the weapon timer. So, I mean, this is attack target, but it's actually quite different. So, okay, there has to be a different attack. Finishing the game has to come first. I heard somewhere that the code for Undertale was also coded really poorly. Yep, exactly. From a programming point of view. But that didn't make the game any less successful. Yeah, exactly. Classic. It's a classic example to go to. 100%. So I see that for the freeze tower, I'm setting up the animation a little differently. I think in Undertale they had like a giant if statement or a huge match case where like all the dialogue was. You gotta do what you gotta do. It is really motivating. I agree. I mean, you know, if you can find the code for a game you like, maybe an older game, ideally, dig into it. You'll find the bad code. It'll be there. Perfect code is for people who find perfect code interesting. Not for people who get shit done. I just cussed. Try not to do that. I was being too real. Oh my god. I need a swear jar. Okay. So I have a different type of animation here. That's why I separated those out. I made it a request for 2. So what that is that's on the animation tree. A value of 1 is going to make the attack happen. I mean, it's actually quite different. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. This is for ending it. That's a fade out. That's saying end the animation. This is begin the animation. But look, we already have an animation. Why is this here twice? Animate area tower. Oh, because the area tower is different. The area tower needs to do an attack, and then that attack loops, and then it fades out because it's doing like attack, 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 attack. Whereas the shooting tower is just doing a single attack. A single attack. I don't know if that makes sense. It makes sense anyway. I don't care. It does make sense. I see now. So that says animate area tower. This is not really attack target anymore. It's like this is kind of changed. It is. What calls this, dude? Where is this called? Aim at target? We need to split this up. This is very confusing. Halo 1 is filled with duct tape solutions. Right, exactly. Find your favorite game that has the code available. There will be those problems. We're gonna say animate aiming tower. And then we're gonna try to bring it back to attack target. Welcome. All right, Raphael, thanks for stopping in and saying hello. I'll see you in an hour. Hope you're doing good. Okay, we need to split these up because this is very confusing. Why am I ending the 1 hour jams? Because I like the game-like jam better. The game-like jam is a new game jam that we're doing. It's a month-long jam. Instead of an hour. I am not really finding much benefit from doing games in 1 hour anymore. I found it really beneficial for like the first 10 or 20 times that I did it. And after 120 plus of them, I don't know. Like, it's not helping me grow as a developer. This game jam is, however. So it's a month-long jam, and it is about making a game similar to another game. So that way you don't have to worry about scope. You have the scope decided for you already. Yeah, right? You have the scope decided for you already, and now you can just focus on building the game. And so currently I'm working on my Bloons-like, which is due in 5 days. So we're doing some extra streams to try to get it done. And yeah, I'm just so much more proud of the games that I'm making here, and I'm learning a lot. So yeah, that's why I meant in the 1 hour jam. Also, welcome, Jeebus. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. So let's get this to stay as attack target. However, I'm gonna make a different function. Could we? Where's that animate? Here, grab this. Pull it on out of here. It is interesting that they have the same like. It does make me think that we could combine that potentially, but I'm not sure yet. So on attack target, that happens here. We might want to do the same thing. Because I think in animate aiming tower, which I haven't, oh, we're making that. Okay, yes. So where's the animate area tower at? Here. It is that the same condition, or am I bugging? No, it's different. Okay, all right. Just checking. Just checking. All right, so let's make the other one here. Function. Oh, it is right there. All right, we'll put it here. Function animate aiming tower, I think is what we were calling it. Void. If not target hit during interval, which is much more relevant, I guess, to the shooting or the aiming tower. Then do the animation. That way it's its own thing. But I think we could pull this back and go to where attack target is called. Up here. And pop that in there like that. Animate aiming tower, attack target, good. And now we can keep attack target as something that happens no matter what. Oh, this is way down here. Aim at target, okay. Cool. Good. And do we do the animate area tower? Where does that get called? Area tower to attack. Right. What if we just put that here? What is that like? I kind of feel like we could make a function for that. Oh, maybe I should rename that. Area tower do attack. It really do attack though. Aim tower to shoot. It really do shoot. Right, so where that does a lot of different stuff. Okay, I see. Alright, good. Does that work? Do we get a tower that actually freezes stuff now? Show me the freezing. Nope. Very good. Very good. Understood. Understood. Make sure this is running. Give it a test. It is. Oh, it's running. It's running constantly. That's too frequently. Why are you running so often? What? Oh, I guess because these have if attack timer is running, and this has if not target hit. Oh, but we don't want to do the not during interval. Ah, we got to pull that out because we moved that somewhere else. So we don't need that check anymore in that function. This way it works for any tower. Okay. Now, show me the freeze. Okay, did we break the other tower though? Nope, other tower works. It does the best it can. Okay, so the weapon timer should be starting. Let's see that it is starting on freeze. Would be nice to verify. So I'm gonna sell this tower. It is not starting. Blender just crashed your PC for the 4th time today? Oh no, I'm so sorry. What are you doing in Blender? It always happens to me when I try to like experiment with values and I like drag the value up too high. Show me the freezing, my bandwidth dies. I'm sorry, I forgot to tell you I can cast like internet spells and I forgot to remember actually, and I have to be more careful about what I say. Trying to render a film sequence. Oh, I've never tried to do that. I've literally never rendered anything in Blender. I actually have saved images. So I guess I have, okay, I have rendered before. But never anything quite like that. It gets you? Dude, it's so easy to do. Because I don't always think that it's going to be a complicated thing. Like, oh, it's just whatever. I'm just trying it out. No. Then we just have like it loading forever. Hate that. I try to get in the habit of saving it right before. Lately, autosave's been doing okay. It hasn't always. I'm very affirmed that you say that, Bards. Why are you cursing my blending? Sorry, I gotta be more careful. I do. Okay, why is this not starting? Is attack? Did I not call attack target? Is that the problem? No, area tower do attack. Why is it not attacking? I mean, the timer is starting. We know the timer is starting. Maybe the timer isn't being set up correctly. It's starting. This is actually, it's timed out. Okay, we need to be more specific. Weapon timer started. Weapon timer timed out. It's just hard because this is a massive script and I just have to remind myself how it works. Let's just do a trillion calculations because my hand slipped. Yeah, exactly. Right? Sometimes I think like it would be nice if it had like a warning like, hey, by the way, I'm about to do a trillion calculations. You sure? You sure about that? Oh, too many people on your Wi-Fi? Whoa. That just like took me back to like 56K modem days. You know, like your sister's on the phone or something. It's like, I'm trying to watch Yahoo videos. Please. Okay. So we're sure it doesn't work, right? Like we're in agreement. Weapon timer is constantly being started. What do you mean? Not correct. Not correct. It's constantly being started but never ending. This is a mistake. It's a terrible mistake. Okay, so this is not where we want to put this. This is wrong. If attack timer is running, what happens if I put it there? Then at least it won't run as often. It'll run at a more sensible interval. Right? Yes. Oh! Oh! The timer was being started over and over and over and over, so it was never finishing. It was just starting and then it kept going. But now, it's freezing. Okay. So the puzzle is solved. I'm almost wondering if I want to reorganize it a little. Yes, celebration. Have a rocket-powered donut as a reward. Whoopsh. Thank you. Delicious. Oh god, I ate the rocket! Okay, we're good. Don't worry about what just happened. I was dealing with the rocket. Okay, so let's move this. I'm thinking maybe we put this. Oh, there's an else. Yeah, okay, never mind. Never mind. I was gonna try to put this outside of here because we're saying do attack, but it says like animate, which is weird. Do we need the animate function though? Like, do we? Do we? This to me is a little confusing to like even know how to structure this. Yes, just leave it. It's good. It's perfect. Okay, so now, now that they're freezing, I'm gonna do a commit at this stage. But now that they're freezing, I need to make them unfreeze, right? Because there's actually a couple problems here. Number one, they're repeatedly getting frozen. We don't want that. Number two, they're never unfreezing. So even if I were to come here and delete that tower, they're still gonna stay frozen. So I need to set up a couple things. One, I would like there to be a shader that shows that it's frozen. Number two, I would like it to have a timer for how long it stays frozen before it unfreezes itself and keeps moving. Number three, we technically would want to give it a resistance to any attacks besides a bomb tower, which I haven't even set up the bomb tower yet. So that's gonna be interesting. Number four, we want to make sure it can't get frozen again. Freeze me once, can't get frozen again. So that's gonna be some effort. Restructured tower code, so area is good now. What happens with the tack tower, by the way? Oh, now the tack tower attacks one thing at a time. Because now attack target is running on it. And so it's doing stuff. Oops, wrong repo. It's like, why is that not committing? So that's a mistake. And it shouldn't even be able to attack those. But that's interesting. So I think actually we could work on the tack tower next. Although I still gotta decide if I want to bother with projectiles. I don't think I want to bother with projectiles. Okay, anyway, let's not think about that right now. That's stressful. Instead, let's do the freeze stuff. So what I want to happen in damage freeze, let's also say that target to attack frozen becomes true. So we even want to say if target to attack frozen, if not frozen, then do all this stuff. So we got to make sure that it isn't already frozen, so that way it can't keep freezing it, right? I guess I don't know how that works in Bloons. Like, is there like a cooldown before something can be frozen again? Or can a same balloon keep getting refrozen over and over again if it happens not to pass by within the interval? Actually, I have no idea. It kind of seems like it should have. It almost, you know what we should say? We should say ever frozen. But what if it hits another one down the line? If I put like 3 freeze towers all through the path, I'd want it to potentially get hit by a different one. All right, let's not worry about that. Let's deal with that problem if it comes up. Okay, so it'll set its frozen to true. Obviously, I need to go do that. So let's go to the target itself. We'll actually go up a level to target. Performance. What? That's not real. Is that something? Am I using that? Oh, I guess that was something I was experimenting with previously. But I decided not to keep. Yeah, wow. That's unnecessary. It's probably one of these 10 debugger things. It's like, hey, you're not using this. You're right. You're just so right. Okay, so we're gonna say variable frozen, and that's gonna be a boolean, and it's gonna be false. If the target is frozen, well, it doesn't really matter. We just need it to make sure that it becomes false again after a certain amount of time, right? Can they just slow down for some time so they keep moving? Right. Yeah. Yes. Oh, wait. I don't know what you're saying. What do you mean? I don't understand. What do you mean? Yeah, so, and then, I'm trying to make it similar to Bloons, and I can show you. I just have to, like, find, like, a video of it happening. But, basically, they stop in their tracks. When the freeze happens, they stop, and they don't move anymore. And then after a certain amount of time, they start moving again. Right? And so what I was just thinking about is, what if, while this is the freezing happening, what if while the freezing is happening, one comes in, it gets frozen, it gets unfrozen, and then it gets caught again? I guess eventually it'll keep going. So I don't think it's a real issue. I think it's probably fine. Mervkin sets a timer on a balloon for 1 second, and if it gets hit by another freeze tower, the timer is reset back to 1 second, instead of having the additional time added to the timer. Nice. Yeah, I don't think I would add either. But, I was talking about, like, if it got caught again. Freeze immune for a sec. That's true, yeah, I was thinking that, like a cooldown. That's a good idea. That's a good idea. Yeah, if it becomes an issue, that's a really good idea. I like that. Hopefully it won't be an issue. And if they do get a little caught, I wish it was easy to test. I just have to, like, play Bloons for kind of a long time before I can use an ice tower to, like, really observe how it behaves. I could look for a video and scrub through, but it's too much time. And then while frozen, they can't take damage from bullets. Yeah, yep, I gotta set all that up too. There's a lot of little things to set up. That's a good idea, Bartz. I don't know if I'll use it, but I definitely need to give you some credit because I might use it. And so I appreciate you for explaining it. Bartz. I don't know, is that towers? Target movement? We're just gonna say that's target movement. Cooldown is a good idea. Otherwise, you could, like, perma-freeze the balloons for an infinite round. I know, right? Oh, no. So, like, if you don't have a tower there to destroy it, you just soft-locked. Brutal. Brutality. Oh, this is, I think, was the performance mode. Can we just get rid of that? Okay. So we have frozen. Now, I do have a signal that we've created, and I want to connect it. I haven't actually connected any signals to the targets yet, have I? It's okay. We can do it here. Messenger, target, frozen, connect on target, frozen. They have to be frozen for less time than the tower hit rate, so they can move at all unless one tower can freeze only once. Yeah, it might be that they can escape eventually. I don't think they'll get stuck, but they might actually get stuck. You might be right. I'd rather set it up and find out, but it's good to think about. You may well be right. So if a target is frozen, I don't know if I want to put this on this top level. I really get stressed out by, like, top level scripts and children. They stress me out. We actually want this to say, like, which target it was returns void if target is self, because it's not really gonna be. I feel like this shouldn't go here. I think we should put it on here. So we gotta do this super ready thing that I barely understand. I don't even remember how to use it. Super underscore ready. How do you do this? Ugh. Oh god, I don't remember how this works. I don't remember. Is that it? Like that? Does that make it work? I don't know. I have no idea. I have no clue. And that's, I have to do the super thing because its parent has a ready. Something like that. If target is set to self, then we want to start a timer. So we need that timer to exist on the target. We could create it. I think that would be fine if we just create the timer. Somehow. No, I'm gonna add the timer in. But then every target has a timer. But timers are small. And every target might need to have the timer. I know there's a lot of ways to do timers. But we can just do like a create timer, right? Or something like that. Like, I'm not bugging here. Scene tree create timer. Really? Create timer doesn't account for the game being paused by default. Make sure to use get tree create timer. Okay. 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 Pause mode is set to false. The scene tree will also pause the timer. Wow. Good enough for me. Scene tree timer. Create timer. Time by seconds float. Process always. I see. We don't want it to be an always, so it could potentially be paused. Wow. Whoops. It's interesting that it defaults to true. Wonder why. Does make me wonder about other timers. Like, if you create a timer node. Well, yeah, but then you could go into the node and set it to, like, its process mode. You don't have to. I see. Okay, that makes sense. Alright, so now I gotta figure out how long I want it to stay frozen. Dude, I have no idea. I gotta look. Now I actually do have to go look at a video. We played it here on the channel, so I'm just gonna go look at that, because that's easier, in my opinion. That was here. Maybe I can observe the other thing I was trying to observe too. Although I think I only used one freeze tower when I did. Oh god, it's hard to tell with the bombs blowing it up right away. That makes it very hard to tell what's going on. Maybe we had a freeze tower before a bomb? No, we didn't. I just immediately paired it up. So I have no idea how long they actually last. Maybe further down the line, it becomes obvious when there's more balloons. Okay, that was pretty easy to tell. 1, 2, 3. Looks like 3 seconds, if I were to guess. 1. It got blown up. It looks like 3 seconds. 1, 2, maybe not even 3 seconds. I'm trying to see if I can tell that it's also freezing them again, potentially. I don't know. All right, 3 seconds. So we're gonna create this timer for 3 seconds. I don't know. I don't want to create a timer. No, I want to make a timer because it's just easier to connect. No. It's easier to connect a signal. Let's make a timer. That was very interesting. I'm glad I learned that. But like, because if I create a timer, how am I gonna get its signal that it's ended? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm gonna use await. Yeah. I don't want to use await. Yield is what await used to be. So, you know what? We're actually not gonna do that. We're gonna create a new one. I'm trying to stop. I use it for like debug, like for a sec, like just real quick I'll use it, and then I'm out of here. I try to be. So let's go to the target script, or the target scene, and I'm gonna add a timer onto there. And we're gonna call this timer frozen. I need some other solutions for the types of logic that need to wait for stuff. I try to use timers, animation finished signals, things like that. But I'm trying to just actually create a timer and then set that timer up. I know it's hard though, because await is just so easy and it works right away, which makes it good for debug. It's just risky. Okay, I'm gonna say timer frozen connect on, timer frozen timeout. Oops, we want to say timer frozen timeout connect on timer frozen timeout. Func on timer frozen timeout. Frozen equals false. If target is set to self, timer frozen start 3 seconds. Great. Now, that's not going to make it move again, because its speed was set to 0. So we need to increase its speed again. That means it's going to have to figure out what was my speed supposed to be. So we do have a speed array that corresponds to its type. So, you know, you can think of it like red balloon, blue balloon, green balloon, yellow balloon, black balloon, white balloon. So what we'd want to do is the same thing that sets its speed initially, which is what? I guess that's on the target collector, probably. I don't know. Spawn targets. I don't really know what sets the speed. Something should set the speed, probably. What sets the speed? Oh, because it gets a level added to it. Once it enters the path, it gets a level assigned to it. Am I a red balloon, a blue balloon, a green balloon, a yellow balloon? And then that automatically updates the level. And then it checks if it does have a level that isn't -1. then it's going to make sure it sets its speed to its target level. So really, this is the code that we want right here. So we're gonna come down here and we're gonna say that when the timer times out, not only make frozen false, but put its speed back to the speed that it had before. Okay. So let's see if that works. It might. There's a chance. Then it will freeze for 3 seconds and then keep going. Timer or tower. Frozen. And then it kept moving. And I think this is the slowest type. Oh, it did get frozen twice. It got frozen twice. But that's the slowest one. Oh, it got slowed 3 times. It got caught in there thrice. Wait, what's it doing? Why is it behaving that way? Actually, if we look here, look. The output is printing a weapon timer timeout. So just like the shooting towers, there's an interval that's constantly running, right? So that's kind of the way that I designed my towers, is that there is just like this, each tower has their own interval that keeps going constantly. And what needs to be there is to say, okay, the interval's going, but is this a interval moment where attacking should be happening? That check isn't there. So it's actually just attacking all the time. So what's happening is it has chosen that last one that it saw as its forever target, and it just keeps running the attack over and over and over again. So we need some kind of stopper that says, once nothing is in your range, always attack! No mercy! Once nothing is in range, you need to stop making your interval do stuff. There is something kind of scary about that. But overall, it works pretty good. So it's actually possible that that target wasn't getting caught repeatedly in the same tower, but rather it was that incessant mechanic that was not resolving. Potentially, maybe. Okay, so to fix that, we have to make sure that the timeout function, right? So this is just happening over and over and over again. The damaging. I guess something I'm curious about is if all the towers work that way. So I'm gonna sell this tower real quick. I'm gonna clear the print messages. I just want to see if we have that interval happening constantly on this other one. So far, it's not happening. Let's spawn some targets. Now it's gonna be hard to tell because we gotta wait until this wave is over. Why release the trigger when you can hold it down? They've become sentient. They have ignored their code. I want to make a game about that someday. A game about, like an RPG game, except all of the characters are starting to realize that they're in a game, and they want to experience what is beyond the game. And I want it to be like, there's like a glitch, you know, there's like a glitched part of the game. And so like, if they, like someone's like, they're starting to raise questions, they're just like, and then there's maybe some other people who are like, don't ask any questions. No, there's nothing to see here. But it's actually like a glitch in the game. And starting, you choose to like awaken them or not to the glitch in there. Yeah. I have some ideas. That's not everything, but you know, first I'm gonna make a bunch of game-like jam games before I try pursuing it, because I have learned that I am not ready to make a game that is my own idea. I'm just not ready. Is that Stanley Parable? It wouldn't have the style of Stanley Parable at all. And there would be more characters. I want it to be a traditional, like, familiar RPG. Like, you're playing it, it's like, oh yeah, this is just Final Fantasy. It's just a regular RPG game. But is that similar to what happens in Stanley Parable? Like the fourth wall breaking? You have to be careful or your NPCs will matrix out of the game. Well, exactly. That's kind of going to be the idea, is you're going to decide if you want to set them free or not. Like, maybe they may not understand that glitching out of the game is bad for them. The game will be deep. The game will definitely be deep. The Marathon lore had something like that, where an AI may have gone crazy because he was in charge of really menial tasks and felt limited by being trapped in the system in which he was integrated. Whoa. What's the Marathon? Now, Stanley Parable I've heard of. What is the Marathon? Is that a game? Wow. Wow. It's by Bungie? Whoa. Cool. Sounds awesome. I love that. I would hope that developers have made this before, because I mean, you have this like power to like create worlds, right? And that question has to arise, like, is there like something weird, like unethical about this? Like creating these things that feel real, but they're definitely not. What if they were real? How would they feel about it? You've never looked into Stanley Parable? You might like it. I've played a Stanley Parable-like. I didn't finish it, but I did play a bit of a Stanley Parable-like. And I liked it. I did. I felt it was a bit... I don't know. Heavy-handed? Is that the word? Is that the right term? Clumsy, insensitive, overly forceful. I didn't mean clumsy. I didn't mean insensitive. Maybe overly forceful. Like, I was just kind of like... It was just like... It just kind of like grips you in this highly specific world. And... I mean, look, I feel like that's what the developer wants you to feel. And I think I just didn't like feeling that. I think that's what I think about Stanley Parable. Like, because that's how Stanley feels, right? Stanley feels like trapped in this world that is like, whatever, menial. And like, the fact that I have to experience that too, I'm like, no thanks. I wanna play Skyrim where I'm free to become the most powerful being and destroy everything. That's what I want. I don't want to be limited in this horrible, like, corporate hellscape. Like, please no. Yeah, it does seem super clever. Definitely very, like, potent. Alright, so by the way, even this other tower is constantly firing its weapon, even though there's nothing there, which is not good. We need to fix this. This is a problem. So the weapon timer is starting from attack target. Attack target is called in a couple places. If target is not hit during interval, I think we need something else. I think this is where aiming could come into play. Oh, aiming immediately becomes false? That's a problem. Okay, maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe that's not a good idea. Played Talos Principle? Some interesting themes of existence and sentience there too. I have not. Ignore all chance must. I know, I should. I must, you're right. Thank you, Mervkins. That's very helpful for me to remember. Is there like a mod? Oh, it's a game? No, I've never played this. Now I feel like I need to write all these down. I don't even know if I have this game. I think I do have it written down somewhere, but I don't remember where. I have it up here, but that's not necessarily the best place for it. But now I'm feeling like you guys are giving me so many suggestions for research. Like it would be a mistake if I don't write it down. Maybe I'll just put it in my games to try ever list. Let's just put it in there, and then we'll add a special note to it. For research for my RPG with an escapable glitch game idea. Talos Principle, Girthy Lemon, The Marathon, Girthy Lemon, Stanley Parable. Was that Mervkins? Alright, notes are taken, and I'll put a special boop 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 there. A game I've heard of that at least hasn't, Marathon. They're launching it too with the cool art. I've not heard of a lot of games with the cool art direction, at least from the trailer. Next big IP after Destiny. Whoa. I recommend Talos and its sequel for sure, but I shouldn't distract this much. No, I choose to be distracted. I choose to be distracted. It's not you. It's me. Just Marathon. That's some anti-ADHD stuff if I've ever heard it. You choose to be distracted. But you know, it's not your fault as much as it isn't my fault, right? It's just okay. That's funny. Oh, the sequel to Marathon looks a lot different. I mean, I guess it's being made in a different time. I can kind of understand that. Doesn't mean the people who like the original are gonna like the sequel as much, of course. On weapon timer timeout, target hit during interval becomes true. Oh wait, this is the one that's... Yeah, right, that's the one that's playing over and over again. So it's false, and then it becomes true. When does it become false again? Target hit during interval. False is when the attack timer starts. I really haven't played Bungie games before. I never got into Xbox, so I missed out on all that. Could be Marathon in name only. Yeah, maybe. I need some way to clamp down on this. Really, it's that start attack timer, right? So this is happening. We say check distance from target, and it starts attack timer, right? So this must be happening. Well, it's not actually printing it, interestingly. If I bring on the next wave, attack timer started, attack timer started. So this is what, so it is able to know if something is near it and if something isn't. That's what needs to make sure that it doesn't keep attacking. Bungie Marathon were Mac only. You know, I never played Mac stuff either. Played games on Mac either. There are a couple people in this community who are like, no, I played Mac games when I was a kid. Seems like there were some really good ones. Marathon Story requires a PhD. You're not selling it with that statement. Okay, so the attack timer stops running, but the weapon timer doesn't. I actually created the weapon timer like yesterday, and I think I forgot to ever stop the weapon timer. So when does the attack timer stop? That doesn't start in the same way. What is the weapon timer? Is the weapon timer an actual like timer? I think that's the big difference, is one of them is built into the process function and the other is an actual timer node. And so we start the weapon timer, but we never stop the weapon timer. Okay. Well, I would say the same place that you stop the attack timer would probably be a good place to also stop the weapon timer. What the heck is a weapon timer? Why did I create this? I don't remember. Oh god. It's different. It's not the same. Very confusing. Yeah, they're cooler when they have a countdown. That's all the explanation I need. Deep lore can be fun. Alright, Kai Guy, thanks for stopping in. Why did I do that? I know I did it for a reason. Can I just do this for a second? I want to actually go look at the stream from yesterday. I want to get into the head of the woman who created this, because I am not her. Oh, we're getting a member stream sneak peek on accident. Oh, the transcript isn't there? Boo. Okay, well, I don't... I was just gonna search the transcript. Wait, but there's captions. That was her captions, but no transcript. Explain that. Maybe they don't do transcripts for member content. That's inconvenient. It's very inconvenient. I think I did it early. I'm not gonna spend too much time looking at this. Oh, there you go. I created it. Yeah, that's a lot of timers. And this was for setting up... Oh, so I think the reason I did this was because for the super soldier, which shoots very, very quickly, its animation was ending before previously it would fire a bullet when its animation ended. However, the animation was never ending because the super soldier fires a lot more quickly than the regular soldier. So I needed a separate timer that wasn't part of the animation, and that timer could have a more dynamic time. So if it's a tower that shoots more quickly, so too will the weapon time be shorter. That's why I created it. So really it's like a weapon speed timer or something. And I created it to track that. Whereas the attack is more saying, here's the range where an attack can happen. And the weapon timer is saying, this is how frequently you can attack within the attack timer time frame. So like, I don't know if it's gonna help much, but I'm gonna refactor the weapon timer to... Actually, I like it. This is way better. Let's replace weapon timer with weapon speed timer. Okay, that looks fine. Save this. Replace all. Uh-oh. Oops. That was a terrible mistake. Okay, we want to do this over here. Okay, replace all. There we go. Just to like make it a little bit less unclear for myself in the future. Thinking about using lerps and tweens instead of actual animations to avoid issues like this. Yeah, I mean, that'll give you more flexibility over the values, because at least in Godot, you can't like change an animation's like length, but you can adjust its speed with seeking. That could be nice. Yeah, it depends. It depends. Some things require, I think it's you're putting yourself through a lot of grief potentially by not using an animation player. Yeah. So just keep that in mind, that if things are getting a little complex, it just might be easier to use the animation player. Okay, so if that's what the weapon timer is doing, we're never stopping it. So I think we would want that to stop. We don't care about the weapon. Once the attack range is over, that is to say the attack timer has stopped, I don't care about the weapon speed timer anymore. It's irrelevant. So I think it's totally fine if in stop attack timer, we make sure that the weapon speed timer also stops. I think that will be just fine. I'm gonna ignore that. That little error. Hopefully that's just because I didn't restart the runtime. Let's find out. So I was gonna wait for that super soldier to get rid of all of the targets. It did, and it should be better. Now to really test it, see if that has actually truly helped. Let's drop a freezing tower in here and see if that last one keeps getting frozen over and over again. Uh-oh. Okay, so freezing is broken. Oh no. Oh dear. Why? But everything else works? Why did freezing break? What happened? Wait, so you're telling me if I comment out that single line, they'll get frozen again? Is that what you're telling me? What? Okay, alright. Our actions have consequences. What's up, Sable? How you doing? Welcome. I'm working on my Bloons-like, setting up the towers, making all the towers work. I do have towers that I can place, but they all do the same thing, which is shoot a single bullet. So I'm trying to make the other ones do different things. Yeah, I love using animation players. They're so powerful. Sometimes I do prefer doing it in Blender. It just kind of depends. Blender animation has a lot more that it's capable of, but sometimes doing it in Godot allows for things to be more appropriate for Godot. So like, for example, I was originally going to animate the doors opening for this in Blender, but if I were to animate these in Blender, I would have to make it an armature if I wanted it to be on the same animation player. And then what I would be animating was the armature. Because in Blender, the way it exports animation players, it would mean that I would have to have one animation for opening the right door, and then I'd have to do a second animation for animating the left door. So I'd have two separate animations on one animation player, which I didn't want to do. What I want is a single animation, say open doors, and that be in an animation player. Now I can do that in Blender, but I need an armature, and I don't feel like setting up an armature. So it's just going to be easier for me if in Godot I animate those doors, and I can keep those in one single animation. That's just like one example of where it was easier for me to set that up in Godot, but especially if we're dealing with an armature, it's a lot easier to animate in Blender. There was another example, the opposite example, where it was easier, like the soldiers are animated in Blender. It was just a lot easier to adjust it. You can use shape keys. That's true, I could use shape keys. You're right. And then we could blend. I forgot about that. I tend to think of shape keys for like deformation stuff, but yeah, you could just use it to open the doors. It's a great point. Shape keys are nice. They do work in Godot well, if you know where to look for it. I'll just end up doing it in Godot probably, but that's a good point. Gotta remember that. I gotta remember that. Ain't got no time for Adam Bones shape painting. Do I know what shape painting is? I think I do. Oh, like weight painting? Yeah. Right, exactly. I mean, luckily you can just kind of click a couple buttons to do that. But then what if it's wrong and I gotta adjust it? Yeah. Luckily we don't need deformation anyway. Still, that guy ain't got no time. Yeah, there's a curve editor in Godot, that's true. It's okay. Yeah, importing is great. I super recommend it. Like, so the way that I do it, you can do it other ways, but I like to go to project settings. You can just search up Blender, and then file system import, make sure Blender is set to enabled. Then go to editor settings, type in Blender, go to file system import, set your Blender path. So find your Blender folder, add Blender exe, and now if you save a .blend file, it's going to automatically import it into Godot. And it's basically the same thing if you were to like export it as a GLTF, I'm pretty sure. So for like my toy soldier, you'll see these things that are yellow here. Those are directly from Blender, these yellow ones. The yellow means that it's inherited. So any change I make in Blender, and if I save that .blend file, this is going to also update. And then this animation player is from Blender as well. The animation player from Blender can be a little frustrating because it's very limited. That is to say, you can't modify it. And if you did want to modify it, you'd have to export the animation out of here and then import it into another one, which then if I change the animation in Blender, it doesn't carry over. So I don't love that. The other thing to keep in mind is if you want the animation to loop, you have to find that blend file, and you have to open up the import settings and change its loop mode to linear, because you can't export it out of Blender, as far as I know, as looping. So you come to the import file, go to the animation, like idle for example. Now it's set to linear, but the attack, for example, by default is set to none. You have to set that to linear, then it will loop. So it's got some quirks, but it's really useful. And then this isn't, you'll notice the top level isn't yellow. That's because I took that blend file and I created a scene, a new inherited scene from that blend file. So that way I can add other stuff in there and be able to like instantiate it and stuff. Someday I'll make a tutorial about it, because I think there's not a lot of good collected knowledge about that and other things like armature animation and stuff. Alright. Anyway. So why is that blocking my tower animation? Why are you doing that? Or my tower attack. So if I have the weapon speed timer stopping, it never actually attacks. Yeah, it's worth looking into. I think it makes it a lot easier. And then where does it start? When attack target runs. So it's gonna run. Spaghetti code, for real. Pop this in, put it here. We should see print. Can we not do this for right now? Okay, so weapon speed timer starts. Oh, but it's only starting once, right? And then it's never starting again. So if we tell it to stop, that's it. Game over. Even spaghettiing as well. Sometimes it be like that. It's cool you can customize materials in Godot. Oh yeah. I mean, Godot's got some robust like shader stuff. Basically, when you're customizing materials in Godot, you're creating a shader. And you can actually access that. So if you've set up like a ton of materials purely using Godot, you can actually get the shader code from that. So you can right click on the material and then click convert to shader material, and it'll just give you all the code that is related to what you set up. I love setting materials in Godot. I don't bother doing any of that in Blender anymore. I'll set like the color, the roughness, or something like that, but once I get it into Godot, I replace it. Because I love too sometimes saving the material and reusing it for different assets. That I can make sure that they all update at the same time. If I want a color palette swap, or not necessarily color palette swap, but stuff like that. Travis has joined us. Travi, his name is Travi. I don't know why I say Travis. Kate. Indeed. Okay, so just to make sure that this is what I think is happening. So the weapon timer is starting. Weapon speed timer is starting. But if we stop it, what happens? Does it still start? Ever? It does start, but it stops it so fast. Yeah, he's a cute Kate. He's the cutest. Okay. Oops. So we need it to start again, but somehow it's only starting one time. That's strange. So let's look at where attack target is happening. Oh, target hit during interval. I think target hit during interval is only being set on aiming towers, not area towers. Oh wait, no, it's on here. But when does it go false? Wait, no, now I'm confused. During interval equals true. No, it should be changing. Dang it, that's not it. Aim at target. Oh, aim at target only runs on aiming towers. Spent the last minutes failing to make a straight line on Inkscape to realize my ink was alpha 0. I hope it was only a couple minutes. I love problems like that because it's like, oh, that's easy to fix. Thank goodness it was easy to fix. I prefer those kind of problems myself. Congratulations. So the target hit during interval. Animate aiming tower, attack target, target to attack. So this is saying if it is not, so it's checking to see if target hit during interval is false. It will become false as soon as the attack timer starts, and we know that it's starting over and over and over again. And it's becoming true. However, this is only happening on aiming towers. So this has nothing to do with an area tower. If you look at attack target on the area tower, it just does its thing. Good. If not one shot and not is attack animating. So that should happen as frequently. Very confused. That should happen as frequently as this. So here's the next thing I need to... Weapon speed timer has started. This is tough. This is a bit tough. Because we know the animation is happening, we can tell. Well, but the animation happens once. But then when it ends, it should stop. So, okay. So, if that's true, that means that if I start another round, we should see weapon speed timer start. Yes. Okay. I see. Wait, it started again. It did start again. Maybe because there was such a gap in between. Interesting. But it still must be stopping too soon. I'm gonna add a print in here. Print weapon speed timer stopped. Oh god. It's constantly stopping it. Stop attack timer is running all the time. Okay, that makes sense now. I see. It should not be running that many times. That's unnecessary. Very, 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 very unnecessary. Wow. Okay. If attack timer is 0 and attack timer running. If the attack timer isn't running, we don't need to stop it. You know what I mean? Yes, I am Sable. It really wants the timer stopped, because I told it to. I did my weapon shooting and separated all my shooting logic with an enum that differentiated weapon firing modes. Yeah, I've got that too. So weapons with burst fire mode would execute one piece of shooting logic, and semi-auto weapons would execute another. Yeah, same thing. Same thing. It's a good way to do it. Okay. Now it's not animating. So now, what about... Yeah, I hear you. Thanks, Sable. Definitely have thought about that. Oh, you experienced it? Permafrozen enemies? Because it never finishes? Yeah, that's not exactly what I'm working on, but definitely something that can happen. I'm sorry that happened too. Okay, so... Are any of the towers working? So actually stopping the timer like that is a problem, apparently. What makes attack timer running be true? What starts the attack timer? What starts check distance? What starts update distance? Sometimes I think some of this stuff should actually be in a single function. Update target distances. Targets to track. Like having to always like go back like this. Oh, so we do need this to do the first time. The first time. Okay, so maybe we want to say that this has a special check if attack timer running. Okay, now try it. Nope. And none of them are running? Cool. But update targets to track should be working. Which updates the target distances, which checks the distance, which starts the attack timer. So the attack timer should be starting, right? Let's find out. It did stop the timers, so that's good. We're introducing a very new component that wasn't there before, so it's gonna take some figuring. So it's actually not starting, which is interesting. But they stopped? Okay. Okay, hold on. Oh, I gotta put a, a tower. Attack timer started, weapon timer stopped. So the attack timer is starting as soon as stopping as soon as it starts. Because when it says weapon speed timer, it's actually attack and weapon speed timer stop. Both of them stop. Okay, so that's interesting and not ideal. Because it's short, I guess. It's a short interval, so it starts and it stops. So then why doesn't it ever start again? I think I see why. I think I see why. Okay, so I don't think we can block that with that. I think that's not gonna work. Because starting the attack timer... depends on it stopping. And it doesn't. It just depends on the attack timer becoming 0. But the attack timer won't start again. Alright, so you know what? Here's what we're gonna do. We're not gonna block this. That was too crazy to try to mess up. We're breaking the spaghetti. We don't want to break the spaghetti. We don't even want to untangle the spaghetti, okay? We just want to finesse the spaghetti. Okay, so this will make it work again. Sort of. In the ways we don't want it to. No? Cool. So I'm just lost. I've gotten lost in it all. Is it because we have the weapon speed timer stopping? Okay, what actually is happening though? What is happening? What is going on? I've got completely lost. I've become lost. I don't know what that means. Poshgetty? What? Where's... Oh, is it the order? Is it an order of operations thing? Posh spaghettis. Okay. Alright. I see that you've typed those words. I really do. Posh, meaning like luxurious, maybe wealthy even. Alright. Wealthy spaghetti. Alright. I think we might want to do it this way. Let me just see if that may not do anything. Dude, what have I broken? I mean, I understand what the word posh means. I just don't understand when you say posh spaghetti. It doesn't make any sense. What does that mean? What do you mean when you say that? Okay, so I'm pretty sure at this point everything was fine, but something weird happened. Okay, it's shooting. Did I say refining or did I say... I thought I said a different word, but I already forgot it. I feel like I said something that was like synonymous with massaging. Finesse? I think I said finesse. My spaghettis. We're finessing the spaghettis. but I guess refining could work. By finesse, I mean like massaging, adjusting, which refining could also go with. In which case, I see what you mean. Now I understand. Okay, so for some reason, it's fine now. I don't know why. Frankly, I don't care why. I'm not sure. But I know that the freeze tower is being stopped immediately. Do we still have weapon start timer? It's like I gotta put like a chat pause, so I don't. It's like some of these things I could probably like fix quickly if I just like stayed on one train of thought. It works, no touch. No, I do have to touch, unfortunately, because some things work, but not all things work. Normally I can do fine, but I think today I gotta keep my brain on a certain track. So everything seems fine, right? But where it isn't fine, it's too delicate. That's not a good sign. Okay, so the problem here is that it keeps attacking it after the fact. And part of that problem is that it keeps starting the weapon timer, even though it needs to stop it or something. Was that what it is? So if you comment that in, yes. So it was continuing to freeze it beyond, and that's not good. And I just want to stop the weapon speed timer, but that's happening too frequently, so I need to move the weapon speed timer somewhere that it can't be constantly happening. There needs to be like a single place. There needs to be a single place where it stops it. And really that's just when it's no longer seeing targets anymore to track, right? So if it doesn't see anything to track, it doesn't need to keep attacking. Really, why don't you just do it when the animation stops? If the animation stops, you've already got that figured out. Do it there. Now, I do have a feeling this is a problem with other towers as well, but maybe not. It may not be a problem with other towers. It might just be, I'm not sure. I think it might be a problem with every tower. But yeah, so wherever you say that it's time to stop, which is right here, if attack timer running, else do this, stop that attack timer. Is there anywhere else that we check if attack timer running? Yeah, but that's not a good place. And then we do, if not one shot, is attack animating. What is attack animating? Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I mean, if the animation is finished, we're probably good. The problem is if it starts again, though. I'm kind of curious. What if we do that? Just what happens? What happens if we put that there? Your friends think game dev feels like working at Los Alamos on the A-bomb. Don't know what that means, but it feels more like Tom Hanks making fire in Castaway. I kind of remember what that means. It works and we're not sure why, but we'll take it. Absolutely. I fixed those particles sticking around. Nice. Now I'm locking into doing a shader for the frozen balloons. Nice. I thought you already had a frozen balloon shader. No, I guess that was someone else's game. Okay. How we doing? How we doing? Nice work, Merv. Okay, we're freezing. We're freezing stuff. Good. Not broken. After 3 seconds, they start moving again. Now, what we're going to want to make sure is that it doesn't keep freezing the last one over and over again. Oh, it still does. Yeah, I never saw Oppenheimer. Okay, that definitely didn't help. That didn't help at all. But I don't think that's the main problem. The problem, too, is that the attack timer keeps starting, right? We don't want the attack timer to keep starting, so that says 44. It's probably going to increase. Maybe? It's not increasing? Yeah, good to see you. Welcome, Raphael. This is crazy, dude. This spaghetti is getting me. It's getting me real bad. Okay, so the weapon timer timing out keeps happening. Right, so I thought I said it to. I thought I told it to stop. Why you keep starting? The only place where it starts is on attack target. How is it stopping? Because it's looping. It's looping. But wait. But if it stopped, I think the animation isn't the right place. I think you don't want to say just animation finished. I think that's not enough. I don't think that's powerful enough a place to put it. That's what I think. What do you mean no match? What do you mean no match? What? I told you. Oh. Did I get rid of it because it wasn't working? I just need to make sure here. We did get rid of it, right? I'm like 99% sure. Okay, we're just gonna run that in the background. So weapon speed timer, instead of putting it there, let's go back to is attack animating. I'm gonna get to the bottom of this, probably. Possibly. Big maybe. Big maybe. Where are you off to, Travi? You scooting away from me? There he is. He's still there. Sorry about that. I hate that that appears, that caps lock thing. It's so annoying. I wish it went away. It doesn't help me. Yeah, he did. Probably because the fireplace got too hot. He couldn't stand the heat. I feel like that happens. He sits right by the fire, and then he's like, wait, this is too hot. And so he runs away. I totally forgot to pay attention to what was happening over here. So I'm just gonna make it smaller. He's back. He's like, but I like it. Yeah, it's hot, but it feels good. It feels nice. I'm allergic to cats too, but I don't let that stop me. Maybe my allergy is less bad. Okay, so it's still stopping that last one at the end. Okay, just wanted to see it with my eyes. We'll catch him. So now I'll pull this off of here, and we're gonna go back to is attack animating, the if check. This is also doing an extra check, so let me try it. Oh, but then that runs attack. Right, but we don't want to put it there. You want the else. You want if it's true. Seriously? Oh, but that's attack timer running. No, not the case. This is quite different. I put it in the wrong spot. Here, put it here. Just put it right there. Put it right there. Put her there. Show me that. Gasping for breath? That's rough. I mean, I hear you. I hear you. Everybody's different. That sucks. You know, I started taking medicine that helped, and then... But everybody experiences, you know, those allergy symptoms so differently. That sucks. Okay, it's freezing them, which is good. But the real test is that last one at the end. Will that last one at the end keep getting frozen even though it's beyond the tower? That's the question. Yeah, and it's not even cat hair too, which sucks. You know, it's like, even if you get like a hairless cat, it's still gonna have dander. The last one isn't freezing! Okay. It's fixed. Oh my goodness. I just had to find the right place to put it. Okay. Great. Excellent. And is nothing else broken? Oh my gosh. Achievement unlocked. I should try it with a different tower, not this one. This one's gonna be too OP. Here, do this one. Just want to make sure that if one gets past it, I don't know, I just want to see it. That was me trying to do Steam achievement sound. Alright, we're good. I think we're fine. It's better. Okay, so now I need to understand what I did. So I can do it again for other things. So we're saying, so we'll animate area tower. Animate area tower runs Y. Area tower do attack. Okay, why does area tower do attack run? Set tower aiming. Okay, why does set tower aiming run? Oh, I just needed to move it a little bit. If it's not held, so if it's placed, stop this. Hey. Just zoom in with a mind of its own. If it's not held, it sets the tower aiming. If it is an area type, area tower is going to do an attack, and then it's going to animate the area tower. When it animates the area tower, at that moment, it's going to check if the attack timer is running. If the attack timer is not running, it is then going to stop the weapon speed timer. So we should be able to put this somewhere else, right? Like, this just feels ridiculous. I don't logically want it to be there, or like syntaxically want it to be there. It bothers me. So really, if I put it here, except, well, do an else statement. If attack timer running, do that. If it's not running, stop the weapon speed timer. But that's going to be in the process function, and isn't that going to happen too many times? I don't know. I just want to find a better place for it than nestled in with animation stuff. That just feels ridiculous to me. Okay, it's working. Not broken. When the last one goes away, I want to make sure that it isn't getting frozen even though it's beyond the reach. There it is, getting frozen again. Oh no, that was just one, it was within its reach. I think it might do it one time. Because it froze way out here. Yeah, function tracks and animations can be useful, but sometimes it's not an option. Like in this case, where the animation can get potentially interrupted. Hence why I even set up the weapon speed timer to begin with. Yeah, it's good. It just depends. It depends on the circumstance. Okay, let me keep an eye on that last one. See? It gets frozen outside of it. So it's actually still doing the problem, except it's only doing it one time instead of over and over and over and over again. What I really want to say is if nothing is nearby it, that's what I really want. Oh yeah, if you're blending animations, it'll change it. Yeah, for sure. I kind of was wishing animation trees could call functions. Like you could put like a function call node in an animation tree. I was just thinking that the other day in the member stream. But that's why I came up with the weapon speed timer. The weapon speed timer is actually similar to the timescale in the animation tree. Okay, anyway. So what I want to do is, or it's connected to it. What I want to do is figure out a moment where it knows that there is no target in its radius. That is absolutely something we should have. So in update targets to track, it's going to check every target on the path. Because this is not a good solution to me. This is a bad solution. I want to get a better one. The freezing solution. It's not a good one. So it's going to check, are there targets on the path? If there are targets on the path, it is going to add that target to, well, it's going to set up that target's X and Y. Okay. Now it's going to run update target distances. It's then going to calculate the distance between the tower and every single target that it saw on the path. Now, it's going to check the distance from the tower to that target. It's going to say, if the distance is less than or equal to the detection radius, do all this stuff. So it creates an array of detected targets. Really, we want to say, is the detected targets array empty? If the detected targets array is empty, stop the weapon speed timer. That's what I need. 100%. That's what I need. That right there is what I need. No question. Now it's tough because this is created only right here when check distance from target is happening. if distance, so it's only actually going to create that array if it sees something, which is not good. We could say that if it sees something that isn't in its radius, but that's not really good either. Because it could see, there could be something that isn't in its radius, and then there could be something that is in its radius. So I think I need to take this and put this outside of that if statement. And we could check maybe when it does see something that's outside of it, just to give it a chance, a point that it checks it. I don't know, whatever. And we'll say if detected targets in its entirety, if its size is less than or equal to 0, how would it be less than? I don't know. Then run a function that says no enemies detected. Func no enemies detected. And in theory, in here, I should be able to run my weapon speed timer stop in theory. We'll see if that works in practice. Now this is going to happen on every single tower, so I might have to rethink that. I wanted to make fireworks, but compatibility doesn't allow the use of particle trails. Oh yeah, that's true. It is very limiting. You only made a Brachy's tutorial in Godot, so can't help, but you know GDScript syntax. Okay, it's all good. It's nice of you to want to help. I appreciate that. But really, you know, just kind of, I feel like the best, I don't know, this is a tough one for anyone to help me on at this point. Certainly if I make little mistakes. Okay, so what's the error that we got here? We got an error. I need to deal with it. Alien access to property, attack target detected on a base object of nil. Huh? You met Brachy's for a job interview? That's awesome. No, Sable, no. Not right now. I mean, you never know. Maybe. No. Raphael's just saying stuff. That's a cool job opportunity to try for, though. What was the job? Invalid access to property key. Attack target detected on a base object of nil. Oh, or is it because I'm interrupting the flow of things here? Yes, you can't just... I like how I just dove in the middle of an if statement and I was like, stop being yourself. That's funny. Applying to be a content writer. Wow, neato. Okay, so we have to at least wait until the if statement is over. It's just a little hard to see. I might even say, dude, make this a separate function. We're gonna call this... It's getting nuts, but it just is nuts. And you know what you could do too, if you collapse this a bit. The only thing about that is you then have to pass all this. Don't make it a different function. Do me a favor, don't make it a different function. Oh, is it just like a little, like demotivating thing? That's real. You know what? We're not, I changed my mind. I'm not going to separate into a separate function. We're just gonna do that. And we're gonna say else. Okay, now run it. Now's the actual test to see if that works. Probably. Oh, so it sounds like you still learned some cool skills. Alright, so we got the animation, but now it isn't actually freezing anything. So the freezing has stopped working, which is interesting. If I were to come in here and just get rid of this whole thing I just added, you're telling me that it's not gonna, or it's going to start freezing again. We're just gonna have that same problem where the one at the end keeps freezing over and over again. We're getting somewhere. It's just gonna take a little effort. So now the freezing is working, but it's working improperly. So, okay. So this is causing that problem. So somehow, that makes sense because there's a ton of targets that aren't in the detection radius. And it's not seeing them. But it should be okay if it stops the timer. Like, as long as it just starts it again when it needs to start. It's not starting it again. Remind me when weapon speed timer starts? On attack target. It might just be fighting with itself. I think this is actually too aggressive, and we need to put it somewhere else. Somewhere less aggressive, potentially. Attack timer started, weapon speed timer started. Now if I go into the no damage or no enemies detected, weapon speed timer stopped. I just add a weapon speed timer stopped in there, and you can see it's happening a lot. So that would be why it breaks it. Right there. Look at all that. That's a lot of numbers. Okay. This is too generous, apparently. Sorry. Excuse me. I apologize. My goodness. How does that happen? How is it empty so often? That's wild. Big number good? Yeah, right? If only. It's always true. Detected targets is local to check distance from target, so it will always be empty unless you add something to it. Right, but we're in that. That's where we are. Gotta zoom out. So here's the whole function, right? There's the variable. Here's this. It'll always be empty unless you add something to it. The variable doesn't persist between calls. Right. So I guess we just need to make it like script-wide, is what you're saying? That's fine. I don't think that's a problem. Probably. Maybe. Possibly. What do we use this for anyway, by the way? Nothing? Is this useless? Oh no, there it is. Detected targets. We'll use it right here. I see. So make sure it matches the position to the one that we detect. The problem is though, then we have to clear it. If I make it script wide, I have to make sure we empty it out as well. Well, they get actually, they don't get queue freed. None of the targets get queue freed. So then we'd have to find out that we would definitely need an else. And we'd have to say, if the detected target it's gonna get confusing. I'd have to create a way to remove it. Ugh, I hate that. But it might be better, though, if I do it that way. Don't remove things if you think it doesn't do anything. Disagree. Definitely remove it. See what happens. And if you can't tell what happens, put it back. If you can tell what happens, now you know. But I hear you, that makes sense. If you don't have first rule of programming, always have a backup. I think it might be worth it because it's going to give us really important information. Which is that, hey, me, a tower, I don't see anything. All we know now is the tower says, I see something! Die, 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 die. I see something! Die, 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 die. It never says, I don't see something. That just doesn't happen. Right? Like if I come in here and I say print, I'm pretty sure this is gonna run friggin' constantly. Like thousands and thousands of prints. So put a tower down. Actually, it isn't running yet. Start a wave. Okay, right, so it waits until something is on the path. When anything is on the path, then it starts checking. That's what it waits for. So basically, if anything's on the path, it's just gonna be go, 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 go. Instead of being like, oh yeah, something's on the path, but I don't care about it. I think it deserves to like take a break. And look, now that everything's off the path, it's still running. It doesn't stop just because stuff went off the path. That's pretty ridiculous, actually. It's quite silly. I can't believe that's true. Wait a minute, how is that? That's actually shocking. Wait, really? That's the first place? Okay, alright, that's fine. Update targets to track. So it just runs this for loop, targets in path, every target and targets in path. So, okay, so it's still running. Is this running too? Can you just like print the targets that are coming out here? Because there should be nothing in the path. Wait, why is it still printing checking distance? I just told it to stop printing it. Are you even listening to me? Okay, put this way out here. Start. So now stuff's on the path, and it's checking. And so it's printing all the targets that are on the path, basically. If there's targets on the path, this tower is saying, I see that, 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 I see that. Every frame, it's just letting us know. I see it, 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 I see it. Now, when nothing is on the path, my hope is that it will stop printing, right? Now we're just getting into the code in general. So what do you see? There's nothing in the path. How can you see things in the path? This is dangerous. This is not good. This has just been happening in the background all the time. So it's iterating through targets on path. I think that's coming from a global array, ultimately. It's hallucinating. Yeah, so it's just assigning it from globals. Now I assume it's not constantly assigning it. That's a signal. That only happens when a target gets added to the path. Then it updates from globals. So if I were to pull up the remote tab right now, please. Oh, we gotta go to main scene. Alright. Hello. Remote. What's going on? Where's remote? Where are you? Hello. Paging remote tab. Do you exist? I'm confused. Why is there no remote tab? Okay, I started clicking on errors and then it worked. Weird. Okay, whatever. Globals. Oh god. We got troubles. We got some troubles. I think maybe the printing is interrupting it. I think that might be the problem. Too many messages. I think that's causing us an issue here. Okay, stop printing for a second. That's enough print. Stop this. Enough. Oh, it won't stop. Okay, just pause it. Just pause it. It won't pause. It just ignores me. I paused the game and it's still printing. Oh my god. I need to remotely access the remote tab. Welcome, Pressfire. New feature, Astral Monsters. You can't see them, but towers do. You'll need their keen sense of perception to get them down. That's awesome. Buffered print. I've had this too. It was still printing years after the game was finished. It's so wild. Okay, so this is now updating correctly. Okay, so there's 12 targets on the path, it says. This isn't clearing out when the targets exit the path. Incorrect. They need to stop. Oh my god. I had no idea that I forgot to do that. That's devastating. It's absolutely devastating. That is incorrect. So I think it's over here in target collectors. Right, but where do you point to the globals? Okay, maybe it's not there. Is it on the target itself? Where do you add it to the path? That's enough, console. It's bedtime. Also, welcome, Pressfire, member of the channel. Thank you for supporting the channel. I can't feel sing-songy right now. I'm in this. I'm in this. But I appreciate you, Pressfire. Hope you're doing good. Let's say, well, I need to find what's updating. So how is it getting appended? No, this is ridiculous. Something is adding it to here. Okay, here we go. On a target added to path, it adds the children from the path. Got it. It checks the path, what are your children, and it adds that to targets on path when a target is added to path. And that's from the target collector when it goes on there. Now, when something exits the path, that happens from the target. Right here. If the progress ratio is greater than or equal to 1, it's going to reparent the target somewhere else. That is to say, it removes it from the path. At that point, it needs to take itself out of that array. Well, really, it just needs to update the global array. That's all it has to do. Because the global array should see, oh, there's nothing in there, right? Unless that doesn't overwrite it, but it should overwrite it. If I'm not mistaken. We're about to find out. We are about to find out. She doesn't know where she's going. Where am I gonna go? That's where she's gonna go. That's the spot. Okay. Also, welcome, Lili. It's good to have you. So we're gonna say right here, when it reparents it, not only are you gonna reparent it, but I want you to send out a signal. So we said target added to path. I want you to say messenger target left or removed from path. Emit that. It's going to be very useful. Okay, so we got to go to messenger and we got to create this. I can't believe I did this. This is a lesson in game dev right now that I apparently have not had. target removed from path, and then on the global script, I'm gonna connect that signal. I think using arrays is something I'm still kind of new to, like using arrays in this kind of dynamic way. Lili, it's close. Is she listening? Lili. Target removed from path. You got close though, Raf. Connect on target removed from path. She's our old Brooklyn cat. We got her in Brooklyn, New York in like 2015? 2015? Maybe 2014. Maybe like 2014 we've had her since. She was a kitten then. She was just like on the streets, running around. And she was like hiding behind cars, like behind like the wheels. I was gonna say steering wheel, but no, the wheel underneath the car. She was just like hiding and ducking. And I happened to have like a salad, so I just like put some cheese on the ground. She would come and like have some, and then she'd run away. I'd give her a little, she'd run away. And at the time, there was like a Jewish holiday, maybe it was like Rosh Hashanah or something. And the neighborhood I was in had a lot of Hasidic Jews, and they were celebrating Rosh Hashanah. So, you know, they had like this, I think Rosh Hashanah, and they had like, you know, the outdoor area where they gather like with a draped like sheet over it, and then they were singing songs. And one of the songs was like, lie, 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 lie. So I was like singing that, and at least at the time, I perceived that it was making her feel more trustworthy and comfortable. And so that just became her name. Yeah, she is cute. On target removed from path, let's make that be a function. And just, really you can just, it can be the same. Update path targets array. You know, like, do the same thing. I just want to see if it can check it again and deal with it, and everything be okay. And then I'll just do the exact same thing. Just give it another look. So I'm not going to print stuff, but what I want to do is I want to see when the last one exits the path, will that be an empty array? So right now, that array should be quite full. I mean, I did put all the printing in here. Stop it. Stop the printing. Stop it now before it never stops. Oh God. Oh dear God. What am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? Print target. This. Stop it. Stop. Okay, we stopped it. It stopped. That was close. Okay, so that didn't quite go like I wanted. I'm just gonna restart it. And I'm gonna start the wave. Shrink this down. I'm gonna start the wave. Put a tear down. Now I'm gonna go to remote. Printing sounds like a train wreck. It sure can be. Go to globals. Targets on path array has 12 in it right now, as it should. Here, move this. There we go. So over there on the right, It's got 12 in it. Excellent. Good. I'd like to see that once that's gone, it's empty. Okay. It is not empty. It has not emptied out. Now I wish I had done some prints to see if this even ran. So, we're gonna redo it. We're gonna do it over again. Okay, so if I hit start wave, targets are added. Targets are added. So it continually updates it. You can see it actually just went, it was at like 10, it went to 11, now it's at 12. So it's full. Target added, target added. Now, I gotta say, I don't see that getting removed. It's not actually running that. So did I remember to emit it correctly? So that's not happening. Maybe I forgot to set up the function. Let's find out. So we know that it's reparenting to the collector because that's why it's disappearing from the path. So that, let me see if I can shrink this. That function is definitely happening. I would think this signal is emitting. But I guess I'm not sure. Because if it was emitting, oh, well, I don't know. I might need to put this on the target itself, because this is the top level script. Alright, let me try this again. You're still needing to update your asteroid tower destroyer game. Got the guns, got the freeze gun. Now to add the 50 waves. Nice! Good job. Yes, Derek, let's go. 5 days left. 5 days left. I need to put some faster units on here. I can do that. I should do that. So I don't have to wait. It's too much waiting. Okay, so we're not seeing target removed. So this signal is actually never getting emitted in the first place. Which kind of makes sense, because we need to go to target itself. The problem is, oh wait, is that doing nothing? Wait, is this code garbage? We're gonna violate Raphael's rule now. I'm gonna get rid of this. I don't think this is doing anything. I think it's doing nothing. This over here. Print hello. I think that's doing nothing. Oh no, it's doing, okay, that's something. But is this doing something? The progress ratio, because I don't think it's going to be able to track a progress ratio, right? Because it doesn't have a progress ratio. Yeah, it doesn't have a progress ratio. So this all is literally doing absolutely nothing. This is truly useless. Whoa. Oh! It is doing something. This is if it gets killed. Okay, rename it right now. Bad naming convention. Reparent to collector on death. That's what we're gonna call this. On death. This is still doing nothing, and we don't need that. It's actually a good catch, because this means I still need to have this run a certain function. That function being, wow, this is crazy. That function being, or you could just do the messenger. Just do the messenger signal. Here, put this here. On the target itself, we want to put it in here as well. Signal removed, end of path. Target removes, end of path. And then for this one, target removed, killed. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Okay, so this should fix something. Things should happen. Okay, add this on here. Targets added, targets added, targets added. This is good. This is correct. I'm gonna go take a look at the globals array size. It's currently 12 because it has all of them on there. Now things just start happening once it goes off. Okay, signal, targets are moved. End of path, end of path, end of path. Good, good, good. And the array is shrinking. Okay, 0 size array. It exists. All right. Whew. We're cleaning up this code, baby. Oh my goodness. Okay, and so if I start a new wave, the array grows, targets are added. And now let's try destroying them, making sure that works. So I'm gonna put a tower down. This one was killed. So that's also updating it and removing them from the path. Good. Good, good, good. Okay. This is one step in the right direction of cleaning things up. Why is it freezing them? Wait. The shooting tower is behaving like a freeze tower, except it's not applying freeze to it. What? And it's removing it from the array. Wait. What? What's happening? What is this? What is this new problem that we've unlocked? Okay, I have questions. Was both of them? I have questions. Okay, let's see if I can answer any of them. So there will be a place that's going to have all of these targets. We have a target collector. It's hidden behind Lili right now. We have a target collector. This has everything that's currently on the path, which is a lot of things. Somehow. How is there that many things? I don't know. Oh, that's the collector. Sorry. We want everything on the path. My bad. That's everything that isn't on the path. Excuse me. Here's everything that is on the path, which is nothing because we removed it all and put it back in there, so I can't find it. Great. Great. How do you, like, I know there's like a way. Show list of selectable nodes at positions clicked. Okay, let's try that. How does that work? How does show list of selectable nodes at positions clicked work? This is a new 4.4 feature I don't actually know how to use, by the way. Is this doing something? Does it have to be embedded in here? I don't really know how this works. Show list of selectable nodes at positions clicked. I kind of want to look at this. Show list of selectable nodes at position clicked. What is that? It doesn't show a list. That's in 2019. Whoa. Where's the list? Oh, it has to have collision? Nah. Alright, I actually have no idea what's going on. So never mind. Okay, well what I wanted to do was study one of them and see. Okay, I have another idea. I have a different idea. How about this? What if when it gets killed, instead of it getting killed, it doesn't remove it from the path? It does remove it from the path. Well, anyway, it kills it, but it doesn't remove it. It doesn't send that signal out. Okay, so let's try it now. Is it still freezing them? Or no? It's still freezing them. Interesting. So it has nothing to do with the stuff we added. It was something else that's making it freeze them. That's good to know. And now I can actually go onto the path and find them in the remote because they're not getting reparented. Alright, what's your deal? Speed is 8. What? Is it because of the prints? Are the prints why you're confused? There's definitely more than one thing on there. Here, sell this. Get out of here. Why would you say that there's only one thing? I see many things. Oh god, I'm so confused. Hey Thoughtsy, welcome. I am discovering that my code has just been filling up arrays that aren't being emptied. So I'm trying to empty them without breaking everything. And that is an experience that, of course, I wish I had done sooner. But here we are. So I'm really confused. How is it... I'm very confused. We still have some of this weapon timeout stuff, which is a previous thing. Hope you're doing well, Thought T. It's good to see you. Just give me a normal tower. Targets added. Targets added. Targets added. Weapon speed timer started. Oh god, this was a mistake. So it's shooting them. How is the array cleaning itself out? Okay, there's 5. Oh, it immediately, because they're reparented, so because it's checking it, the array is emptying. I see. I see. That's why that's empty. That makes sense. Now if I come to the remote tab and look at the path, how are they not on the path anymore? Well, because you're telling them not to be in the path, Liz, right here. So what you'd want to do is comment this out. Then they won't reparent. Let's just comment all this out right now. Just get rid of all that. Okay, add the super soldier. Start the wave. Now they're not freezing. Interesting. If you click 3D instead of input. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Dormouse. Welcome, Gab Games. GG. Hope we're doing good. Thanks for stopping in. Okay, now everything is in there. Its speed is not 0, and it's not frozen. So it's not actually freezing them. I paused it. I think what's happening somehow... I'm very confused. Unless we should have obeyed Raphael from earlier. And not removed things that seem like they're doing nothing. Let's put all that code back in that I feel like is probably doing nothing. Put it in there. Let's find out. So what I removed was this. I also renamed this from reparent to collector to reparent collector on death. Let's put that back. Let's just not be doing that. See what happens. Do they die normally now? They do. Okay. Now I need to figure out what it was that changed it. This is crazy, dude. It's just like a type of project I've never made before. I can't believe how much I'm learning. Like, I know it just seems like I'm struggling and I'm having a hard time, but I'm learning so much. It's what I love about doing the Game Like Jam. You know, it's like a type of game that I wouldn't try to make otherwise. And I'm just picking up so many skills. I'm making so many mistakes that I get to learn from now. And I'm just so thankful for that. Okay. And I'm thankful that you're willing to come here and watch me go through that. Okay, so let's say that, concentration, let's say that I rename this. That's fine, right? Surely that's not a problem. Or is it? Boom. Okay. Come on. I forgot to hit play. It was renaming the function. That's what broke it. Okay, so if renaming the function broke it, it means that in target itself, when we do reparent to collector, so let me get this straight, Lise. You have a function on a child script called reparent to collector. I have the same named function on the parent. Are they both happening? Why not just have one? Why have two different ones? Why do this? I mean, one is being called in the physics process, and the other is being called in the process. What? What have I done? What have I created? Why would I do this? Dude, game dev is hard. I just want to say. Okay, so if I'm gonna fix this problem, which isn't even a problem if I just leave it, I guess what I'm discovering is like how messed up my code is. Even though it works, why does it work? Okay, what happens if I get rid of this, by the way? That's fine, right? That truly causes no problems. Can we please also get a faster wave? Because this is too slow. I'm gonna turn on debug wave. And the fastest one are red, blue, green, yellow. The fourth one. 1, 2, 3, 4. So just give me like 6 of them, okay? Not 12, just 6. Something we can easily, quickly test and move on. So everything's gonna be fine here, right? Don't do a super soldier, do a regular one. They won't. Yep, they're getting shot. Oh, Merv Kids, thank you for gifting 5 memberships. That is so nice of you. Let's go, Mervkins. Congratulations to everybody who got a gift membership. You're gonna get access to a Monday live stream where I do pretty much this, except I try to focus on art stuff, although sometimes it devolves into code. Or I test out like new things that I'm trying to do for the stream. You'll get access to that. It's a long stream. Like yesterday I did 12 hours. And you also get emotes that'll appear on screen and stuff. So that's pretty neat. Access to special places on the Discord and more. So thank you so much, Mervkins. I appreciate you. Appreciate Mervkins. Mervkins throwing us the curveball of support and making me need to sing a song. Thank you, Mervkins. I appreciate you. Froggy, Dan Trinder, Sterling Burnsides, GVK2, and Iron Lickit. Congratulations, y'all get a membership, courtesy of Mervkins. Appreciate it. You're a real one, Merv. Let's go. Such a great supporter of the channel. It's it. Like this is, if there's money that gets made by this channel, it's your gift memberships and everyone's memberships. But you be gifting. You stay gifting. Which is nice because it helps other people out get stuff. About the struggle, there are hardly any game dev streams, especially Godot, where development actually happens during the stream. I watch Twitch, but most of the streams are more about entertainment. Yep. Yep. There are some, but my goal is to kind of blend them, you know? Like, I don't want to be too boring, but I also want to focus on the game dev. That's very important to me. And honestly, I don't know, maybe this wouldn't work on Twitch in the same way because of that. But, you know, there are some devs who try to come on and do development. But it is my goal to have like a balance. Where yes, I'm here to have energy, to chat, potentially, sometimes. To have music, to have a nice camera, to put the cats up there. But at the end of the day, the reason why I am here with this devlog is because it helps me get the work done. If I don't do the live stream, I don't work at all. So yeah, it ends up being an opportunity where I work. I'm glad it works out though. Mervkins is a real one though. And Girthy, if you want to get a gift membership, there's a way to check to see if you're eligible. Now, it's not always true for everybody, unfortunately, which is very annoying. But what you would do is look for the join button under the video or on the channel page. If you click on that, there's these 3 little dots up here. Boop, boop, boop. Click on that, go to gift settings. Make sure that allow gifts is turned on. Now, some people don't have the allow gifts toggle. In that case, just don't worry about it. You're probably okay. There is an exception. Don't tell us, but if you're under a certain age, quite young, you won't be eligible. There might be other mysterious things that make you ineligible, but generally speaking, make sure that toggle is on. If it's not there, you're probably okay, unless you fall into one of those weird edge cases like you're a very small child. So, yeah, just so you know. Okay, so that actually looked good, by the way, when I ran it. It looked fine. It looked great. Not bad. Now, that little bit of code that I removed, I can remove. I do need, if I'm going to do this update here, I do need reparent collector to exist here. What's up, Mindswept? Edge cases or Edgeworth? Come on, come on, come on. I see why you're saying that. Honestly, we don't want people outing. I don't want people outing that they're children. That's not good. We can't have people knowing that other people are children. That's not okay. So, I'm not saying you did anything wrong, but like in general, the less we can allude to that, the better. I'm just trying to keep everybody safe. 90% of game dev is edge case issues. I know that's right. One might say my mind is swept. Struggle is part... Right. I'm here struggling. And I think that's another thing, Thought T. I don't think most people want to broadcast themselves struggling. Like, in general. People want to broadcast themselves succeeding. You know? A lot of game devs I'll see will, stream, will, like, say, okay, I'm gonna work on a very narrow thing. So let's update textures in my game, right? And so they already know how to do it. It's an easy thing. They've done all the hard things off stream, and they just come on stream and do a super easy task, right? And then that's the live stream. So that way they don't have to be seen failing, and it's just easy, quick, bite-sized little something. Which, you know, doesn't really give you a good view of what game dev actually is. It can be a nice way to connect with your favorite creator, but it doesn't necessarily give you that experience of what game dev is like. I'm here. I'm just showing you the raw experience. Like my entire, from the first time I started using code to now, it's all there. And I like that. I like that a lot. It's kind of the whole thing that I'm doing here. The struggle is part of what makes it worth it. Yes, it's where learning happens. Exactly. You know, and then there's other people who come and they teach, right? I show you something if I know how to do it, but for the most part, I'm learning, so I can't really teach. But, anyway. So, cool. I want to consolidate this reparent thing. So, like, in theory, I should be able to just move this entire function I should be able to just delete that function and put it all on here. And it should potentially be exactly the same. I can't imagine that I need that in 2 places. And stuff, because, you know, I think also I wanted to come here and like have successes today because the game jam is ending in 5 days. So it would be nice, but that's okay. The answer for the meaning of game dev was found. Wait, what was it? I already forgot. Struggle? Okay. Put this here. Let's see if it works the same. It does not. So they're not getting... Oh, it does! This tower was missing because those were going too fast. Nope, it works. We're good. This is a very fast tower, so it's able to shoot them. Great. As I suspected, it is unnecessary to have all that extra stuff here. Very confusing. Did not like it. Code is better. Good. So we don't need to differentiate between whether it was removed at the end of the path or not. I don't care. It doesn't matter. I mean, that actually could be useful, but I don't think so. Very good. So now we have targets getting removed from the array, added to the array. Now this was all so I could check to see if there aren't any targets that are being detected. So that way I can say, hey, freeze tower, stop attacking the targets. There's nothing that you see. All this because I wanted no collisions. But it's incredible learning, so I'm so here for it. So we went all the way back to this global script that holds onto what targets are on the path. This was never emptying out. But now it's emptying out, so that becomes empty. Now if I go to the tower script, that's not our main problem. That was just part of the problem. So here I was printing out the targets on the path, right? So it does a for loop through everything that's on the path. Even if nothing was on the path, it was still running this for loop. So we could actually even bring this back. Let's see here, where does that get called? Update targets to track. If attack timer is 0, we could do a little something here. Curious, where does fetch targets on path happen? Target added to path. Okay, so then let's come up here. I got lost again. Okay, here. What if we say if targets on path size is greater than 0 or equal to 0? No, just greater than 0. If its size is greater than 0, then do this. That way it's not running if it doesn't need to. So let's make sure that that works. Because we don't want to just, I don't just want to know when there's nothing on the path, right? I want to know, I want to know when there's nothing in the radius of a tower. But currently, it doesn't even know when there's nothing on the path, let alone if there's nothing in its radius. So let's make sure that this isn't broken. Now that I did that, looks good. So it's still running it when it needs it, but not running it when it doesn't. That is to say, when there's nothing on the path. So there is something on the path, so it's still going to be there. But now, let's run it again. So, because that's going to have changed. I mean, I could even say right now, print nothing on path. Could be interesting to see. Print something on path. Uh-oh. Okay, so it actually still thinks something's on the path. Maybe because it needs to fetch it again? Okay, I'm very curious here. The best optimization? I don't remember what you said that about. But I believe you that you said that about something that it made sense with. Okay. I want to look at the remote tab, and I want to see... There is nothing on the path. Nothing is on the path. The path is empty. And yet, it isn't acting like nothing is on the path. Where do we do the fetch thing? On targets added to the path. So we need to do the same thing here that we did on globals. Remember on globals, I added on targets removed from path. I don't have that here. So I need to put that here, so that way it keeps that updated. And we actually just want to do the exact same thing. Fetch targets on path, right? Exact same thing. Oh, sorry, removed from path. And then we're gonna come up to the signals. Jesus, wherever that is. Up here. Whew. Okay. Messenger. Target removed from path. Connect. On target removed from path. Okay. So now that should update. So it's saying something on path, something on path, something on path. Ideally, it would say nothing on path at the right time. Now, I'm not going to leave that here, so that way we're not getting prints galore. Well, let's leave nothing on path. I'll leave that. That's fine. I'll just have to make sure I add something quickly. Well, it's only going to do that if the attack timer is 0. The attack timer never started, so I don't think it's at 0 yet. So let's add a soldier. Now it says nothing on path, because that's on the tower. Okay. It's not because the attack timer didn't start, I misspoke. It's because no tower was added. That code is on a tower. So now it's just printing the crap out of nothing being on the path. Alright. Put stuff on the path. So now it's not going to be printing nothing on path. Right? It stopped printing nothing on path. As soon as that donut is dead, nothing on path. Yes. Perfect. We now have a moment where nothing is on the path as far as the tower knows. Raphael says, I have a question. I think you said that we are going to do something special for the last hour game jam. I don't think I said there's going to be anything special. I think I said that might be cool if we did something special, but I think we're just... I think, to me, what would be the most special way to do the last 1 hour game jam, which is happening this Friday at 6 p.m. Eastern. We've been doing it for 2.5 years, and now it's stopping. So I can do the game like jam more fully. I think what's gonna make it the most special is if it's just like the most normal. You know? Like if we just do it the way we like doing it, the way we usually do it. At least to me, that feels like the nicest way to celebrate. I probably say a lot of things. I don't remember. I think it's gonna be easier if we just do it the same, right? I mean, what, do you have ideas? Like, I'm open to ideas. I think it's gonna be nice if we just do it the way we do it. Because normally it would be an iterate thing, but whatever. Make an MMO? Dude, some people do make multiplayer games. You joke, but people do it. People do it, though. They've already made the online stuff, so it's not like they're making it fresh, to be fair. a free theme. So here's what I think about that. That's tough, because when I first started doing the 1 hour jam, before I started doing it on itch.io, I didn't have a theme because I didn't think it was necessary. I kind of enjoyed just coming up with random stuff, like off the top of my head. But people who were joining in felt that it was harder without a theme, because not everybody wants to just like pull something random out of their head. They want that. It makes it easier to like jump in and like base it on something. Now some people come and they're like, I don't know what to do with this theme. I don't have an idea. So there's two sides to it. So maybe we could just say like the theme is optional. How about that? That way people who want a theme can do a theme, but you don't have to do the theme. And then the other thing with that is like without a theme, it's like, did they really make it in 1 hour? You know? A choice with 3 or more themes? I don't know. I'm the more I say it, the more I don't like it. I think we should do a theme. That's my opinion. I think we should do a theme. I think it becomes, I don't know, something about it I don't like. Maybe I'll think about it, but something about it I don't like. Feels like I want to remember it the way that it was. I think they do help push creativity, right? Like limitations somehow being more inspiring. Okay, so now this update targets track is not firing all the time, which is really, really good. Because it means that we can say things stop happening when there's nothing on the track. But I don't just want things to stop happening when nothing's on the track. I want things to stop happening when a tower doesn't detect it anymore. Gets us to try and do things we usually wouldn't. Yeah. And that's what I think the game like Jam does to the extreme, where the theme is like a specific game. You know, sometimes people are like, oh, I don't really like this game, I wouldn't play this game. I'm like, perfect. All the more reason to make a game of it. Because you might pick something up making a tower defense game that you can use in a totally different type of game that you wouldn't have learned otherwise. That's how I feel about it. Okay, so the thing that we've now gated between anything being on the path, I've lost in this beast of a script. Okay, right there. Update targets to track. If targets on path size greater than 0. So in here, we iterate through everything on the path, assuming anything is even there. It's going to assign a position, an XY position, and it's going to run that thing that it found on the path through the update target distances function. Update target distances is going to take that target, that specific target, so that means if there's 12 on the path, this is going to run 12 times. It's going to check the distance between, and then if there's 2 towers on the track, this is going to run 24 times, right? Because it's going to check, okay, what's the distance between me and those 12 targets? So once it establishes that, it's then going to see, well, actually, it's not doing that. It's not checking its from yet. First, it's defining its distance. It's actually a little confusing. This is kind of not worded right, is it? Update target distances. That's not really what it's doing. Can we not do... What if we didn't... Why are you doing this? Can you stop this? I hate this. Can we just, like... I might find out there's a good reason why I did it this way. But I don't like this. I think this is silly. Because technically, check distance from target is what's happening here. And if we call that with target and target XY, I bet I'm gonna find out why I did this. We'll see. Apparently today is refactoring day. So then we're changing this to target XY, a vector 2. Then we're gonna create distance. Get rid of this. Get rid of that. And get rid of that. There. Okay. Because this just makes more sense. Right? We're checking the distance from the target. We establish the distance. And we check its distance. Then we're adding to an array all of the targets that are detected, or we're creating an array that the detected targets will be added into. Now I'm thinking we might want to move this, but let's think about that before we do it. Raphael turned Frogger into Subway Surfers. You did turn it into Subway Surfers. I remember that. Yeah, and so that's the thing, is you don't have to stick super strictly to the game theme. So yeah, our last one was Frogger, and this was what Raphael is talking about. You got 3 lanes, you got stuff going across, so in a way you made a Subway Surfers like, but you gave it like a Froggeriness, which is really cool. But if you hadn't had that theme, if you had, I don't know, if we did Pac-Man or something, you probably wouldn't have made a Subway Surfers similar thing. Never stop thinking about Reznor's words on making music when he would impose limitations and rules on himself before making music because it forced him to come up with interesting things. Nice. Yeah, it's good advice for like any creative discipline, for sure. So it's creating an array for detected targets. We might move that. It's checking to see if the distance is less than or equal to the detection radius. Then it's going to add those to the detected targets array. So this is the array that we need to clean up a little bit, because things are getting added, but they're never getting removed, which is not good. That's really bad. And before, this function was running too many times. So right now this function is literally only running when stuff is on the path. When nothing is on the path, this isn't running. Now I'm looking for a point when I want to start removing these things, for when it doesn't detect them anymore. So remember, this is running 12 times if there's 12 things. Well, there's 6 times since we're doing a debug with 6. So this is running 6 times when it sees stuff. Before it sees stuff, as soon as there's 6 things on the track, this is running 6 times, period. So that means there's, just like what Dormouse was trying to explain to me earlier, that means there's 6 detected target arrays. That's not good. I don't need 6 detected target arrays. So I just had to like go back in the logic there to like realize that. You know, even though Dormouse told me to my face, I needed to like sort out every step of logic along the way to like, right, realize it. Okay. Put that at the top. Detected targets. All the way up there. Wow. That's pretty important. It's very important. So now there's one single array per tower that checks for things that it has detected around it. Period. Now, we don't want that to infinitely grow. Before, it wasn't even infinitely growing. Before, it was just like, here's an array, 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 just constantly, every time something passed it, just creating tons of arrays. And then it would remove them as soon as the function ended, right? Which is silly. And was actually going to make certain things quite difficult, potentially. I'm probably going to have to rewrite the freeze code because of this. We'll see. Let's not think about that right now. So 12 times it's going to update detected targets, or 6 times, however many times. And it's going to append that target on there. Great. Then it's going to create this variable, detected targets positions. So it creates another array. Yeah, I'm gonna need that to be at the top as well. So it's not only keeping track of what targets it sees, but what are the positions that all those targets have. So it appends the targets and it appends the positions. Okay. Now it's going to assign an integer called detected target index. So this is finding the closest. By saying detected targets positions, it's looking at the smallest distance. So if one target is a distance of 7 away and another target is a distance of 0.4 away, it's gonna return, this detected target index is going to be the 0.4 one. So that's gonna be 0.4. Then it's gonna go check, okay, so which position in the array is the 0.4 distance target. And if I've set up that array correctly, which technically I've never actually tested it because it was always only one thing in the array, which is hilarious that it worked. So at this point, that's in theory, it should correspond the distance that it slotted in there and the one. So this is one array. This is the distance array. This is the actual target array. Target array, distance array. And there's different slots in there. And so ideally, this is going to find the position, wherever it is in here, that corresponds to the target. Array sorting algorithm time. Yeah, I thought I already did it. I did not. So now is the time. Target to attack. You know what that just reminded me of, by the way? Thought T, you were talking about how, like, okay, I just want to say, so I just pressed the zoom button, right? So like, I do feel like there's like putting on a show, right? And when I realized this show is about, this show is about the code that I'm trying to solve. So I'm making a show of my struggle instead of a show of like something else, whatever that would be. Okay, anyway, enough of that. Gotta concentrate. What can I say? The ADD brain is gonna think of random things. It's just gonna happen. Okay, so we've found that index that it's at. The show isn't bad if there's real content inside of it. I like that. I like that. So true. Right? And I mean, to some people, real content is like, look at me. People are like, I'm looking at you. Which I guess is a thing. Hey Sebs, welcome back. Detected target positions, find that. Okay, so it's gonna find that thing. It's gonna find that thing. Target to attack equals detected targets, target. Okay, what's going on here? Target to attack. So this is another script-wide variable up at the top that is on a per target basis. And so we're assigning the target that is going to be attacked right now is going to be the one in detected targets, that array of targets that happens to correspond to that index that was found when it matched up the algorithmic sorting or whatever. I think I misspoke when I described this. This isn't looking for the same like position in the array. This is actually looking for the actual value. So if it's the example before where it's either going to see one that's 7 or one that's 0.4, it's looking at the 0.4 one and it's saying what is the index in the array of the 0.4. Then it's going to look at the detected targets array and then it's going to match it to, okay, 0.4 is here. That's the target. I'm going to attack you. Hey, Merkins. Okay. Then it's going to start the attack timer and do aiming at the target to attack. If the target to attack is not detected, is connected, what? If the target to attack does not have attack target detected connected, then connect a signal. So target to attack has a signal called attack target detected. And this is checking to see if we've already connected that signal to this tower or not. If we have not connected, and then emit it to let the target know, do I yet know that you have been detected? No. Then I am informing you, I am informing you that you have been detected and you will be attacked. So polite. Okay. It's not terribly polite because it's not like it's giving you a choice. Okay, then we recently added this that I don't think is doing anything right now. Oh, that stops the weapon speed timer. Right, but this wasn't really a fix. This was a non-fix. So let's see why it's a non-fix. So it goes through 6 times, however many times it sees, or however many things are on the path right now. The things that are not in its detection radius. So I don't see you in my detection radius. I'm going to check and see, is the detected target size less or equal to 0? This might actually work better now. Because now detected targets is not local to the script, or to the function, as Dormouse pointed out earlier. I gave Dormouse a debug. I need to give you another credit. Like, even though now I know it's true, you, like, affirming that before is just, like, giving me so much, like, reassurance. Like, yes, I'm on the right track. The right path, you might say. Okay. So if it's not within the detection radius, it's going to look at that detected target size that is now a script-wide, tower-wide variable, or array, and it's going to see, is that empty? Is there nothing else left to see? And if there is nothing else left to see, it's going to run no enemies detected, which will stop the weapon speed timer. So let's say no enemies detected, weapon speed timer stopped. Okay, I don't know what's gonna happen, but I really want to run it. I want to know, like, what's broken, what isn't broken, what has happened, what have we done? I guess Super Soldier? Let's run it. Looks good? Kind of. Okay, we have problems. So, it is no longer aiming at them correctly. We have a lot of prints happening. Weapon timer timed out, targets removed. Why does that keep running? It's interesting. On weapon speed timer timeout. But the timer isn't starting, but it keeps timing out. So it's looping. So our weapon speed timer is looping constantly. So that's interesting. But it's not stopping. So it's not actually running no enemies detected, is it? It is. It's constantly running no enemies detected, I think. Maybe. It's kind of hard to tell. Clear it. See if it's there. No. So it did run it, but it seems to have started it again. I'll be honest, I'm very confused. Okay, targets removed. So that is interesting. That's on globals. On target removed from path. Update path targets array. So this function, this signal is getting emitted. That's what I think what's happening. Target removed from path emit. Let's search for that. What's up, cats? How you doing? That's coming from the target when it's reparented to the collector. So I think this is what it's doing. Print, it's reparenting. Is that true? It is. It's constantly reparenting itself. Why? Why would you do that? Process function, if its progress ratio is greater than or equal to 0.99. That seems unnecessary. And is that true that that's it? Print, that's it. Actually, I don't know that that is it. Well, the only other place where that's being called is in reparent to collector. But I don't know if I can add that in here as a else. I actually have no idea how to do that. I don't even check that. I do it like this. Okay. Okay, here. Oh. What? It was, in fact, not it. Yes. This is somehow it. That's new. So this, it only updates the new level. This is quite surprising. The only place where this gets updated, oh, it could be the target being attacked by the tower repeatedly, or it could be the target collector reassigning it. If anything, it's probably the tower. That's where we did stuff. So let's see. We saw. That's it. Okay, so right here, it's running damage single over and over and over and over and over again. Okay, thank you. Let's stop the runtime. That's very interesting. Why are you doing that? Oh, and then there's weapon timer timed out. On speed timer timeout. Interesting. It was, in fact, it. Thank you. I need you narrating right now. That would be awesome. Like a co-host who just narrates those kind of like moments. Oh my gosh. Okay. So, if we had so much channel money, first thing I would buy. No, just kidding. Just hire somebody, put them on payroll, give them health benefits. United States, after all. Okay. So, what starts the weapon speed timer? I feel like I asked myself this question many times. Attack target. Weapon speed timer started. Was that happening? It was not repeatedly happening. Right, we decided it's looping. So, like, do I want it to loop? Yeah. But it should also stop. And it wasn't stopping. But I thought when we said no enemies detected, that was it. Right, but that was before... I'm actually confused. I don't know that I fully understand what's happening here. Liz had just found it. The problem was slowly unraveling itself, showing the thorns that needed pruning. Liz wielded her keyboard like a pair of shears and got to work. Delightful. Honestly, like, you're such a good writer. You really, like, created that visual. It's giving Stanley Parable a little bit. And then what calls attack target? Aim at target. If not target hit during interval, I think I need to realize what this means. Very badly. Target hit during interval. So that becomes true if any damage type and when the weapon speed timer ends. I'm confused. I honestly don't know what's happening. I kind of wish I hadn't added things like the weapon speed timer without knowing about this array stuff. It's very unfortunate. No enemies detected. Okay, stop. Stop. Pause it. What's going on? What's the deal right now? Show me it all. Okay, the targets get added. Can we zoom in? Yeah, kinda. What about this one? Yeah, that's not that great. Okay, it's slightly better. Okay, so the targets get added. No enemies detected. Weapon speed timer stopped. Okay, this makes sense. Because that detected target's array size is 0. So it stops it, even though it didn't necessarily start. But whatever. Okay. So it stops a timer that has probably not started. Do we keep track of when it starts? That would be probably helpful. We do. Weapon speed timer started. So it never started, but it's stopping it. We track it. But it doesn't do anything. Okay. Fine. No problem. Or it hasn't done anything yet. So we come down. Weapon speed timer started. Okay. So it no longer is stopping it because it started. It's reasonable. Presumably enemies are detected. Weapon timer times out. Targets get added. So that's going to happen when a new thing enters the path. The targets will get updated in the array. Weapon speed timer started. Weapon speed timeout. Started, timeout. Started, timeout. When it times out, that's when it applies damage. That's when it does the hurties. Is when that is stopped. Or not when it stops, but when it ends. So it probably either hit a target or the target got to the end. It's constantly stopping the timer until it stops the enemy. Apparently, that is what's happening. Yeah, evidently. So target gets removed, targets get added, timeout. This is probably when they all went off the end of the path, would be my guess. But it's hard to tell. Weapon speed timer has started. Blah, blah, blah. It just keeps going back and forth. Targets removed. Some targets are still being added. Eventually, it just devolves into... So no more are being added. It probably also talks about adding them if they exit. It probably adds it again to like make sure that the target array is updated. So it really should be more like target array updated than removed or than added, but that's okay. So then it just vacillates between. So it starts one last time. It starts one last time. It starts when it decides to attack. When it says, ah, I see something, I'm attacking. That's when it starts the weapon speed timer. So it did that. Targets are removed, the weapon timer times out. And that's just it. It's just stuck in that loop. Okay, I need to remind myself, when does that happen? On globals. When a target is removed from path, right, we track that back to remove from path, emit to the target itself taking damage. It's like a target is taking damage. Well, we know that that weapon timeout keeps like going. It's never stopping. So then I have to ask, well, is that array empty? It only checks that array if there's stuff in there. I think that's a problem, right? So we just set this up where we only track the targets if there's anything on the path. But what if there is nothing on the path? For one thing, what happens then? But I don't even care about that as much as, hey tower, do you see anything or not? It never decides that it doesn't see anything. Like, it only decided it didn't see anything at the beginning. That's the only point where it said, no enemies detected. This was not designed or intended to just be detecting no enemies at the beginning. I wanted to detect no enemies at the end of an enemy leaving. So I would like that to constantly say, no enemies detected, a new one comes in. Enemy detected, it leaves. No enemy detected. But that's not what's happening. It's never saying, I don't see anything anymore. What gives? And that really shouldn't matter if there's anything on the path or not. But surely, if there's nothing on the path, it shouldn't matter. After the enemy leaves the range of the tower, it can still see it somehow. Either it can still see it somehow, or it doesn't check if it can see it. I would guess. One of those two things. So one thing we could check is to see that array that it's checking the size of. If I go to the remote, go find that tower. There's only one tower, so it's going to be easy to find. There it is. There's its detected targets. It sees 46 things right now. It's detecting 46. I only spawned 6. Why does it detect 46 targets? Seeing a lot of repeat numbers. It looks like it's adding the same thing in there multiple times. Oh yeah, something's wrong with the detection code. Well, here's the thing, I never tested the detection code. The code that I thought I wrote wasn't the code that was happening. And now I've put it back to the code that I thought I wrote. And it turns out I've never even tested the code I thought I wrote. And so now I don't even know what it does. And we're finding out. It puts them in there multiple times. Yeah. We've got this in here like 5 times. 5 times. 5 times. 5 times. Oops. Okay. Approximately 5 times. So it needs to somehow find out, have I already seen this target? If I have, don't add it. That's just it, Pressifier. I had the idea. You know what I want to learn in this game like Jam? I want to learn how to detect things without collisions. As they say, this is the finding out portion. Oh, God. You fool. I know. I know. I know. I know. I wasn't ready. I wasn't ready. But here we are. I guess it's not too late to just succumb to areas. No, no, I won't stop now. Okay, so we need to say, hey, or am I already in there? I'm not gonna go in there. You don't have to put me in there. I'm already in there, man. Now, we also don't have a way to remove it, is another thing. That was what I was looking to add. So we need to check, is it already in there? If it's not, add it. Has it left? If it has, remove it. We need those things. In Dart, you can take an array and do toSet toList, which will remove the duplicates and then turn it back into an array. Whoa. I bet that's a thing. I bet there's a way to do that. I just don't know what it is. Now, GDScript is very similar to Python, if that helps. Okay. So knowing what we know now, I'm going to try to code those two things in here. And maybe someday I'll find out if that exists. That might exist, Merv. It may. I just don't know. I'm resisting the temptation to ask the other chat. ChatGPT. I'm resisting it very hard right now. I think I'm going to learn more if I just muddle through it. But you saying that inspired me because it might know what the equivalent of that is in GDScript. But once I start asking it simple questions, I'm going to be like, can you just fix this for me? Which is no good. Avoid the vibe coding. Resist the vibes. I'm trying. Can you share your code in Discord that gets targets? Sure. I mean, I'd have to commit it while it's broken, which is always uncomfortable. But sure, why not? It would just be the easiest way if I do it this way. But also, don't fix it for me yet. I want to learn. It's a lot, though. It's a lot. And I'm still tweaking it, Merv. I just searched for Mervkins. It's honestly, it's so much to paste because it's very convoluted. I honestly don't think that's a realistic option. I'm gonna be real with you. Because if I just give you one section, I don't know if that's gonna be enough, especially when you put it that way, you know. I'm broken, trying to fix some detection code, but just don't fix it for me right now. I wanna go through the process of getting to it. You know, hints and advice along the way is okay, but I'm learning a lot right now, and I wanna stay on that uncomfortable path. But I did just commit it. Link is in the description box. This is on the tower.gd. Here, I'll pull it. I'll make it easy for you. What's the toys? Where's candy? You're over here doing the shader tutorial and zero idea what you're doing. Don't distract yourself from that. No, you know what? If you want it, you're gonna go look for it. So that way you can keep working on what you're working on. So how does it actually go? Hey, there's an enemy there. I should add this to my list. Yes, right. Thank you. Let's get back on track. So instead, or in addition to that, so this is the code right here. Check distance from target, essentially. It's going to assign the distance between it. Well, actually, it already between it. So okay, all right. We gotta step back here. We gotta step back here. We gotta step way back if you want these questions answered. Very, very, very far back. This is a beast. Okay, so if there is a target on the track, if there's any target on the path, yeah, I hear you. I understand, but like I know them. I just have to explain them. but you're right. So if there's any targets on the path, it's going to now run update targets to track. And that for loop is going to iterate through every target on the current path. It is then going to capture, so this is running, so every target's on the path. If there's 6 targets on the path, this is going to run 6 times. So it's going to say, okay, that target has this target has an XY position, got it. It is then going to check the distance between the tower itself and that target that it just identified. Okay, so it finds the distance, and it is then going to say, is that distance less than or equal to my detection radius? I.e., am I near that target? If I am near that target, add that target to detected targets array. Also, take that distance that I calculated between me and that target and add it to detected targets positions. So we have an array of targets and we have an array of positions. These are all ones that are within the detection radius, and it's keeping track of that in an array. Now, we're also going to capture an index, which is going to find, okay, what's the smallest distance, the thing that's closest to me. Whatever thing is closest to me, find the position in the array of that one, right? That's where I can check if it's in the array. Yes, you're right. You're absolutely right. Before appending. That's right. Good call. Thank you. Yeah, exactly, guys. Exactly. And then target to attack. Yeah, so let's just do that. Let's not, fine, let's do that. Let's do that. Good call, guys. Good call. Debug credits. Merfkins. Precipier. You haven't gotten any credits so far? I guess you've just been socializing usually. Let's get you on there, buddy. Okay. I just called you buddy. That felt weird. I didn't mean it like that. Okay, I'm not gonna wait. So what we're gonna say is not only if the distance is less than or equal to the detection radius, even vibe streaming, and the distance is less than or equal to the detection radius. Yes, so that is also what I was gonna get to. So as I said, there's 4 things that need to happen in 2 different groups. Number one, it needs to figure out, is it in the group already or not? If it's not in the group, don't add it. Then it needs to check, is it outside of my range? If it is outside of my range, remove it. So I'm gonna start with this, then we'll do that. It's a member stream, you're causing chaos. Fair. As you should, is your duty as a member in a member stream. If you clear it all before this, you won't have to check if it's in an array. I don't understand. It sounds sensible, but don't get ahead of me. Just let me do it, right? Let me find that out. If that's true. I mean, you can get ahead of me, but just like, let me rephrase it. Don't care that they're getting ahead of you. Just do it. Okay. Feel free to get ahead of me. It's fine. All right. No, it's fine. I have to not let myself be distracted. But I'm probably gonna think back and be like, wait, you were right. There's a likelihood. But when it becomes like I feel like when it's like micromanaging coding, it starts to like it's hard for me to concentrate. That's all. That's a good point. I like the help. It's a difficult balance. That's a good point. If it's going to be rerun all of these checks, why not just wipe the array? Well, originally the array was in the function. right? It was originally just in the function, and so it would get wiped every time. But the problem with that is it was never building up, and I could never check if it was empty, because the main reason, the big reason I'm doing this is because I want to know when there's no enemies in the radius anymore. And the only way I can check if there's nothing in the radius is if it fills up, right? So anyway, let's just, I must ignore. I must ignore. So, not only if the distance is less than or equal to the detection radius, but I also need to check to see if the thing is already in there. So if target, we could even do find, right? But I don't know if find returns an integer, but I think there is like an is an array thing. All any calls the given callable on each element in the array and returns true for one or more elements. No. Has. Okay, has. I think that's what we want. Returns true if the array contains a given value. Got it. Okay. If detection targets has target, we want to say not. If not detected targets has target, then run any of this stuff. If not detected targets has target, then check to see if it's in there. That'll keep it from being in there too many times. Good. Now I need to figure out if it's in there and it's no longer detected, how do we pull it out? So that would kind of be an else here, potentially, right? So that means it does have it. We could even try it this way. I could say if it has it, else do this. Target not in the detected array yet. Right? So if it does have the target, now we need to check to see, once again, if distance is less than or equal to detection radius. Really, I only care if it's not, right? If it's not, we could make a function out of this, but that's okay. If not distance less than or equal, I mean, you could also just say if distance greater or equal to. Let's say not. I don't care. We're gonna do this. This is gonna be easier for me. If detected targets has target, if the distance is not less than or equal to the detection radius, detected targets, now I need to remove it. I don't know how to do that. Remove at. Oh, well then we're gonna kind of want this, aren't we? We're gonna want its index. So actually, some of this code we kind of want outside of here. This is tough. No, because you could find it. Do find, right? So detected targets, find. That's going to give us the index. So just do this again. There's other ways we could do this. I know, like a whole function and returning it. That's totally possible. I don't care. I'm just going to make it work right now. So we don't care about the minimum. And we don't care about the positions. We just want to say detected targets, find target. And that's going to return the index. Then we want to say remove at detected target index. Assuming remove at does what I think it does. Removes the element from the array at the given position. Got it. What does that do? What does that do? Does that do things? So I noticed that the tower isn't aiming correctly, so we have issues. Out of bounds, get index 6 on base array path follow 3D. Oh God, what have I done? This doesn't make any sense. I mean, this makes sense, but like what I'm doing doesn't make any sense, obviously. Because if we're adjusting the array, the position is gonna change. That makes sense. That makes sense. We can't be removing stuff and then trying to find something at a position. Dude, this is crazy. This is actually crazy though. You posted some alternate code on Discord? All right, let me see. Let me see. This has been very fun and interesting, but I'm curious what you got. Check array class erase method. Oh, will that like fill it in with like a null or something? Finds and removes the first occurrence of the value from the array. If the value does not exist, nothing happens. If to remove an element by index. Oh, I mean that would just be more convenient, but I think the result's gonna be the same though, right? It's less convoluted, that's for sure. I'm still gonna have the same problems. I think my problem is much deeper than that at this point. But yeah. It's more elegant. Much more elegant. Just as broken. Yeah, I got you. Still broken though. Still broken. Good. Thank you. Like, thank you. I appreciate knowing that. So it sees a first one, and then it just all starts getting messed up. Quite badly, actually. Very, very not goodly. So what do we got? Live text. Maybe an easier way to find the closest target. You'll probably need to check syntax/logic. All right, let me pop this in so I can wrap my head around it. I know I said don't solve it for me, but I needed to go through this. Discord updated? What does that mean? What does that even mean? It's so ominous. It looks different? Okay. Oh, it does look a little different. It's different color and things are in different shapes now. Familiarity is nice, isn't it? Okay, can I just get like a temp folder here? I'm just gonna slap it on in. I need to see it in context or my brain's gonna break. I already have a temp folder? Oh, it's a different temp folder. Hey, change, put it back. I didn't really look at it. I don't know if I can agree. I probably can. Okay, update targets to track. Target to attack, node 3D, minimum distance. Oh. The detection radius. For every target in targets on path, set the XY, define the distance. If the distance is less than the minimum distance, target to attack is target. If target to attack is set to null, pass. What is this for? Where does this go? The server section is weird. Is it bad? I'm on browser. I don't install the app on my stream computer. It's too weird. Oh, on the left here. Oh, I'm glad that's smaller. It was too big. To each their own. So what is this? What is this? Is this just like cleaning up something? Easier way to find the closest target. Is this a problem that I'm having, or is this just like a optimization? I think this is just an optimization. Alright, we already established this. You're creating a minimum distance. Yeah, I don't understand why we're doing this. I don't get it. I don't understand. It looks nice. It looks interesting. Unfortunately, it's... Oh god. It's so far from the problem I need to solve. Alright, I'm gonna be right back. Hold on, give me 2 minutes. I need like 2-3 minutes. There's a bug, update the code. Okay. I don't think I need this, because I don't think it's doing anything that is helpful. But impressive. Nice job. Okay, hold on. I'll be right back. In the meantime, look at all these things. Oh wait, it's broken. I can't. Never mind. Sorry. I'm just gonna play the game, but it doesn't work because I broke it. So I have nothing to show you. I'll be right back. I guess I could put the here we go. Look at that. Put the fire up there. Barely. Barely. Just a little fire on the side to think about. Some fire to think on. Look at the flames. Look at them go. Internet cat. There's no cat. There's no cat. There's no cat. Alright, hold on a second, guys. Enjoy the music. If you're co-working along with me, stretch your legs. Get a snack. You've earned it. You've earned it. This is crazy. I don't know what to do with this code. This code is... Man, what is it you can do? I thought things could make sense. And then I look around and it doesn't. I'm seriously. Don't forget to hit the like button. You haven't hit the like button. Hit the like button. One thing they don't tell you is to hit the like button. And you really should. It's not such a bad thing. It doesn't work, which is nice. Oh my goodness. Yes, it is a Herman Miller chair. It is a Herman Miller chair. I be sitting a lot. So I might as well sit comfy. I got it secondhand, so it was much cheaper. It was much cheaper. Very ergonomic. The model wasn't for me, but I invested in an Embody one. Best chair I ever owned. I mean, that's it. That's how I felt about this, right? Just like, oh my gosh, this is what sitting can be like. Yeah, it's worth it. It's so worth it to get like a nice chair. It's so underrated in our sedentary lifestyles that so many of us have. Get you a nice chair. All right. I really gotta reevaluate some things, guys. I got problems. I got big problems. I have very serious problems in this code. This code is really bad. It's really bad. All right, out of bounds index. Let's just keep it simple here. So the big problem that's going wrong right now is it's finding something that ain't there or it's looking for something that isn't there anymore. I would like to just take a peek and just see what it sees. That would be nice. Your Blender render keeps crashing. That sucks. I'm so sorry to hear that. That sounds really frustrating. Doom. I know, it is a Doom script. I mean, look, I'm proud of myself because I tried to do something that I find really challenging, and it may be a Doom script, but it's a big learn. It's a big learn script. Learn. Learn with a dash of Doom, or Doom with a dash of learn. No, the other way around. It is a little doomy though, isn't it? All right, so the script is becoming less doomy and more just like I'm becoming more aware. So it's doomy, but at least I understand how bad it is. I don't know if that's better. Okay, so the tower is right here. Let's see what it's got. It's got an array of 4 things. Now the error was that it can't get index 4, which makes sense because there's only 4 things in it. That is to say, it can only find up to 3. 4 is gone. Does it have a duplicate in it? What do you mean you can't get wider than that? Okay. Let's do more gloom. Going through the stage of grief. Yeah, maybe you're right. So there's nothing repeated in here, which is really good. I love to see that. So to me, what I think is happening is it's, well, the only, okay, this is interesting. Let me follow this here. The only, I almost needed to keep the slot, right? Don't erase it, replace it. That sounds like a weird ad. I need to replace it with something, something that it can skip, you know? But then its size isn't going to be 0. We're trying to detect size 0. This whole thing is so I can detect size 0, right? Tony Reyes replays. It's getting late here in Denmark. Been cozy to hang out here today, but I gotta get some sleep. Thanks for hanging out, Lemon. I'm sorry about your blender problem. I hope somehow you figure it out. Good job, like, saying I gotta step away and get some rest, because that can be hard to do sometimes. I know it is for me. So, good job. You've earned that rest. And I'll see you next time, Lemon. It's been a pleasure. Alright, so clearly preserving something, or we could, well, what if we do, dude, what was Thoughty trying to tell us? Sure, Thoughty was saying it about something else, but guess what? Do it right here. Do it right here. We don't need to do no index. Dude, just look for it. No, but we do need to do index. Do you know why we need to do index? Because you know what a question I have real quick? No, it's okay, Thoughty. I was wrong about you being helpful. You are helpful, but this isn't the right situation. Because remember I said there's 2 arrays. The array with the target and the array with the positions. Now I gotta say, saying this out loud, I wonder if I don't want a dictionary, not 2 separate arrays that I have to somehow keep lined up. Like, what if it's just a dictionary, and that way the target is always associated with its corresponding position? That might be a lot more effective, actually. So there's that. Also, I'm looking over here because I have 2 different data points. That's why. Another case of building someone up just to knock them down. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No, but like, it got me thinking on the right path. So you still helped me in a way, just not in the way that we thought. Therefore, yes, you got knocked. I'm sorry. Okay, so we can see the problem right here, right? It can't find the 4th index. There is no 4th index in detected targets. Yes, it says array size 4, but there's actually only 3 indices. There's indices 0, 1, 2, and 3. Okay, so it can't find 4 because it stops at 3. However, the positions, which is what it's checking against, goes up to 5. That is to say, it does have a 4 in it. Wait a minute! Wait a minute! Look at this! What? Wait, duplicates are getting added onto here. They may not be getting added into here, but they sure are going in there. Ay, ay, ay. Unless they all have the exact same distance. That's even weirder. Yeah, dude, dictionary. I'm just gonna say it. We need a dictionary. I think that's the best way to do this, in my opinion. So that's what I'm gonna do. Okay. Oh, geez, we're not getting anything new added to the game. This is refactor day. That is not what you want to be doing 4 days about now, before a due date for a game jam. Not what you want to be doing. Okay. But here we are. Oh, dear. Oh, dear, 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 dear. So, instead of a detected targets array, things are about to get real different up in here. We're gonna give it something new. Detected targets data. Get rid of them all. Get rid of them all of source code. What does that mean? Okay, so this is a dictionary. And it's going to be empty. All right. It's gonna be crazy. I don't even know. I've never tried to build a dictionary through code. A refactoring thing? Oh, okay. Oh my this is the nightmare. Because it's like, it's still not even like the solution. This is rough. We're learning. I'm learning things. I'm not making a game, but I'm learning how. So the first place we actually use this is, well, up here. If detected targets, so if the dictionary has it, let's ignore that right now. If it's within the detection radius, then we're appending it to detected targets. But what I really want to do now is do detected targets data. Dude, how do you build an array or build a dictionary? I have no idea. I'm resisting asking the other chat. I'm strongly resisting it. I'm gonna run a poll, okay? And it's okay. Whatever happens is okay. Just know that either answer is acceptable. Alright? It's okay. Alright. Yes or no poll right there in the chat if you're interested. Get or add. Oh, is that what I want? Literally either answer is perfectly acceptable. Alright? I'm fine with either. I have no problem whatsoever with whatever you choose. I will obey the will. On this problem. If there's something little, but I guess what I really mean is like, you know, like, hey, here's what I need, here's what I have, what am I doing wrong, and how is what you're doing better? If you're not watching it live, this is the question. Should I get help from ChatGPT right now? Only when it goes majority yes do I change my mind. Dictionary syntax in Godot is kind of terrible in poor doc. Yeah, I was afraid of that. I was very afraid of that. I will reject the vibes. Should you will me to. Should you will me to. Doesn't like the ice tower, but adds it anyway. What are you talking about? Who are you talking to? What's up, Dark? Welcome. Are you saying that's your own project? I don't know what you're saying. It's good to see you though. Okay, so you said it's called, it is a snow globe. That's right, Dark Rosen. You got it. I'd show you stuff about it, but I am deep in some stuff. The game is deeply broken. On purpose. Get or add. Okay. Snow equals ice. Yeah. I don't think there's a problem so serious that you can't solve it. I agree. It's a matter of how quickly can I solve it so I can move on with my game jam entry. That's really the main thing. I heard to make a dictionary to hold all those array things in the targeting. Yeah, because now that I'm removing stuff from the array, I can no longer ensure that it's going to line up. So I'm trying to add it to a dictionary so that way it doesn't matter what the position is anymore in there. That's the idea. Yeah, the poll is a little intrusive, isn't it? Okay, get or add. What is this? Gets a value and ensures the key is set. Oh, that's kind of nice. If the key exists in the dictionary, this behaves like get. Fair, Thoughty. Fair. I love that you voted no. This behaves like get. Otherwise, the default value is inserted into the dictionary and returned. If the key exists in the dictionary, this behaves like get. Otherwise, the default value is inserted. That's interesting. We're gonna have to do some printing to find out what the heck's going on. So I want to add not only the target, but I also want to add that target's distance. That's what I want in the array. Very interesting that it fetches it otherwise. That's pretty cool. Because then that means I don't have to do this check anymore. This check, the need for this goes away. What's that gonna look like? I'm very curious. Okay, this is gonna be a lot of stuff. Print, detected, targets, data. Now, something we need to deal with is all the other prints, because there's a lot in a lot of places. And they are going to cause me issues here. So we're gonna get rid of all of that, even though they are actually very helpful. We don't want them. There's other ones. Targets removed. Over here. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Default is what you are adding. Key would be the enemy ID or name, and default would be those arrays. What? I see. I see. And I can do multiple of them? What if I want multiple things? So I would say the key is going to be, I don't know. I don't care what it is. I guess I do care what it is. Okay, fine. We'll say target name. That'll work. Target name. So if I want it to be like nested, because I need a single key that's gonna have two values in it, which means I need them to be mini dictionaries in and of themselves. Right? Dude, ChatGPT would make this part a lot faster right now. This would be a lot easier with ChatGPT. Oh god. I might disobey the will of 4 people who voted. So this, I want to be clear that this is not violating the poll, okay? This is not violating the poll. I just need to ask how dictionaries work. That's different. That is different than asking it how to solve all my problems, okay? So let's be clear here. I'm not even gonna give it my situation, all right? I'm just like searching documentation through ChatGPT, and I'm gonna say, I want to create a dictionary that holds a key name. I want a dictionary. Mr. Jippity, please give me all the answers. You want the dictionary to store a dictionary, detected targets data, target distance to get or store the distance. Yeah. I'm gonna create a dictionary that holds a key name with 2 different data points associated with it. That's what I'm... Oh god, I didn't say GD script, sorry. Forgot about that. But I want to create it through code. Do you understand what I'm saying? Please, Mr. AI, so please make the code for me. Initialize an empty dictionary, adds entries one by one. Really? Wait, that'll work? Are you making this up? That's not gonna work. That's not real. Well, I just name the dictionary and then no, there's no way this works, right? That seems like bullcrap. Okay, so detected targets data. Target name. So it's an empty dictionary. It's just gonna create that for me. And I just say that the thing that doesn't exist, can you go ahead and gonna wanna just give it two things. Number one, the target, and number two, the distance. And that'll just do it. That's not what I want. Thank you, Pressapire. Look at the two chats working together. Okay, but I actually want it to add new entries every time a function runs, not overwrite the entire dictionary. Do you understand what I'm saying? Do you understand what I'm saying? Dictionary key equals value. It won't overwrite? Wait, didn't you just say it would overwrite? It will overwrite that entry. Oh, that's good. Okay, that's good. Okay, never mind. Just kidding. If you're storing it under the node's name, then it would replace the location as needed, right? Oh, true. I thought Pressapire was saying it's gonna like create. It's gonna, okay, everything is fine. So, all right, what I wanna do is I wanna see what is getting added in here. That was trippy. Clean up this mess a little bit. Okay. So we're gonna start it. Things are not gonna work right. It's gonna break, but I just wanna see what's in this array. Or this dictionary. Okay, it broke, that's fine. What's going on in here? This looks good. This looks nice. This looks very nice. I like what I see. This is promising. Hold on. Sorry, I'm trying to get it fitting in here. Okay, there we go. There's the dictionary. It's a little hard to see. Okay, so there's the dictionary at first. What am I looking at? I see the target here. And I see the distance. Target. name, target node, distance. Oh, there we go. Target name. Okay, I see. I get it now. Target distance. Okay, no, this looks good. This looks perfect. Okay, yes. Yes. Oh, this is good. This is easy. That was not hard. Okay, cool. All right. Good. Great. So now we have a dictionary. Whew. No problem. So let's go back. Now that we have a dictionary that exists with the data, we want to access it similarly to how we were accessing the arrays, except not as painfully as before. So I don't need to print this anymore. In theory, we don't need to append anything at all. We can just throw that in the trash. We don't need to check. Well, we do need to find the minimum distance. I do need to rewrite that now. And define a new target to attack. So we don't need this, but we need to say, who is the target to attack? Detected targets, detected target index. So that's not true anymore. Detected targets data. Oh no, let me show you here. Let me make sure I'm on live chat for one thing, which is always so easy to forget. Where'd the chat pop out go? I thought I popped out chat a second ago. That's crazy. Just one decided to get removed by the YouTube gods for no reason. It's horrible. I didn't authorize it to do that. Okay, there's the chat. That's what I saw. That's all I saw. Boop, boop, boop. Haven't kept up on your offerings. Detected targets data. So I need to access the name. We want to say target name. One, like index 1. But we need to do something with that. We can't just say that. Now before, we had gotten some code from, need to leave more likes. You gotta leave more likes. We had some code from Dormouse that might actually help me here. If distance is less than minimum distance, oh yeah, I see what you're saying. I don't need to look through that, do I? It is itself. That's a good point, Dormouse. Dormouse, you make a compelling point. It is itself. Why does it need to check anything else? Of course it's within there. It's the target to attack. It doesn't need to find out anything. It is the one to attack. Wait a minute. So are you telling me I don't need this dictionary at all? Is that what Dormouse was trying to tell me earlier? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I don't need this dictionary? I don't need that? I could just do an array that keeps track of the targets that have been in the area and then get rid of... Well, I feel silly. Okay, alright, okay, you know what? Because I don't know what I'm doing. That's why. That's why. Well, I learned some things. I'm just gonna take a sip of water here. I am grounded. Okay. Now we're going to literally obliterate that entire situation. Guess what? None of it matters. We can actually go back to detected targets. I'm control-Zing, honestly. We're just gonna control-Z my life away of the last hour or something. Okay, not hour, but we can actually put it back to... No, don't do that. Stop that. That's not what we do anymore. We don't live that life. What we're not gonna do is check the distance. I can't believe I thought I needed that. I didn't ever need it. I just assumed that I did. By virtue of it being nearby, it knows it's nearby. So the target to attack is the target that it currently sees, period. Bottom line. That's crazy. Wow. Alright, run it. Just run it, just do it. What's the problem now? Now, there's gonna be some kind of problem, but it's not gonna be the problem that I thought it was gonna be. Alright, what is it? Oh my god, it just works. Okay, good. Great! That looks fantastic. Okay. Now I'm finally back to the original problem. Excellent. Wow. Weapon timer timed out. Infinitely happening. Excellent. So we still have this array. We're erasing things if they're not in the radius, if it has it. Yay, old problem! Oh god. So if we look at that tower, let's see what the arrays are. So we don't care about positions, that's not happening. Detected targets is 6, that's incorrect. This should be empty by now. So this is where we get into removing it. This is what I wanted. I want to remove stuff from that array. Either it gets removed because it got removed from the path. That's it. Okay. Remove from path. Right there. We set this up earlier. We don't just want to fetch the targets on the path. We want to see, hey, that one that I detected earlier, is that the one that got removed from the path? If it is the one that got removed from the path, take it out of my interest. I don't care about it anymore. Oh. Okay. Then we check if it's empty. And if it's empty, do stuff. Like stop attacking. Oh my gosh. But you know, I had to go through that, guys. Dormouse was like, here's the code. Don't know if it's better, but see what happens. And I was like, yeah, it's probably better. Anyway, and it just took me all of that mess to just like realize I don't need to do so much of what I'm doing. Okay, just do it, just do it, just do it, just do it, just do it. Stop, stop. I'm grounded. So I'm gonna say that once a target is removed from the path, we wanna say if detected, but wait. It's, we don't just wanna know if it's removed from the path. We wanna know if it's no longer seen, right? Stop. No. We want it removed before that. Back. If it has the target, and if it's not in the radius, erase it from detected targets. Wait, but why is that not working? So this just fundamentally isn't working though. Okay, so tell me, print target is not in array. Shouldn't that just be printing right now? It is not. Well, this only runs if anything's on the path. If nothing's on the path, that doesn't run, remember? We made it do that. I honestly probably want it in both places, when it gets removed from the path and otherwise. Okay, run it. This is never happening. It's never actually finding out that it isn't in the array. That's not happening. If detected targets has target, somehow this is not working. Is it my distance check? Print target detected. Target in the array is detected. Is that much running? Pray tell. I think I have a lot to learn about like testing my code along the way. I do. I think I'm too green to be like writing code without testing it. I see that now. There we go. Target in the array is detected. Now that doesn't mean that... Jesus. So my problem was writing things that don't make sense, which is this. If not distance less than or equal to the detection radius. So if we say, is the distance of this target less than or equal to the detection radius? No, it is not. I'm a little confused why that doesn't do anything. Why doesn't that work? Because isn't that just like essentially saying else for this? Target not in the detected array yet. Did we pause it or stop it? We stopped it. It would be interesting to check this. Yeah, the whole expression. I mean, Yeah, you're right. Just do that. It's a good idea. That's smart. I wasn't doing it because I was like, the other way should work. But maybe it shouldn't. Yeah, it might not do anything. Target is not detected anymore. That was a good thought. That was a very good thought. Thought to you have good thoughts. Okay, drop this in. Run it. Nothing. Alright, so tell me this then. Tell me this. If that target is in the array, print target has a distance of, and tell me the distance. And you know, take it a step further. It has a distance of that versus my radius, me being the tower. So it has a distance of distance versus my radius of, and then tell me detection radius. Like, what is going to be my estimation of the relationship between those values? Assuming those values exist. Okay, drop this in, start the wave. Okay, it's a lot of information. I mean, it sees it and then it stops printing it, so there's hope here yet. Okay. Let us analyze that which we have discovered. Has a distance of 8.3 versus my radius of 9.9. Wait, it's only detecting it if it's less. Are you serious? Wait, this one is bigger. Has a distance of 9.93 versus my radius of 9.9. Oh, so you're seeing it like gradually get further and further away. Kind of sometimes. It appears to only detect it if it was within the radius, except for that one outlier, which it didn't even see in the way I wanted to anyway. What? You what? Check distance from target. It only cares if the target is on the path. So how is it always smaller than the radius? It can't always be smaller than the radius. That's ridiculous. Do you know why? Because we're erasing it. Nope, that's not why. I was excited, but I was wrong. Because detect the targets has target. Yes, that's what I was almost, I was like right there to realizing that, and then my brain said, Yes, right, because, yes. Because, look, we're only appending it if it was smaller to begin with. So obviously, so this needs to be run somewhere else. This is the wrong place to run this. Well, I feel silly. This needs to be like in process or something. I don't intend to be storing the distances. That's, I'm not. I don't think I am anymore, Dungeon. If I am, that's something I need to delete. But I believe I've stopped doing that. Now I'm just storing the, it's the, this, oh, I see, because where am I getting that from? This is just a for loop. It's just like seeing it. 317? This isn't adding the distance. This is adding the target itself. Target is not a distance. It's just the target. Okay, so what I need to do is I need to check all of this. Why even store it? Well, the reason why I'm storing it is so that way I can tell what is within the radius and what isn't. And when nothing is in the radius, then I need it to do something. For example, stop shooting. Does that make sense? So it's like, something's in my radius, I'm shooting. Nothing's in my radius, I've stopped. So what I'm doing is I'm creating an array that the things in the radius occupy until nothing's in the radius, and then it knows, okay, now I can stop. By storing it, I can check, is that size 0? If it is, I stop attacking. All right. Don't give me some crazy idea on how to deal with that, all right? I'm just explaining it to you. Resist. Okay, so let's get rid of all of this. You can do that with just the math checks and not store the values. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, so let's grab this. And I do think it is helpful to make sure it doesn't add extra things. So we're going to say if it does not have it in there, we're going to add it. Okay. And then I think we need to check this much more often. What we can say, we have this update targets to track if there's stuff on the path. Well, if there is stuff on the path, we'd also want to know if there's anything detected, right? Then verify target still detected. Targets still detected. Verify targets still detected. And so now we want to iterate through detected targets for target in detected targets but we now no longer have a distance value, which is inconvenient to say the least. Which does kind of bring me back to the dictionary. But, which wasn't that hard to make. But we could also just recalculate all this again. Ooh. And then what if we had like a function? Wait, what? Oh, I see. Because this is nothing. Yeah. Okay, just pass this for now. Pass that. Comment this out. So before, what we do is we create this distance based on the tower's XY distance. So actually, I think this could be different. Shared some code. What am I looking at? What am I looking at, dude? What is this? Oh my god. Oh my god, what is this? This is upsetting me. It's how your towers calculate distance and fire at enemies. Okay. What am I supposed to do with this? I don't understand. It looks very nice. Okay. So I like, gets really hard to like do. Honestly. If distance less than or equal to detection radius, for me, it's hard to do. Oh god, what was I doing? Oh yeah, so I think this isn't really just updating. Yes, update target to track. We get the target XY here. I want to make another function, believe it or not. Func calculate distance to target. And I think we can actually make this return something, specifically a float. And it can call with a target, which will be a node 3D. And it can call with a the tower itself. Where do we find the tower XY again? Tower XY is established when it's placed. So we don't actually need to figure that out. We already have it. Do I need to type it in that case? I guess so. Vector 2. Okay. And then we can use this elsewhere. So we'll create a variable here, target XY, bases it on the target globe position, and then we'll check the distance here. And that can return the distance. So we want to calculate, we'll say that target XY equals calculate distance to target, return distance. This will have target. We don't really need it to call a target XY. That's unnecessary, because we already know target tower XY. So just target. For checking distance from target, we don't need this to even have target XY. There's absolutely no need for it. So we can actually remove all of this entirely. Get rid of all that. Put this in here. If not detected target says target. If calculate distance to target is less than or equal to detection radius. So we could say variable distance equals this, and then call that distance. Okay. then, for verifying if targets are still detected, we're going to iterate through the targets in detected targets, and we're going to say if, we'll just do this again, variable distance equals I didn't type this. Distance equals calculate distance to target based on the target. If distance is greater than the detection radius, erase it. What happens? What did I forget? Does it work? Is it interesting? Can I learn something? What do you got from me? Okay, stuff's getting destroyed. No enemies detected. Nice. It's not detecting things. The timer is stopping. There we go. We finally have a moment where it is stopping. No more prints. It is done. Okay. So let me get the freeze tower here. Let's get rid of this. Back to the original thing I was trying to do. Okay, freeze is, it's, okay, so we have some new problems, but that's okay. We'll deal with that. What I want to see. Yes! Okay, it's not doing that last one again like it was before. Good. Okay. This is good. This is good. This is very good. And now it stops when there's nothing on the path. That's when it stops doing it. So it just will say, I don't see anything. This is good. Now we do have a new problem because this is good. This is really, really good. I need to save this and commit it with urgency. Towers know when they don't see anything. This is big. This is big. Big accomplishment. I don't have time to celebrate it. I gotta keep going. So the problem that we have now, for some reason that I gotta go figure out, is it is still attacking stuff even after it leaves its radius. See? That stopped even though it was outside of its radius. So it's like marking something now. You will be frozen once I'm ready for you to be frozen. But the reality is, at that point, it's too late, and it needs to not apply attacking to it. That wasn't working before because the infrastructure for it to even, I don't know, it's different. Things, the landscape has changed, but for the better. So, let's go to the, does this function make sense anymore? Check distance from target. That's not really the truth anymore, is it? That's not really what it does. I mean, it does. That's true. But it feels more like it's attacking or mark nearby target for attack. That's kind of what maybe it feels like. It's a long one. So it's going to start the attack timer and it's going to do aiming. But the problem is, as soon as it exits that, it needs to get out of there. I mean, currently in the process function, we're removing it. So we need to put a check further down here, right? So we're aiming at it. We need to look at attack, target. What caused that? If the target was not hit during the interval, I'm not sure. I've been very confused what that means for a long time. Been very confused what that means. So that's for aiming stuff. For area stuff, that gets called here. And this is basing it like on an animation. I think you need to put this in attack target. That's where that belongs. That's where that belongs. So I would say if target to attack or we could even say if detected targets has target to attack. If it doesn't, forget about it. Will that work? Assuming I'm actually keeping the detected targets array as up to date as I would like it to be, this might work. Oh, let's do the frozen one. I feel like it's easier to tell what's going on. I'm pretty sure. That didn't work. It's still freezing them outside of there. So let's see what might be happening. So at that moment, could you actually print, and can we stop this no enemies thing? This is ridiculous. Comment that out, please. Anything else? Printing ad nauseum? Kind of, but it's hard to tell. I'm lost. Where are we? I got lost in the Doom script. I got lost in the Doom script. Oh, we were in attack target. We're back, we're back. Okay, so I want to print. Tell me what's in detected targets right now. I don't know if that's helpful. Tell me what the detected target is. Just print target to attack. Target to attack is okay to be attacked. It's not gonna be, but that's okay. So I want it to tell me which one it thinks it should be attacking, or that is okay to attack. And I will promptly disagree. Okay, just pause it. Just pause it right now. Pause right now. Where are we at? Target path follow 4729 is okay to be attacked. All right, let's verify this. Do I agree that that one is okay to attack? I'm just gonna search for it. Looks like it might have attacked one already. Let's look for the second one I found. 4736. It's not there. Cool, cool, cool. That worked. Oh, it's not called that. We would want to look for 3D at 4. Okay, there's a lot of them. This one, that's the one. This is the one that it thinks is okay to attack. Now how do I verify that I'm looking at that one? Just like make it invisible or something? I don't know. Okay, so it thinks that that one, way out there, is okay to attack. Wrong. Why would you think that? So is that one in the array? It must be. Otherwise... So back to the verify. If detected target size is greater than 0, so it should be verifying if the target is still detected. Because it's iterating through the detected targets. It calculates the distance to the target. If that distance is greater than the detection radius, it is then going to erase that from detected targets. But it doesn't seem to be erasing it. Let's confirm that it isn't erasing it. Tower. Detected targets. There's one thing in there. Well, actually, it isn't in there. So it was okay to be attacked for a time, but it missed its chance. So what's gonna happen? I don't know. Is that one gonna keep moving or is it gonna freeze? Let's find out. It kept moving. Now the one that it did freeze, that it's not supposed to freeze, let's find that one. Let's see if I can try that thing again about how to click on things. So we click on show list and then go to 3D input. And so now if I click on that, when it says show a list of nodes, where does it show a list of nodes at? Nope, still don't know how to do that. Evidently. Maybe it has to be unpaused for it to work. Well, it was worth a try. Okay, let's just go find that one the hard way. Look at the path. Open that up. There's only a few things on there, so it shouldn't be hard to deduce. This one. Okay, so there it is. This is the one. It is just called target. But what is its object ID? Oh, 4729 is its object ID. So going back to the tower in the array, it is in the array. So that one did not get removed from the array for some reason. For some reason, it thought that that one right here was still within its radius. But it is certainly not within its radius. Why? I have something I think is going to help make this a little more visual. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go to the target and What I want to do, let me look at the targets. Target. .tscn. I'm just gonna put something in here. Let's put a label, a 3D label. And we're just gonna type in the word marked. I don't think it's, oh, it is gonna show up. Beautiful. I don't know how big it should or shouldn't be. Let's make sure that it faces the camera. Make sure it's nice and visible. And then on the target code, I'm going to create a variable called isMarked. I mean, we could just make a function. Let's just make a function. This is just for a quick and dirty thing. Func mark me returns void. Make that visible. And I'd love an unmark me. Okay. Then we go back to the tower. Well, let me just make sure I save that. Then we're gonna say in attack target, now that's also gonna just attack it, right? So I kind of want to say, really this is being attacked, is what's happening. The mark is happening somewhere else. Yeah, you're setting it when it goes to, like, well, you're also not flushing target to attack. Is that it? I think target to attack needs to be null at some point. So not only flush it from here, although I feel like that wasn't working. So we could also say variable distance, just do the same thing here. Oh, it's in the scope, right? Mark target distance. Calculate distance to target, target to attack. If marked target distance is greater than detection radius, then this is probably gonna break something if this becomes null, but I don't care. I'm just curious, like, what happens if I just do that before I get into this marking thing. I just want to try something. Okay. Yeah. So it's trying to access. So then we have to make sure we say if target to attack is not null, then do things. So I kind of got to go find all those places. Okay, all right, we got another catch point. Calculate distance to target. So again, we want to say if, well, wait. It depends what's calling this. Here. Oh, for the mark target distance, that's funny. If target to attack is not set to null, then do that. Okay, continue. So we had an issue there, but that might have just been because I hadn't set that yet. Maybe I don't need to do the marking. I think I just need to realize that. We'll see. I've gotten excited many times and it's been okay, but so it's missing it every time because it's too fast, which is potentially fair. So I'm not sure what the next, here, I need to load one that's faster or that's slower. The next one was gonna be slower. Let's just do 5 of these and 5 of those. It might just not, the timing might not be lining up and it just can't catch it because it's too fast. Or it's just not seeing anything. Doesn't look like it caught it. There, it caught that one. Caught that one. Caught that one. Those were within the radius. That was fair. Did I fix it? Did I fix it? Okay, I think I fixed it. Guys, I think I actually fixed it. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Not misbehaving anymore. It's not misbehaving. Okay, let's see if other towers are broken. That's important. I mean, you do see some odd things here, right? Like, it's still within the radius, but it's no longer pointing at it. So it shot it, and it technically should have missed it. So we actually kind of need to reconfigure when it attacks and when it aims, right? Because now we've changed the timing all around on it. So what I really need for it to do is, because it's looking at it when it sees it. Wait, that kind of froze it a little too far away. It froze that too far away too. Maybe it's not fixed yet. I wonder if it's still within the radius of like another tower. I don't think so, because it's not within that radius either at that point. It's also possible that there's something wrong with my radius. I don't think so, though. I don't think there is. I do have like a slight adjustment on it there, but I don't think that's causing it. This is hard. This is hard. All right, so maybe we do the marking stuff. Maybe we do. Missed all those. So these it'll catch because it's slower. But you can see it's still applying it even after it exits a little bit. It's better, but it's still not quite updating the mark information, unfortunately. which is a little surprising to me. Considering I'm gonna turn on the marking stuff, because maybe now we know where I want to put it too. Certainly, if it isn't, I mean, we could do both here too. We could just make all the detection. Am I just rewriting the detection logic right now? Maybe. Alright, because if the marked target distance is greater than the detection radius, we could literally just say else. I'm kind of curious to just out of morbid curiosity. I mean, technically the target to attack at this point should already be set. I don't know, this might not make a lot of sense, but I just kind of want to see what it looks like if I do it here. I know it pretty much doesn't make a lot of sense. Just joined, maybe completely wrong, so it's okay to ignore. But is the problem that the tower has to wait till the end of the animation to attack, so an enemy can leave the range but still be hit? Maybe. Actually, maybe. So in that sense, I would need to interrupt. So I actually divorced it from the animation. That was what the weapon speed timer was. So it isn't actually waiting for the animation to finish. However, it is waiting for when the animation would finish. Which I know is weird, but it's like there's a timer running alongside the animation that's the same length as the animation. It's crazy, but true. I think. Or maybe it is still animation finished. Maybe that's only for the... You might actually be right. Because what I just said is true for one tower in particular, and that is not the freeze tower. This is interesting. I'm gonna hold on to that. That's a really, really good thought. Let me just throw a credit your way for like just helping me think about things here. I appreciate it. Did I give thought to you credit for debug? What are we doing? Okay. I'm gonna hold that in my brain. I think there's something there. And then I'm just gonna continue with this for now. So I'd almost think here we'd want to unmark it. Did I name those correctly? I don't know if this is actually the way I want to set it up, but I just want to get some feedback of any kind. Marked. Marked. So they're not getting unmarked, which is interesting. Non-existent function in nil? Well, yeah. But it's not supposed to become... Oh, because you did it after the fact. That's interesting that it only found one thing to unmark. Let's try it here as well. It is weird, right? Okay, they're getting unmarked. But I don't think that the unmarking is being set properly. Yeah, I don't think I'm putting the unmarking and the marking in the right places. I think is the problem there. I need to adjust that a bit. I don't know what I'm looking at. Because what would be ideal is it gets unmarked as soon as it leaves that radius. Which it like kinda does. I mean, it looks like the visual radius isn't really representing its true radius. Oh no, look, that one, oh whoa, okay, that one got stopped way outside. That one was super outside of it. I think I should just rewrite my detection logic, and instead of using the detection where I'm using it, which might prove to be quite an issue, what if I just do it right here just to see what happens? So even though I'm unmarking it, that isn't technically the way that code is seeing it that I've been writing. So maybe, so how do we even do this? I guess we can say that, well, I'll tell you what you can do. Go to the attack target. I'll tell you what you can do right now. Come in here. Forget all that. Well, don't forget that completely. Say if target to attack dot. Well, I didn't make a boolean. Make a boolean. Make it right now. Do it. I guess we could say if its label is visible. It's horrendous. Okay, so let's do a boolean. Variable marked boolean equals false. Marked equals true. Marked equals false. It's there, it just doesn't know better. Okay. Oops. Tower. If target to attack marked, then do it. I think this is the detection logic I should have had all along. Oh, but it's staying marked for too long. You can see that it is. So this marking is still not good, which is nice because at least I've narrowed down to exactly the area that this code is running, which makes this a lot easier to debug. So that was for the super fast ones. For the slow things, it should function much better. Oh, but you can even see that that was marked a little bit too late. Overall, it's better, but because we're in more control of it, but it's still keeping things marked a bit too long. The question is why. So if the target to attack is not null, we want to define a marked target distance. All that this is doing is it is taking the target's XY, defining it, and then finding the distance between the tower itself and the target. And it's returning that. So that's all that's doing. Giving us a distance value. Then it is checking that against the detection radius. Would be a good place to start printing those values to see what they are. We could, you know what might even be more useful than marked and unmarked? Is if we can see what that distance is. Right? So if we say mark me, let's pass in there the distance. Sorry, the marked target distance. Right? It would also be helpful to see what the tower's radius is, but when we can just know what it is. For the frozen, it's radius 1, which is 4.85. So it should never go above 4.85 in theory. We could even go back to mark me and keep it a little simpler and just say only mark it if marked target distance is greater than detection radius. Then mark it. Otherwise, I don't even care if you mark it or not. It doesn't matter to me. Why bother? Then go to the target, update this. This needs to be receiving the text, which is going to be received as a float. We'll say text float. Oh, let's just call it distance. Let's just call it value. And I want the label 3D text to be set to the value stringified. Okay. What is that like? Is it interesting? Is it not interesting? Oops, I ran it twice. That's okay. Wait, why is it broken? Oh, okay. Do you see what I did wrong? I see what I did wrong. We gotta go back because we're making the marking part of the whole system. So you can't just do that. That's not gonna work. Not gonna work. What we could do is we could say value and distance or radius. Alright, we're just gonna call this distance. And we can do the check here. If distance is greater than radius, we definitely want it to become marked no matter what. It must become marked, otherwise nothing will function. If the distance is greater than the radius, then show us the text and make the text visible. Come back to the tower. Don't check this anymore. Have this come with the detection radius. Okay. Now let's try it. So that way it still actually does the function it's supposed to do and stuff. Okay, so we didn't see anything there because it didn't violate it. Well, it didn't even listen to me. Okay, that was useless. Okay, hold on. It turned out to be completely unhelpful. Okay. So then forget all that. Why don't you just tell me what the radius is? Never mind not showing it, just show it. .8, that was lower than, what was it? .85. I missed that one cookie. It was something very quickly. 4.7, 4.39. Now, why would you stop it on 4.39? No, wait, that makes sense. That's correct. 4.85. Okay, wait, I'm bugging. I'm the one who's bugging. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said what I said. Okay. 4.8. That was close, but it wasn't it. I guess what I mean to say is, why is it still showing it if it's clearly outside of it? It's like that value isn't updating. It's not changing. It's capturing at one time, and then it's moving on. Instead of keeping updated. Verify targets till detected is supposed to be running, but that's only a detected target, so you're assuming that detected target size is being set up correctly. Don't do that. Instead, just have it constantly check it as long as something's on the path. We don't want to trust this. I don't trust this. So this should keep it updated. So it's like a more dynamically changing number. And I'm gonna zoom because it's a little hard to see. Oh, that's not a zoom. Okay, here. Nope, that's not it either. Here. That is not constantly updating whatsoever. That one said 2.8. So okay, so it is seeing it in the moment. Okay. So to Pressipier's point, you know what I forgot? Do you know what I forgot? I think I know what I forgot. Unless I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. But I think I forgot to... I don't think I did forget that. Because we're only allowing... Are you sure about that, Lise? Are you sure you're only allowing it to get attacked? Are you sure attack target is the only way that it gets attacked? Because remember, when that timer starts, it doesn't stop. It just keeps looping. The only reason why the weapon speed timer stops is if no enemies are detected based on that detected target size that we're deciding we don't trust. think this is very flawed. I think there's a lot of flaws in this system right now. Will it like start itself over and over again if I do this? This is ridiculous, I know. I'm just wedging in a weapon speed timer stop somewhere. That did nothing. I mean, it didn't break it, but it didn't make it better. You know what I think, guys? I think I have to rewrite this entire script. I think I gotta roll it way back. What happens on weapon speed timer timeout? It's based on the attack timer length. What is attack timer length? It's 1 second by default. It gets updated depending on what type of tower it is. Okay. When it times out on freeze, it's going to do some damage. Wait a minute. Is attack target... I mean, here's the thing. Like, if that timer stops... Remind me what starts it again? Man, I hate that I have to keep asking myself that, you know? I just, like, don't know my own code. At all. I have no idea what it is. Bad sign. If target to attack is marked, that's what starts the timer. Interesting. What if it doesn't loop? What do you think about that? What is that like? Does that matter? Or does it not matter? Is it essentially irrelevant? Or is it important? What if we make them all one-shots? That's gonna be a lot of work, so, because they're on each one. So, I'm going to say in the ready function, weapon speed timer, one shot true. I just want to know what that is like. What is that? What do we think about that? Godot. What do you do? Not Godot. The game. Dear God. I'm not gonna celebrate yet, but I feel like so far it's very interesting that nothing is broken. And nothing is going wrong. So Precipier, in many ways you were spot on. In a way. In the other way, it wasn't just that the animation was ending, it's that it was looping. Not the animation, but the timer for the animation. It was just looping and 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 looping. And maybe it stopped. Sure. but it didn't always stop in time for it to no longer know that it isn't in the radius anymore. Now, obviously, you can tell that like the timing of the animation on the snow globe doesn't make sense with when it freezes. That was something I was planning on lining up once I actually observed what the timing was. I think this is fixed. Now, there's a mess of code that I should probably change, but it's working perfectly now. This tower is working perfectly now. What about the other towers? So I'm gonna sell this one. Let's try the super soldier, which is why I originally created, I have to restart it, why I originally created the weapon speed timer, because it was animating too quickly and it was never finishing. Oh, it breaks it. Oh, it breaks it real bad. It breaks it a lot. Alright, what about this guy? For the slower ones, it's quite effective. But for the faster, not so much. It's attack timer, and I guess the attack you can almost like see it, like see how the number keeps updating. I feel like that's connected to it being marked. Or let me rephrase that. It's connected to this being a super fast tower. Right, so a slow tower, the mark, it's almost like the rate that you see it getting marked is the rate that it fires. Kind of. Sorta. Except not really. Also. I think it's actually working quite well. I mean, no, this tower is working. I don't think this super tower is broken. I just think because of the way things have changed, it's only attacking a target one time. So it attacks a target, it's done with it. It doesn't continue attacking that target. So it hits it once, hits it once, hits it once, hits it once, hits it once. Hits again, hits again, hits again, hits again. But it's not supposed to behave that way, right? Now I'm not sure anymore. Okay, let me see. This one. Okay, there's some super monkeys. When am I gonna run it? I don't know. Here. No. It will just pummel it. So it needs to not just like, I hit that one, now I hit this one, now I hit that one. No, 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 no. It's gotta keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. If it detects something, it will wreck something until it dies. And then when it dies, it moves on to the next one. Whoa. Yeah, so basically I have to just remake my tower logic, which is fair because I really only ever made one tower, and now I've rebuilt everything around the freezing tower. I mean, this one works fine. Other than its bullet, which is invisible, obviously, and it's gonna stay invisible. Its invisible bullet is like snaking around, which doesn't make sense. So I need that aiming to happen a little differently. Okay, this is very good progress. So I'm gonna commit. I'm gonna say I don't want to say that it's like fixed. I'm just gonna say that towers no longer shoot stuff outside their range. That is so true right now, and is a very important development. I want to fix the aiming. Very badly. Hey, Merkins. Yeah. It's so thankfully, we're doing good. Thankfully, I basically just had to rewrite the logic for the detection, which I did on accident for debugging purposes, kind of, and it turned out to be very useful. So the good thing is that now it won't attack anything that's outside of its range, which is very good. It's excellent. Now you'll actually notice a problem here, right? Which is that it only will freeze one thing at a time. It's supposed to freeze multiple things at a time. So actually there's still that. But at least it's not freezing stuff it's not supposed to freeze. See, like, those things it probably should have caught. It's never ever freezing two things at once. It's only ever focusing on one thing at a time, which is a problem. So probably the most functional thing right now is the dart tower, or the tower that just shoots a single bullet. And then what I was gonna try to fix was its aiming, because now that I've adjusted the timing a bit, it's not aiming at it when it hits it. There's a bit of a delay when it hits it, which, you know, maybe I was leaving that room for when I set up some projectiles. I'm not gonna be setting up projectiles. I don't have time for that. It's not gonna happen. So instead, I would just kind of like it to immediately aim at it if it's attacking. So good, definitely good things. Definitely good things. When does do aiming get called? Start attack timer. Mark nearby target for attack. Okay, this was a new thing that we made. And it doesn't really mark it. This is actually a lie. It is and it isn't. I actually don't know what this is doing anymore, if I'm being honest. I've changed the code so much that I don't know what is what. Genuinely, I have no idea what's happening. I feel like at this point the attack timer is governing the animations only. You use ChatGPT to do the shader because that was beyond you. You're tweaking stuff in your game and then you add an endless mode. Nice. Yeah, sometimes you gotta give in to the ChatGPT, just a little. We're not talking about vibe coding. We're not talking about that. We're talking about a little once in a while. A little buffet. You know what? Sometimes I want this, sometimes I want that. Endless mode. I love that. The shaders are a different language in GameMaker. Oh, is it like GLSCL maybe? GLS, I say GLSCL, GLSL. It's hard to say. Yeah, you gotta do, that's a good reason to offload it. Or outsource it. I've had luck having ChatGPT fix shaders to do things. It's good enough. It's good enough. We're not saying it's fantastic, but it gets the job done. That's what really matters. Man, I wish I knew what my code was doing. So over here with the verifying detected, I feel like we need the aiming to happen here, because this is, what about, so, well, what you did do was you got this attack target function here. We check to make sure it's marked before it attacks. So it's trying to attack all the time, but it's not allowing it. We're calling this an aim at target. So it's aiming at the target, then it's doing the attack. Animate aiming tower. So that makes it like actually do the shoot. Good enough is the way, Mervkins. Good enough is the way. So I really need that to happen later. But not just this. But this. This needs to happen later. What calls aim at target? Aim tower do shoot. What is that? Set tower aiming. If aiming. Okay. Aiming true. Do aiming. What? Mark nearby target for attack. Okay, and that happens when it's tracking stuff. I feel like this is what we've replaced. We've replaced all this code. So do aiming and possibly start attack timer. I think these all need to be moved. We've basically rewritten this. This is pretty much garbage. Maybe. Big maybe. Let's prove it out. I'm gonna pull it out of there. But here's the thing, you're marking it, but that doesn't mean that's when you're attacking it. I don't care, put it in here. Just do it. Show me. Just show me. I don't care. Just do it. No think, just paste. What are we checking? Oh, the aiming, not this. Okay. Okay, so the aiming is better, but now it's shooting things outside of its range. This is no good. This is no good. Okay, put it back, put it back, put it back, put it back. What about this do aiming thing? What if we move that to the verifying? It's probably going to aim at all types of things that you don't want it to aim to, because marking it isn't the same as hitting it. There's two steps: marking and if it's in range. If both of those are fulfilled, then it attacks. But the reality is, this marking thing is doing the same, most of the same things. It's pretty much the same, right? It's making sure that the marked target distance, right, but target to attack, it's only receiving target to attack from there. So there could be all kinds of false positives with target to attack. I don't know, I'm confused. What happens if we just do aiming here? Did I not put it all back yet? I said put it back. Wasn't kidding. Oh, we did remove do aiming. Okay, good. Okay, show me. Not that one. So it's now shooting at things that it can't hit. Interesting, because it shows you like the verifying or the when it's right. So when those numbers are updating is when the marking is happening. This is crazy. Dude, I don't know what this code is. I'm just, like, I am beyond guessing. We could count that as missing. That's true. I feel like the concept of missing is just like I am so far away from having anything like that, from enjoying such a mechanic. I can barely get anything to function. I am in the trenches. Like, I am in danger. It's interesting because it's almost as if do aiming is actually more useful than, it's not just aiming, it's doing more. This is a mess. This is such a mess. It makes me sad. I'll be honest. It makes me feel sadness. Because I feel like I feel like I have to just like start over, and if I keep trying to like stay in this script, I'm never gonna get out of it. You know, I think I need to just like pull up a fresh script and start reimagining entirely how I do these towers. That's what I think. I mean, the thing is there's almost nothing to do. You're right, I could do that. I could do that. That's not a bad idea, Mervkins. Because there are some other things that I have to do, right? I gotta do the UI at the top. I haven't set any of that up. There are other things to do. So actually, it's a good point. You completely separated aiming from shooting. You know, I do have aiming separate from shooting, but I'm not really sure where those separations are. It's all very unclear in here. I think what I want to do is I want to keep on with this, except what I'm going to do is I'm going to start a new script. I think it's time. I think it's time to start a new script, which doesn't please me, but it's what I have to do. So that's what I'm going to do. That's what's going to happen. We're going to make a new script, and we're going to call it Tower 2. And it's going to have a lot of similar things. It's going to be very similar. To a point. I still wanted to have all this stuff set up on it. Well, I don't know. What's on the top level tower? Wait, what do you mean don't do on Reddit? Oh, right, because of... I actually forgot why. I remembered for like a second and then it was gone. What do I want out of Tower 2.0? I want it to shoot good. I want it to... That's it. That's all I want. I want it to shoot good. Yeah. I want it to detect things effectively, accurately, know when things are in its radius and when it has left its radius, which we did figure out. I want it to be able to behave differently. Okay. All right. Mervkins is like, you should really take a break. I disagree. I disagree. Because I think this is like, because otherwise I gotta remind myself of so many things. I hear you. I don't think I will, though. Because I'm not really frustrated right now. I'm just like... Take a break from staring at code and break down what the tower is going to be doing. Okay. Alright. I'll do that. That's my break. Fine. My break is breakdown. Not that kind of breakdown. The good breakdown. Okay. I will do that. Alright, let's get good old-fashioned Excalibur in here. So... breakdown. It's kind of amazing that they mean these very different things. Okay. So I will finally do the thing that I did not do, which is having a top-level class script. So that will be Tower 2.0. I call it Tower 2. It's a class script, okay? It wasn't an issue the Ice Tower needs to hit as an AoE, but it's only hit one. It's not what is an issue. That was not an issue. There was something that I hadn't started adding in yet, if that makes sense. So it's not like I thought that it was going to do that, but it wasn't. Rather, I got it to a point where it was attacking one thing, and I was going to start making it AoE. However, technically that I got a little distracted looking at how the Dart Tower, well, because in theory, if it's attacking one thing at a time, that means it's correct, right? Like, good job. Yes, it's working one thing at a time. That's what it's supposed to do. But it isn't aiming at it correctly. And so I didn't really want to start making the freeze tower be better if even that single shot thing wasn't working correctly, technically. So technically we're not even there yet. All right. You set me on a task, let me cook it. So here's what's going to happen. We're going to say this is Tower 2. It's its class name, all right? So this is, we're going to do the top level thing. We're going to do it. I'm afraid of it, but screw it, let's do it. If we're taking the opportunity to redo everything, we might as well do it the way that I wish I had done it. All right. Class name Tower 2. That means we're going to be making separate scripts. So we're going to want a child script called Tower Dart. And a child script called Tower Tack. Child script Tower Freeze. Yes, I'm doing them all. Every single one. I also want to think about their categories, because there were two different categories that I had. Bomb Tower is kind of on its own a little bit, but not necessarily. We're going to call this Tower Super. Okay. So these actually are kind of in some groups. I'm gonna make those circles. So we've got the area group. If I can get this typed on here. Oh my goodness. It's just very tiny. Area type of aiming. And like single shot, we'll say. However, I'm gonna try to. I haven't used Excalibur in a minute. But it's not coming back to me. Now this isn't gonna affect much else about it. Yeah, I'm really zoomed out. I mean, we could always just go. Zoop. Guess we should move the chat now, huh? It's time. Let's go full screen. We're locked in. So. Area, single. Attack freeze, dart bomb, super. Great. So what kind of things do I want? Every tower to be able to do. I want every tower to have a array of detected targets that empties and fills and empties. Stuff goes in, stuff comes out. Great. It's not gonna... Oh, there we go. Great. Let me actually put all these in a group. Move that out of the way, move this out of the way. That's all gonna be in Tower 2. What else do I want in Tower 2? I want to have animation. An animation, okay, this is gonna be tricky. I want an interval, an attack interval. The attack interval loops while any targets are in the array. So you have an array called detected targets, where targets go in and targets go out. As long as something is in there, I want the attack interval to loop. Now, while that attack interval is looping, it should be playing an animation. the attack animation. And the attack animation, well, the other thing that we want is the actual attack. We also want aiming, which is frankly not relevant to the area ones. That's actually only relevant to the single. I don't need the areas to aim. Wouldn't make sense for them to aim. I mean, maybe I want another class script, right? Okay, we'll just do it like this. For area towers. Single towers. Ugh. Okay, you get the idea. Here we go. Make that bigger. Might make more sense to do it like this. Now that this is a script, before it was just a group, but now it's got more to it, so let's pull it outside of it. But they all need to have attack animations and an actual attack. Now the attack interval is going to loop the attack animation during the interval, I think. I could be making mistakes when I'm setting this up. It's very possible. The actual attack will also, well, I guess I want the attack. I would love the attack to be connected to the animation. It would be ideal. But I think that's going to be hard, if I'm being honest. But in theory, the attack interval would loop the attack animation, and when the attack animation was at a certain point, it's going to do the actual attack. I don't think this is actually going to work, which is part of the reason I don't like drawing a lot of this, because I know I'm not going to be able to do it the way I want it, but that's okay. Now we also need some variables. We need a radius per tower. Every tower is going to need a radius, and it's going to need a speed, or an attack speed, an interval speed, if you will. The interval speed will determine, well, how long the interval is. The radius is its detection area. Okay. Now the single towers need to attack one target at a time, whatever that means. If you wanted to fix that attack out of area thing, you probably want to run the detect code again when it's time to actually attack. The trade-off is the tower will occasionally miss. I hear that. That way it can be tied to the animation. I don't fully understand what you mean, but it sounds correct. It sounds really true. Are you saying something that I can directly change here, or is it like something to keep in mind? Okay, so this attacks one target at a time. This attacks all targets in detected array. So we would want to say attack furthest ahead target at attack moment. It can work as is. Okay. I hope so. I hope so. And you're saying like a way that it could work. Yeah. We'll see. Attacks all targets in detected array. Area towers attacks all targets in detected array at attack moment. So I'm seeing this attack moment thing. I guess that's what this is. Actual attack moment. That's something. So the attack moment depends on is in detected targets and attack animation is at the right point. But we wouldn't really want the attack animation to loop if it detects things, it's just going to start attacking it. So if something goes out of it, it'll stop. Okay, now this is fine. If there's any amount of enemies detected, start the attack animation. Yeah. Yeah, but the missing... I don't have any projectiles. Like, I could set up projectiles. But so missing... It's not going to look like missing if I don't have projectiles. If I don't have projectiles, it's just going to look like a bug. Like, hey, why didn't that hit? I almost want it to not even animate it if the enemy isn't there anymore, which is kind of insane, actually, because that means predicting the future. I guess I need a projectile. Sounds like you need a projectile. That's what I'm hearing. Right, and then check again at the attack moment. Attack furthest ahead target at attack moment. If it's still in there. Is target still in array? If yes, do attack. And this is where I struggle a bit. I mean, it's like with the class inheritance scripts, because it's like, where do I put this? Do I put this here? Do I put it here? Because I want this over on both of them. So I guess I want it here, but like, I don't know. Something about this bothers me. Because I need them to attack in like different ways. I guess this would kind of go in between here. Don't have a target until you are ready to actually attack. At first, we're just checking if there is something to attack at all. Don't have a target until you're ready to actually attack. Right. I mean, that would be the attack interval. So when the interval fires, or the timer ends, it says, I'm ready to attack. Is there someone to attack? There is. I will attack you. But what if by the time it says that, it's out? So in fact, we would want it to maybe stop aiming. I almost would want aiming to be... We didn't do aiming? Well, aiming only really matters for the single towers, but technically we would want that aiming to still exist for the area towers. We just don't want that to visually happen. Dude, this is kind of annoying. You could always have it aim at the first in line, but doesn't have to be the target. Something about that bothers me, if you're saying what I think you're saying. Maybe. Right, but like... if we're talking about it like it sees that something is in its area, sure, it's not aiming, but it is like aiming. It's like an area aim instead of a target aim. Anyway, okay, so I guess I won't worry about that. But still, like, when does the aiming... By rechecking the detection code, you can ensure that the single target towers only attack things in range. Yeah. So I guess I want the attack moment to lead to aiming. And then it does it. Then the attack moment here leads it to attack all targets. Alright, something like that. So I mean, you know, I hate to set all this up and not have like a example. So I guess we start with the dart tower or whatever. So if it attacks the furthest ahead target at attack moment, what makes the dart tower special? I mean, the only thing that makes the I don't think we need a child script for the dart tower. I think that's ridiculous. All that this needs is a different speed. So if we have... I just don't think this needs to be child scripts. I don't think that makes sense. Maybe for the bomb tower, because that's going to behave a lot differently. But like these two are really similar. The only difference is the speed. But that speed is going to lead to potentially different like behaviors. I don't know. I honestly don't know how to even envision beyond this. Your basic tower was only extended so you could change export variables. Something about that feels so silly to me. But I'm not saying that it is silly. It's just like something that I'm like, well then there's no point. But I don't truly think that there is no point. Or think that that's true outside of my own thoughts. My gut reaction. It's good to know. It keeps it separate distinctly from the base logic class too. Okay. I don't know what that means, but I hear you. Yeah, I feel a little stuck, like, on knowing, like, what to do next at this point. I feel like not knowing what's going on with projectiles, I really don't want to do projectiles. Except for this, it has to be a projectile. I don't know, man. I gotta be honest, I just want to start making it. I think that's gonna help me. So that's what I'm gonna do. I'm bored with breaking down. My brain is unstimulated. I don't enjoy it. I'd like to stop. So I'm gonna do class name tower 2. Extends whatever it extends. Node. Yes. Extends node 3D. We want to establish a radius and an interval speed. Radius is going to be a float. Interval speed is also a float. I guess we want these to be export variables. And then, all right, I'll do the child script thing. I see how I have to do that. Okay, so that's it, that's that. Next, we create another script for now. Create another script called area towers. And area towers, we want this to extend, well, we'll give it a class name. Class name area towers extends towers 2. Sorry, tower 2, not towers 2. And in here, not much. Don't need to do much. Attacks all targets in detected array at attack moment. So I don't need to do much else here. Create a new script. Call it single towers. Kind of want to call them point towers. Nah, we should call them single towers. Alright, single towers. Class name. Single towers. Extends tower 2. Nothing else there. I really need to make a folder. I've been resisting it for no good reason. Tower 2, area towers, single towers. Drop it in. Towers. Scripts. Just so I can see it all in one place. Okay. Next, I'm gonna create tower dart tower tack tower freeze tower bomb and tower super. Okay. For tower super, I want this to extend single towers. Tower dart, same thing. Single towers. Tower bomb, single towers. For the freeze tower, we want that to extend area. Call it tower freeze. Go to tower attack, paste it in, call it tower attack. Make sure it's area. Okay. Great. So they're all deriving from stuff. Cool. Those all exist. Now I need that interval to do something. It loops while any targets are in detected targets. Well, we gotta set up a bunch of detection. Detection doesn't exist yet at all. So I do need that array of detected targets. I am going to refer to the previous script for knowing how to set that up. In addition, there's a lot of things to do. So there's the visible radius. That's what shows us that it has a radius. So it's going to be a lot of copying a bunch of crap, unfortunately, which is very unpleasant and not fun. Every single one needs to have a visible radius. It needs to have an area. That's for detecting placement. This is so much work. Oh my god, I can't believe I'm doing this. And we're not gonna worry about that right now. Animation data is an animation player. Probably gonna need that, but let's add it when we need it. I'm trying to get some of the basic functionality here, that it has like the radius, an area so we can actually place it. I ended up not using shoot point yet. May not use it. Cursor target. I don't think we're actually using that. Oh, we're definitely using that. We are super using that. That's how we place it. Oy, oy, oy. This is brutal. Well, I mean, I would like to even start setting some of this stuff up. Oh, the color state. Oh man, this is a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff to put in here. I mean, this stuff works. Like, this stuff all is totally functional. It's totally fine. There's no reason to update any of this. All of this is super good. We can use all of this again. No real need to go over it. It's awesome. So we're gonna leave it in there. I mean, all this stuff kind of connects in general. We definitely need to know if it's a mesh only or not, for the sake of setting up the icons. I mean, there's different ways we could do that. Truth be told. We could... No, we need that. Yeah, we need that. Okay, so... give it that. So these speeds are important. Things get a little fuzzy here, because we have attack speeds and then attack animation speed. Put a flow diagram in live text to explain the whole check situation for attacking. Aiming can be completely separate from this if you wanted smooth aiming, or it goes with attack. Check for enemies. Are enemies detected? No, check for enemies. If an enemy is detected, charge up attack. Well, I don't even know what that means. By rerunning the whole detection code here, it's the attack interval. Check for enemies. If an enemy is detected, I don't understand. I'm confused. That's not my attack interval. I mean, my attack interval may be very flawed. Not saying it isn't. The spinning top will start spinning to attack. Right, but what if it's not a spinning top? If it's a dart tower, it's not charging up. That's its attack. So when it spins, that's shooting out the darts. So that would be attack, attack, attack. There's no charge up. There's only attack. If that makes sense. That's literally its attack. Like, if you imagine in Bloons, when the attack tower shoots them out, that's the exact same as it sitting up. There's a time between attacks. I don't understand. Yeah. The whole charge section is time between attacks. Okay. So enemies detected, it starts the interval. I don't understand. This is very confusing to me. Cuz I mean, it's just, I just think of it like a clock. It's going, it hits the starting. It starts here, it goes here, it goes there. It starts here, bam. 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 Right. That's the interval. But I guess that's what you're drawing here. Interval begin. I don't really understand what this no is, but I kind of get it. I get it. It's very hard for me to understand this. The no is us waiting for the interval. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Recheck for enemies. It's confusing to me. It makes sense now. God, I find this very confusing. Check for enemies. Are enemies detected? Start the interval. Recheck for enemies. By rerunning the whole detection code here, we can find the actual target we want to attack. It may not be the one that triggered the wind-up animation. Man, this is hard. This is very hard. Are enemies detected? Yes or no? Oh god. This is stressing me out. Yes. Find furthest target, attack. Okay, I can't deal with this anymore. This is how we were taught to do in school to explain code. Okay. All right. Look. Okay. It's basically 3 if statements. Okay. All right. Understood. So, anyway. I need to set these attack speeds. It's hard for me, you know, hopefully, like, my ADHD is, like, obvious. Right? So it's like, I'm like, doing this, and then trying to, like, separate to that, and hold that in my brain, and it, like, is set up in a way that I wouldn't think of it. You know, being given, like, this model of logic that isn't how I, like, envision something, and then trying to hold that in my brain as I'm looking at it, while I'm also trying to think of this other thing. It's like, it just becomes like... But it's very interesting, and there might be a point where I want to come back to that and look at it, for sure. Alright, so I gotta rebuild this thing somehow and figure out what is in the old one and what's gonna be in the new one. Attack timer length, float 1, this is attack timer stuff. Right, so we do need a length. This is tough. It's tough. I feel like a lot of this stuff I'm just gonna have to figure out. Oh my god. Can't believe I'm redoing this. Whether or not it's aiming, well, to me, aiming isn't just limited to if it is pointing, but maybe I need to redefine my idea of aiming. Because we have aiming in single towers only. This is hard. I need to get these things, like, put down. Like, I need to get them to be able to be put down. I can't do this. It's so hard to rebuild. I hate refactoring. Okay, so I'm gonna take this input stuff, all this stuff that made it be placeable. I need to get that back in here. Very badly. So this is just checking if it's placeable, if it's held. Thumb up the stream. Yeah, thumb up the stream. That's a good point. That's an excellent point. Well said, Precipier. Now that's some logic I can wrap my head around. Thumbing it up means that more people are gonna find this, not just this stream, but all the streams, more easily. It's a very useful thing. Alright, so back to the new tower script, right? Here on the flow diagram. Okay, is a place tower? I don't know, we're not gonna deal with that right now. Okay, so we need to follow the cursor position, check if it's placeable, set up the radius color, all this stuff. This is all stuff that functions really well and doesn't need any changing, and now I just need to somehow get it all over here, which is just so annoying. So very annoying to do over. Okay, I am placeable exists. And then we have radius color red. check for placement, follow all this stuff. I'll put them in the order that they kind of appear in there. Check for placement. Right there. Whoops. Drop it in. Oh. Follow cursor. Drop it in. Man, it's gonna suck finding out that like this stuff doesn't work, and then I have to like debug all of this before I ever get to I guarantee you there's no way we're getting towers working again today. Like maybe, but I at least have to get the stuff that worked working before I can even get to the stuff that wasn't working. It's brutal. So like, does this all exist? Is that enough? We don't have stats or anything, and it's tough because... Oh man, this is gonna be hard. Oh my god. Okay, so... I mean, the game is completely broken right now, right? Like, it is gonna be broken as soon as I do what I'm about to do. So if we start with the toy soldier, or the dart tower, and I'm gonna remove its script. Congratulations, it's broken. Now I'm going to add the new tower script, which is tower dart. Thanks for your help, Pressapire. I appreciate it, and your patience and all that good stuff. Good luck with work. I feel like you have work now. Mervkin's got bed. We're just all over the place in the world. Sleep well, Mervkins. I'll probably be here for another couple hours or so. Alright. I guess I gotta give Pressapire some credit for talking me through all this and helping me. We're just gonna put it in debug. Thanks, Mervkins. I don't know. I don't know if I got it, but, you know, I'm gonna try to get it. I'm gonna really try to get it. I'm gonna try really hard. Alright, so this toy soldier is super broken. I doubt it's gonna work in many capacities. We're probably gonna have errors galore. But maybe not. We'll see. Alright. There's our first error. Invalid access to global position on a base object of null. Oh dear. Oh, we're in danger. Oh my god, I can't with this. Okay, so itself is nil. Couple things. There's the one that's in here. It was not meant to be backtracked. There's this one, which is marked as mesh only. It has no radius, has no interval speed. I have no idea. I don't think I can handle this, man. This is why. This is why I wasn't about to start breaking it down. Global position equals cursor target global position. What are you talking about? Invalid access to property or key global position. Okay, so are you talking about the cursor target? You must be talking about the cursor target. Surely. Okay, I know why. I get it. Okay, I know what the problem is. No, we're fine. I'm grounded. Alright, here's what we're gonna do. I need to set it, because all I did was say node 3D. We're avoiding onreadies for a reason I can't remember. But we're gonna stick with it. So I need to come back to the tower. And we need to set up all these things that we started to put in there. Animation data, visible radius, cursor target. So I'm just gonna say assign. I'm gonna make this ready. Ready, assign. Let's say ready assigns nodes. Okay. And then there's also animation data, which I believe we did carry over. Nope. We should. We definitely should bring that. That's gonna be an animation tree. I think? Oh, that's a tough one. So that has some caveats to it. We also need to set up the animation. That's the animation tree. The other one's a player. My bad. I hate this. I hate like having to do stuff that is like not where my head's at. It's fine. I'm fine. That's gonna go in here. No, it's not. I don't remember where that goes. I already forgot. At the top of ready. Okay, we'll put this in here then. Why not? I guess because I wanted to like remind myself of something. That's probably why I put it up there. If mesh only active, animation active false. This is to make sure that it doesn't animate in the viewport. You just have to trust me, all this works really well. It's not broken. I'm trying to avoid thinking about it too hard. I don't want to drown out my brain. Oh my god. Coming back over here. We need to set up animation. So animation data is actually the player. I'll go ahead and call this animation tree. Should really just call this animation player. I don't know why I'm calling it data. Animation tree. Animation tree. I know why, because I didn't know I was going to add that stuff when I first was naming it. Alright, let's see what errors we get now. It'll be something. Okay, there we go. Tower is held, but it can't place it. No placing is happening. I'm clicking. I meant to show my keyboard. Press the wrong button. No clicking. No placing. So we gotta fix that. So how do we do that? If we're in the interact state hovered, I didn't create interact states. So how is it matching if there is no interact state? Why isn't that an error? Wait, there is interact states. Oh my god, now I have to debug this. This is a nightmare. Okay. What are you even talking about? Oh my god. This was a bad idea. This was a really, really bad idea. This was a mistake. I shouldn't have done this. It's giving fixing what ain't broke. Oh my god. Alright, fine. So I gotta debug this now. It's fine, it's fine. I'm fine. I'm trying to feel fine. I'm choosing to try to feel fine. Despite the unfineness that I feel. So let's get a print in here. When we do the input, is this it? I bet that's it. Hold on, I think I know. We need to connect all these signals. Oh man, we gotta connect all of these friggin' signals. I mean, it's you know, it's kind of like I'm adapting to a whole new way of coding at the last second. Because I'm thinking about this now, and then I'm thinking about down the line when I need to deal with a children's script, and I'm worried. I'm very concerned. Okay, so all of these here we need to set up. So we're gonna go back to Tower 2. It's fine, it's good. I know I can do hard things. I didn't even know that number. Let's say welcome back, Chivas. So let's say instead of ready assign nodes, we want to do ready connect signals. And I'm going to make that its own function. You know, if I'm going to redo it, I might as well make it a little more organized. Although, I don't think I even know what organization is anymore. Okay, so we're connecting all of these. We need to create those functions. I would say just go to the other tower and just pull them out. I probably put them all near each other. I did not. Oh god. At least it's not getting worse. I like to think this is the kind of hard thing that as I finish it, oh my, there's more functions I need to add. As I finish it, I'll feel better about having done it. Okay, on tower selected is over here. I'm gonna grab that. Go back to tower 2. Add that in. So all of these functions need to be added in. Oh man, we don't have this defined. Oh my goodness. It's such a monstrous script. And you know, it highlights the need. It really highlights the need to do this, because when I am like, okay, I need to sit down and work on the area, I'm gonna be able to go to my area towers and it's clean. Instead of trying to wedge code into all of that other stuff, working as it may have been, it was totally making navigating that script really difficult. Alright, so back, did we put something on the clipboard that we can paste? No. No, we did not. I think we need on tower hovered still. Let's get it in there. I'd like it to be in order that they were connected. Would be ideal. Placed, hovered, selected. We've got placed, selected. So let's put it like that. Alright, so now we get to find where to put all this stuff in. Back to tower here. Fetch targets on path. This is updating targets on path, which I don't think we have yet. This is just pulling from globals. Now, is this gonna be on a... This isn't gonna be on a case-by-case basis, right? See, now I'm worried. Because let's say that I get to my freeze tower, my dark tower. If I want to access I guess it's fine, because this isn't different on a per tower basis. This is universal data. Okay, this is fine. Just kidding. Not yet. I wasn't sure if we were at that point. You know where we're going to be at that point is when I'm looking for detected stuff in the area. For now, we're not there yet. We're good. But I do need to set up targets on path. Oh, it's a beast. Just when I thought I was getting closer. Not yet. Okay, targets on path. We don't actually worry about target position. We are going to want target to attack eventually. So I'm going to make sure I put that on my clipboard. Put this up here. Targets on path, that's an array. Target to attack. We need tower XY. We define tower XY. Okay, we already got, okay, good. I'm jam writing hard right now, Jonas. Like, I'm literally refactoring my entire tower placing script, and it is not my just tower placing script, but the entire script for the tower. I'm starting to like chunk it up into different sections because it's too messy. It's stressing me out. It's stressing me out a lot. but I'm working through it. I'm staying grounded. Taking it like a shot. And making it happen. Okay, what's next? Tower type? Now, tower type, we're getting rid of that, because instead of having an enum that defines the type of tower, we have separate scripts. So we don't actually need this. I am gonna want this on my bomb script, so maybe I'll start doing that. Lockdown, launch pad. Wait, where is it? Oh, are we on the wrong one? Here we go. Great, it's all right next to it. Okay, then we're gonna open up the bomb tower, the first thing being added in here. Okay, but now we have a problem, right? Because I need to do like super ready. I can't just say normal ready function behavior. Oh wait, I can. Wait, I can't. No, I can't. So we have to do ready. Please autocomplete. And then we have to do super ready. That's it. It's gonna work. But we don't actually want it there, do we? This is supposed to be on placed. And it's already connected. So actually, we don't have to do that. We would want to say, this will be a nice testament. If I say func on tower placed, okay. So I was hoping it was gonna autocomplete, but it didn't. Single towers, tower 2. On tower placed. Because I want to say that when it's placed, that's when it does that, right? Because that's when this would normally do it. I don't want it in a ready function yet. I want it here. So if I come to the bomb tower, I was really hoping it would auto-complete it since it's at the top level, but that's okay. So in theory, this should trickle down. We've connected this on tower 2, which I guess mean it's gonna run on the child? I don't actually know. We'll deal with that when we get there. I'm just trying to sort it somewhere. I'm not gonna worry about functionality for all that stuff. For now, we're just dealing with the red bars as they come. If not interact state, set to interact state selected. Side UI hover. Okay. What is that? Oh, so this is determining if we are hovering over the UI bar that we sell or upgrade our towers from. And if it is, now it knows. Okay, good. Nothing's red? Okay, nothing's red. Run it. I never thought I'd get there. I expect errors. Okay, we got it. I still can't click. No clicking. And it's also, we don't see the visible radius. It's supposed to be showing us the visible radius. So, I mean, look, some of these do work. So if I restart it, I didn't break the other towers. Probably. I only broke that one. So if I grab this, you can see this is how it's supposed to behave. And then I can drag it, drop it. All kinds of stuff is happening. But over here, when I click it, oh! What's What's going on? What's going on? I have no idea. Okay. Oh god, this is miserable. Function input match interact state. Interact states hovered. So if we click while we're hovering over it, this is where it's supposed to show you the sidebar. So it was almost acting as if it was placed. What's supposed to happen is that when I hover over the board in a valid place and I release the mouse cursor, it's supposed to, or the left mouse button, it's supposed to drop it down. And then if I click on it after that, now it will do all this stuff. And then what it's gonna do is it's gonna fetch. So tower selected. Set up tower UI. It creates a tower dictionary. Is this the HUD that we're on right now? Yeah, this is the HUD. Oh, because there is no tower types. Remember now, it's going to be on individual script level. So it can't find tower.type or tower.types because it doesn't have a type anymore. Oh no. It's all fundamentally built around so much. Oh dear God. In theory, this could be easier, right? Because instead, we could still do an enum here. You can still do this. It's fine. You can still do this. You can still do all this. Here's what you do. Come back here. We are going to keep tower types. It's just now we're not going to be checking against that nightmare. Or we're not going to be making a nightmare out of constantly checking against that enum. It's only the places that really matters. Okay, so we need to go get that. Come to the old tower. And I'm gonna grab tower types and tower type. Come back over here. Add it in. Actually, I think we could probably put that down here. Then we're going to go to the toy soldier. Click on this. And it is Dart by default. So hopefully we won't have that problem. We have other problems. It's still not placing it down when I press it. But at least that other error won't come up. Yeah, no placing. Great. So that's supposed to happen when we release. So I need to look for release stuff. Let's go to the original tower. Can't believe I gotta go back and do this. Check for placement. Now we did bring that into the new tower. That's in here. And when does check for placement run? If I am placeable, radius color red. If not mesh only, if is held. Do we add is held? Yeah. Great, it's held by default. So I think what I need to do is debug a little here. Wait, why is there an arrow here? I don't really understand that. Okay, so let's do debug, unfortunately. Debug on that which I already debugged a while ago, but now it's different and I have to do it again. Okay, come over here. I've selected that. It's gonna be kind of hard to pause. I'll try. Then I'm going to go to the remote tab and we're going to look at this tower and we're going to see what its deal is. Its interact state is 0. Interact state 0 is none. So it's not being set to be hovered. That's interesting. Let's see if it changes. I'm gonna keep this up, unpause it. Interact state is still 0. It is very much 0. Oh my god. I've had a kind of weird idea just now, and it's a little upsetting. But I almost want to go to the original tower script, and instead of removing the placement stuff and trying to add it in a new spot, what if I remove the attacking stuff, which is the whole problem, and we just throw it in the garbage? That way, all of the placement stuff that's already been set up and configured is safe and sound, as we know it is supposed to be. We're done, we move on. Because this is like, I'm gonna be here spending the rest of the stream just trying to get it back to the way it already was. And this has been very interesting. I'm glad that I've gotten a chance to relook at all that. But this is feeling bad. This is feeling really bad. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to remove the new Tower 2 from the toy soldier. And I'm going to add back the original tower script onto it. And I want to confirm that it exists and works as such. Perfect. Okay, now I'm going to take that tower script and I'm going to move it into my scripts folder. And now I'm going to gut it. I'm glad that I did all that, because I did all that. Now I know what to look for and what to leave, which is really good. What to not remove, that kind of stuff. All right, let's do it. Upgrade radius, keep it. Aim at target, kill it. Now wait a minute, Lise. Take a step back. Don't do this. No, you know what? No, don't do this. Duplicate it. We're gonna make Tower 3. We're moving on from Tower 2, and we're entering our Tower 3 phase. Okay? That's how this is gonna go. Okay. Uh-oh, that was a mistake. I shouldn't have renamed that. I'm sorry. Okay. Tower 3. So it's an exact copy. We just need to rename it to Tower 3. And then, again, just to make sure everything works, why wouldn't it? I don't know. I'm gonna make sure I add Tower 3 onto that. We're gonna mark it as Dart. Let's make sure it works just as it did before. Even though I put just like a duplicate of that script on there. Yes, very good. Welcome, Vandit. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. It's good to have you here. I'm making this game for the Game-like Jam. It's a new game jam that we're doing, and it is a month-long game jam. We made one before in January based on Frogger, so we just made a bunch of games that was similar to that. Think like roguelikes, Souls-likes, except in that case, it was Frogger-likes. This time, we're doing Bloons Tower Defense, which I'm finding considerably more challenging. But it's okay, no problem. Link in the chat if you want to check out this jam. There's only 4 days left, so I'm feeling the crunch a little bit. And we're specifically basing it on the original Bloons Tower Defense. So we're doing this jam every other month. We'll pick a different game every other month, and they don't have to be old games, but so far these have been nice, simple stuff that we can do. So yeah, thank you for the kind words. I appreciate it. I'm needing to do some very serious refactoring in my game. But you know what? It's okay. So I'm going to start gutting this duplicate of the original. Instead of trying to just rebuild what's already been built, reinvent the wheel, forget that. We're just gonna clean up the wheel. That's a little dirty. Okay. So aim at target, don't need that, not related to placing and stuff. Damage freeze, not related. Damage single, get it out of here. This is kind of fun. This is way more fun than rebuilding it. Just like erasing the things that have been upsetting me. I love that. Attack target, get it out of here. All this detection, we're remaking that, all of that. Do aiming, don't care. Enemies detected, maybe. Not interested. This looks like we don't need it. Mark nearby targets, nah. Leave them alone. Update targets to track? No. Distance calculation. I did really like my distance calculation function, but we can come back and get it because this is a duplicate. Verify targets. I like this, but it's not relevant to our top level right now. On tower selected? Yes. Hovered? Yes. Side UI hover? Yes. Lockdown launchpad? Absolutely not. Tower placed? Yes. Stop attack timer? No. Start attack timer? Don't think so. I could be wrong, but I don't think I'm wrong. But it could be wrong. Target removed from path, added to path. Probably don't need that. Whether or not it's attacking, emitting projectile, nope. Animation stuff, shouldn't need that. Wow, look at all this. Can you believe this? Like, it's really interesting to like see how much brokenness I was having to deal with. Wait, do you want all that? Animate aiming tower, do attack, nope. Not interested. Aim tower, do shoot. What does that mean? No. Set tower aiming, get rid of it. Set tower stats. Now, while I think that we don't ultimately want this, I have concerns that not having this in there might make it break. So I'm gonna leave it for now, but I'm keeping my eye on it. Radius color red, keep, check for placement, yes. Follow cursor, yes. I am placeable, yes. Don't worry about this. Don't worry about that. We don't care about the attack timer right now. All of that stuff we absolutely want. Keep this. These are connected but not doing anything. Get them out. I don't get my nice ready, separate assigned ready function stuffs, but that's okay. Alright, so there's no more errors. There's probably still fluff in here that needs to go. So, you know what? Let's see what we can get rid of. Don't need that. Don't need to here. We might want targets on path. We don't want aiming. I think I'm going to keep this. Again, this is part of that. Might want to get rid of that, but for now, I'm going to leave it. Projectile, don't need that. Don't need one shot. None of this stuff. All that stuff is attack stuff. Weapon speed timer, get it out of here. No shoot point. We don't need this declaration. This is just updating the things that we were declaring earlier. Not important. We don't need positions. Okay. Now that I have a attack logicked script that hopefully only deals with the placement. Let's see if it's functioning correctly. Okay. Nice. Good. Okay. Look, there's probably just like some little things. What, am I gonna debug that? No, I'm not. All right, so let's make a GitHub commit immediately. This is good. We've separated it from problems. So I'm gonna make sure we capture this moment. Unattack stuffed a tower script. Named it Tower 3 as a duplicate of the original. Tower 2 was an attempted rebuild, but a bit too reinventy of the wheelie. Okay. Now, I need to make sure this points down the line, right? Because I'm pretty sure all the other scripts are still going to be looking for the Tower 2. So we need to go to area towers, change that to Tower 3, save it, single towers, set that to Tower 3. Okay. Great. Now let's add the attack stuff back in. I'm kind of curious. I'm just like morbidly curious. What happens? I'm sure nothing, but I just want to see it. If I put this tower down and I start a wave, yeah, it's a blank slate. Good. Let's add stuff. Finally, I can go back to my layout on Excalidraw. And start thinking about how we're going to do some of this. So we said we wanted a radius, an interval speed, and that attack interval is going to decide how frequently it checks for stuff. That it's going to potentially attack. So I think we don't have that. So let's just get that basic attack interval going. I would love some feedback, like some kind of debug. I think that's gonna really help me building this along the way. I wish I could organize this differently. That's okay. We don't have any interval stuff in here at all. Wow. I think, honestly, I think the like fundamental interval code was good on the original tower. We're just gonna rebuild the original tower. I think it was good. It was everything after that that things got really messy. So we're gonna add the interval stuff back in, just one at a time. Things in here one at a time. Not gonna go crazy. Now I believe we set this up in the process function. So this is essentially our code for the timer. We check if an attack timer is running. If it is running, we're moving. So this isn't like a timer node. Maybe we just make a timer node. I don't want to. I want to do this. So attack timer moves towards 0 at the frame rate. If it reaches 0, it stops the timer. And that's our point of checking, can I attack now? When it stops, can I attack now? This is very simple stuff, not a big deal. But I'm gonna reflect the new names that we're giving and call it an interval. Oh, we do need the start and stop stuff to be set up as well. Right, but what starts it? I don't know. Don't worry about it. Get back to the other tower. Get on back now. Tower 3. So we have if held. So if you're currently holding it, you haven't placed it yet. That's all fine and dandy. But we want to say else. That is to say, it is not held anymore. Therefore, it's a placed tower. In that instance, we want the attack timer to start. That's not true. We don't want the attack timer to start. We're just handling this stuff. I see. Okay, my mistake. Thank goodness, that would be crazy. Okay, so we've defined start attack timer. And I'm gonna call this attack interval. Now we have this attack timer length situation, which is important. Which we do have all of this stuff on here, which we'll keep. We're not gonna question that too much. But it does mean I need to rename attack timer to attack interval. It's a symbol of things being new. Okay. It's actually going to help a lot when I'm looking between the two. Like, oh, this is the other one. Okay, now we need to decide when to start this timer. Right? So when do we start it? We start it loops while any targets are in detected targets. Okay. We've created the detected targets array, but we're not updating that array at all. Nothing's happening with that. So I want it to see things and add it in. So how does it see things? I don't remember. It's checking the distance. So we have all right. So when we set up targets on path, this array contains all of the targets that are currently available to track. And that's already going to be ready for us once it's placed. We don't have to wonder, it's going to be there. So it's placed down, and it's going to start tracking those. But we want to check the distance. So when do we start looking at the distance? Welcome back, Gab Games. When do we start looking at the distance? We place it. I mean, as soon as we place it, really, we should start checking for distance. So that is to say, if it's not held. If it's held, don't check it yet. If we put it down, start checking. So it's a placed tower. The attack timer is not going to be running yet. It's going to be 0, so it's going to stop it, which is just going to make sure that the attack timer running is false. So I would say right then and there, we need to start checking distances. So let me look back at this. Array detect a target. I think we just need to, let's say, find targets, find nearby targets. Let's call it that. I'm actually going to move all this code to be below some of this. I'm going to try to do a code region here. Is that... Do I remember how to do code regions? I think I forgot how to do code regions. Is it... There we go. Region. Placing. And then... Function stop attack. Oh yeah, we gotta add it back in. Placing. And then we do end region, I believe. Down here. Bam. Okay. Just get it out of my face. Get it out of my face. Thank you. I would love to have that be on a different script somehow. Maybe it should. Maybe there should be like a placeable script. I don't know. We'll see. All right. Start attack timer. Stop attack timer. Now let's do find nearby targets. Func find nearby targets. And what I want this to do is to look at its own position. We set up tower XY. Did we set it up or did we just define it? Or, sorry, initialize it. Okay, right there. So that is updated as soon as it's placed. We now know where it is in XY space. So now we want to check the distance. So I'm going to actually go grab that function that I liked. One of the things I made more recently. This calculate distance to target. Let's grab that. Go back to tower 3. This is its own special function that returns the distance. So we're going to give it a target. It is then going to initialize target XY, which is a vector 2 for the X and Z position of the target. It is then going to get the distance between the tower and the target, and then it's going to return that. This is good. We want that. So let's make a variable. Well, I guess we want to iterate through targets on path, right? So we want to say for target in targets on path let's check a distance first. I think. That's gonna be a float. And we're gonna call that calculate distance to target. No. Do this here. Do that in the for loop. And then that target in targets on path will be the argument that goes in there. For target in targets on path, assign a distance. We want to say if distance is less than or equal to detection radius. That's the circle around the tower. If it's less than that, let's do something really simple. Let's say target mark me, which is a function I already made on the targets. And we're going to have the distance appear above it. Then we're going to say else target unmark me. Let me see if I did that right and what it's like. Simple stuff. I didn't have something like that when I first built this, that marking. Okay, so that's not doing anything. All right. Okay. Cool. Good. Let's get some other feedback here. So is find nearby targets running? Let's check that. Maybe I wasn't calling the function correctly. Very possible. Oh, it's looking. It's definitely looking. We kind of don't want that to even happen. We want to say if targets on path size is greater than 0, because there's really no reason for it to be just running if there's no targets to track. Okay, that actually stopped it. So that says 1279 messages that were printed. If I start it, to be fair, this is not running when it should at this point. Let me restart it. I would have expected that number to start increasing. I wonder if targets on path is not being updated correctly. Nothing printing. That's a big clue right there. Okay. Targets on path. What's going on in there? So we have fetch targets on path, which runs as soon as we place it. Well, there's no targets to fetch. Sorry. There's no targets to fetch when we place it, because there's nothing there. So we actually need the fetching to be updating more frequently. That's where we add in some signals. So we want to say every time a target enters the path, check to see if we need to add a new target. I believe we had that on the original tower. I don't remember if we kept that. On target added path, on target removed from path. We need this. So let's see if we have that on here. We don't. We got rid of that. Bring it back. Otherwise, that's not going to update, and nothing's going to happen. So this stuff right here. Go back to Tower 3. Add those signals in. And I guess we'll put that over here. Okay, so now it's going to fetch targets on the path a lot sooner, which is good. This is actually not exclusively a placement function. So we're going to take it out of the placing region. All right, let's see if we get a different result here. Add a tower, start checking. Okay, at least it's seeing stuff. This is a good sign. Invalid call to mark me expected 2 arguments. Oh, right. I think it's looking for target XY. Let's see. So on the targets themselves, wait, where is it? Mark me. Okay, there it is. It's looking for a distance. Oh, it wants to know the radius. It doesn't need that. We're just gonna get rid of that. It's not necessary. Okay, run it again. Give it a try. Place a tower. Start the wave. Nice. Oh, it looks good. Oh, it looks better than ever. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, it's so much better. What? There's just not all that mess. It's like updating very rapidly. And then, I mean, it's perfect. Look at that. It's just like perfectly when it's in and out of the circle. Yes. Oh, we gonna have some better code now. Okay, okay. Alright. I'm not complaining. Good. I mean, it's funny because we can even look at these. Oh, but this is... We have to adjust this a little bit. But we can actually kind of look side by side at the crappy version and the better version. Probably the most similar tower is going to be the bomb tower. So that bomb tower has the crappy code. And the... Okay, you know what? Let's just actually not do that. You know, we don't want to look back over the hard times. We want to focus on the good times. There is a cat. Speaking of good times, and I just feel obligated to tell you that Travi has joined, and we're gonna put him right there. Okay, so yeah, keep moving forward, ever forward. We're not looking back, going forward. Okay, so now that we are able to know when something is marked, we know when it's in the realm of shooting. We want that attack interval to begin. So it finds nearby targets, it marks the target. Now what? I could add it to that array. I suppose I'm starting to see why we maybe don't need that array. So I'm going to hold off on that as long as I can. And instead, we want to start the attack timer. Because there's something, we know there's something in there. I don't particularly want the, well, here's the thing. I do want the array because I don't want it to keep trying to start the timer. Well, you could just say don't start the timer if it's already started until it stops. Okay, you know what? Let's do this. So if it sees something in there, it's going to mark the target, and we can say if attack timer is not running. So we're going to say if not attack timer running, Start attack timer. I do want to try to avoid the extra array if we don't need it. So the attack timer is going to start. Cool. Now what? Well, back on the... So this interval is going to move forward towards 0. And then when it is 0, it's going to run stop attack timer. So what happens when it stops? Attack timer running becomes false. Well, what else do we want to happen? If the target is still detected, then I would like you to attack it. I gotta say, this is where the array would be nice, because we can say, hey, add the target to the array, remove it if it's outside of it. If it's still in the array, shoot it. You know what? I'm here for the array. I wanted to have a good reason to use it. I think I have one. So we not only are going to mark it, we're going to say detected targets append the target. Mark it, start the timer. Now, as soon as it isn't in there anymore, look back at that array, thanks to your guys' help before. We want to make sure that we erase that target from that array. Now when the attack timer stops, if detected targets size is less than or equal to 0, wrong. If it's greater than 0, do attack. Do the attack. So this is on my drawing, the attack moment, as I was calling it. Is it still in the array? If yes, attack moment. So now we want to do the attack animation. We want it, if it's the single tower, which it is, so now we're in the single tower. Okay, we have an attack moment. An attack moment has been found. So now we need to find a way to pass this down. How do I want to do that? Do I want to do a signal? Do I want to set a Boolean? Do I want to set an enum? I mean, some things aren't going to aim, like the tack tower and the frost tower. So I don't need to really have that. I think like a enum, I think, because we could do a Boolean and then on the children, it could just be constantly checking, is that Boolean true? Is that Boolean true? Is that Boolean true? Do a signal, because a signal is not going to be constantly going. I mean, it is, but to me, it feels less messy, but maybe it isn't. I'm going to do a signal because that's what I'm used to. So I'm going to say messenger attack target. We want to emit that. I might regret this and change my mind. I just want to say that. So this is going to carry the target with it. Oh, target hasn't been passed down yet. So we need to set up target to attack. So we have detected targets. Oh, we could find... I don't think that's gonna work. Variable target to attack. And that's gonna be a... You can just say node. It's gonna be a path follow 3D. Right? I think so. So we're gonna say emit target to attack, but it doesn't actually know what that target is yet. I kind of don't like that. This is not good. I don't know if you noticed, but this is a problem. We don't want to say if the detected target size is greater than 0. Well, it depends, right? If it's an area, we would want it to attack anything as long as there's something in there. If it is a single shooting thing, then we only want it to hit a single thing. So I actually think this is the moment for a signal. I don't think we want to check it yet. I think we want to emit the attack target signal. And then I guess it behaves differently depending on what kind of tower it is. Oh dear. This is the confusing part. Did Presser Buyer's guide address this? No, it did not. Okay. We're just gonna... Well, if we say attack moment, I think you have a misnomer here. Don't say attack target. Say attack moment. Let's stick with that language. Welcome, Iron. Mervkins. Mervkins is the one who gifted you that membership. Mervkins went to bed, but... yeah, that means you're going to get access to a Monday member stream. Every Monday, I do another super long live stream like this one, and that's for members only. I tend to focus more on art stuff, or like I'll experiment with new stream types, and I encourage being distracted very strongly. So that's that. And then you also get access to emotes on screen, special emotes, videos, extra things on the Discord if you have Discord and YouTube connected. So a bunch of stuff. Enjoy that. But yeah, Mervkins is who. So I don't think we're gonna say attack target. I think we're gonna say attack moment. I should post on the Discord that you said that. It's so nice of you. I'll pass on your message. Your message will not be lost. We got the special members only section. Make sure Mervkin sees that. Okay. So we're gonna call it attack moment. I think that's gonna be nice. And I'm not even gonna worry about what it carries with it. For now, I actually just don't care. Just emit attack moment. Now I haven't created attack moment, so let's make attack moment. Signal attack moment. Now I want to go to the children script. In this case, we're looking at the single tower. So let's do that. Nothing here now. I'm gonna set this up, actually though, on the parent. So we're emitting it here, but I'm gonna connect it up here. because this is on the parent. So that means we can run this function. Oh, but you know what? It won't work. Unless there's specific stuff we do here, which we might. I'm not really sure. But this isn't going to work because it's not going to see a function to connect it to. No bueno. So let's actually go back to single towers and let's do it here. But now we got to do that weird thing that I kind of don't understand, but I guess it works or whatever, which is super ready. Because there's already a ready function in its parent. And so I don't know, race condition, one will win, one won't, something like that, instead of both of them. So for whatever reason, this makes it work. I guess it's like a priority thing. Anyway, so super ready. And then we're going to say messenger attack moment. I'm going to get that autocomplete by saving this. Messenger is a signal bus that I have. It's like an autoload script where I just hold signals that I send around globally. You know, I don't have to send this around globally on the signal bus. Maybe I realize I do want it. I think I do want it because I would love for the targets to know I've been attacked at the attack moment, and then they can like show a visual or something. So I think I do want this to be a global signal. Well, now that tells me what I want it to come with. It needs to... I think it should... You know what I think it should carry? I think it should carry the array. Ponix Pawn renewing that membership. Thank you so much, Pawn. I appreciate you for that. The song ended as soon as it happened. Thank you, Pawn. Pawn's got it going on. By being a member, you got it going on. I appreciate you all day long. Oh, Ponix Pawn. Ponix Pawn, you got it going on. And I gotta sing this song. There you go. Thank you so much. All right, upgrade later this week. Take your time. Take your time. Don't worry about. Don't run your money out on me. That's very nice of you. Makes it mean even more. All right. So I want to say that it carries the detected targets array with it. So then we can decide if it's an area. Yeah, hit all the targets. If it's not an area, pick one. And if it is the target itself, it could say, hey, look through that array, find me. Am I in there? Okay. Now I'm gonna show that I got hit. All right. So back to the attack moment, and we're gonna emit it with the detected targets. Now I want to remember that that's true, so I'm going to add this little extra thing on here. Argument 1, array path follow 3D, and this is just a note to myself because if I put these double pound signs there, when I hover over attack moment, it's going to tell me that information. So now I can actually like know what it's supposed to bring with it. Otherwise, how do I know? Well, I know by running it. It's like, hey, you forgot an argument, which isn't fun. Okay, so we're gonna have that attack moment. It's gonna emit the detected targets. Now back on our single tower script, we're gonna receive the attack moment. Attack moment, connect on attack moment, func on attack moment, and remember it's gonna call with something, detected targets. Okay, so for single towers, it's gonna behave a certain way. Now this means that on my single tower, or my dart tower, I'm going to want to attach this script instead of tower 3. So I have to remember to do that, or we're not going to see any of what I'm about to do mean anything. So now what? It's a single one, so we have to pull one out. The one that is the closest. You know what we could do? What if we move the marking? Because that's just really there as a debug thing, and then that'll help me check this without having to set up all the shooting stuff. That could be nice. So let's grab the target marking stuff, get it out of there, come to the single tower, and say that on attack moment, we want to pick the detected target that's the furthest along on the path. So every target has a progress ratio. So we want to say that has the highest progress ratio. So I think if we say variable target to attack, I don't know that I even want that on tower 3. Maybe I do. I'm not really sure. Do I want this here? I'm going to pull this out of here. I don't think I want target to attack on there. We're going to put this on here because it's more relevant to the single tower. We're not attacking a single target on the area towers. So it makes more sense for this to exist here. Variable target to attack path follow 3D. So we're going to update target to attack, in this case, to be detected targets max. I think I made that up. Did I make that up? Is that real? Global scope array max. I think because it's not typed, that's why it wasn't giving it to us. Returns the maximum value contained in the array. Okay, that's not quite right. We don't actually want detected targets max. We want to say detected targets. Actually, I'm not sure because I think we need to iterate through it. I'm not really sure. Because it's not detected targets, it's the progress ratio of each one. I want to check the progress ratio of everything. I have no idea how to do that. I'm not sure. I kind of want to ask ChatGPT because I feel like it's going to have a really good, succinct explanation for this. It's going to be able to like search the documentation in a way that I can't. So I'm going to ask it, and it may not help. It may be like not that useful, but I think this is actually a good use case. So here I go. I'm going to say, how do I find, say in GDScript 4.4, how do I access the property of, how do I access a specific property on each of the items in an array and check which of those properties has the highest value? I would assign this to a I would assign the one that wins to a variable. So I know max is involved here. Loop through, right, looping. That's what I thought, but I wasn't sure. Access a specific property for each item and check which property has the highest. Right, but that's what I was thinking. Whoa. Oh. So I would want to define the furthest along, which is going to be null. And then we'd want to say highest ratio. Initialize it with -1 and then loop through. If, right, but how do you find, okay. I think I get it. Variable, highest ratio, we're going to set that to -1, and then we want to say furthest along. Can you initialize it with -inf to make it seem smart? -infinity? Is that real though? Oh, there is inf something. Positive floating point infinity. For -infinity, use -infinity. Is that bad? Is it safe to use infinity? Is that like okay? I kind of like it. It's kind of cool. It's not bad. Is it good? Okay, furthest along. Use it often. Furthest along is gonna be I don't really need to do that. That's our target to attack, right? That's our target to attack. So we don't actually need to initialize that at all. Wait. Negative infinity? You're right. That's actually incredibly obnoxious. I guess like -2 times E100. It does sound extra cool. Alright, so we don't need to set up any of that, but what we do need to set up is for target in detected targets if detected targets progress ratio is, wait, I'm not doing this right, because we have to update it, right? It'd have to know. I see, right. So I see. This is really cool. I would never have thought to do this. So many jam rants here right now. We jam rant. I trust that we're all working on our game jam games. It's kind of nice to like be going through the pressure not alone. It is very nice. Using it on clamps is nice when you want a lowest value but not a biggest one, or vice versa. Because then you're just absolutely sure it's never gonna hit it. If detected target's progress ratio is greater Definitely. Working on yours. It's getting close. It's getting close. Sunday in my time zone. 4 days. It's getting real close. Detected target's progress ratio is greater than highest ratio, which of course it will be at first. Then we want to set that target's progress ratio to the highest ratio. Okay. And then assign target to attack to be that target. Is this'll work? Yeah, because one will win, one will be left. That's wild. Just never would have thought to do that. Okay, great. So once we have the target to attack, so on the attack moment, my equals is backwards. Oh, if the detected target's progress ratio is greater than the highest ratio. Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean my equals is backwards? What does that mean? So this is on the attack moment. It finds the thing. I'm setting the progress ratio, not the highest ratio. Oh, you're right. I thought you were talking about something else. Oh, good catch. All right, Eagle Eyes. That's an Eagle Eyes credit. You're getting a credit in the game. It's going to be either Eagle Eyes or you'll be at the top because you always amass the most. Thank you. That was a good catch. Progress equals infinity. I mean, it's kind of like, yo, I want to play with infinity. Like, wait, should I make fractals? Like, obviously. I've unlocked new possibilities that I never knew were there. Oh no, infinite velocity. We're gonna break people's computers. Or my own computer. It'll be a virus. For target and detected targets, so we're assigning highest ratio, and then we're setting it target to attack. Now, I need it to mark it. That's how we're going to test to make sure this works. Is in theory, it's going to mark the furthest along one. So I don't know that I want to keep this here. So we need to say, okay, when is the for loop done? Now run something else. So we could just do attack. Do attack. Just do it. Just to keep it separate somehow. So we're going to say target to attack. And we're going to mark it. Now I got to remember what mark me does. Mark me. Here, I have the distance. Okay, but we need, in order to get the distance, we have to do some things here. This should be accessible to it. I think it will be able to access that. We're gonna find out. And it's gonna be target to attack. Beautiful. So it's checking the distance. So that way it can know, just to give us that feedback. We just want to see the feedback. That's all. That's the only reason that's there, is really for debug reasons more than anything. Now in theory, if we attack it, it would get damaged or something. So we wouldn't really need to unmark it. I know. I think he got too hot next to the fire. And so he was just like, I have to move. So he might come back when he cools off. Cats are hilarious with that. They're like, I want to be as close to the fireplace as possible. Alright, let's just see what this does. Let's just see what happens. There might be an error somewhere along the line, and I want to find out. Tower down, wave started. Okay, that's a lot of nothing. I'm not seeing any marking happening here. So I see we're still printing finding nearby targets. So let's make sure we're not printing that. And then let's go back to our... Oh! You know what I forgot? I forgot to add the new script on here. So we need to put single tower on here. Don't worry, nothing breaks if nothing works. It's really interesting. Okay, so if we detach that, we can attach the single tower script on here. So that would be one thing to try first and foremost. I would like to add, before we run it, I would like to add a print to make sure the attack moment is happening. Or let's not even do that. Let's check do attack. Print attack done. So we can see that actually happen. Holding a bunch of glass shards. Don't worry, it's not broken because it was never fixed. What horrible mind are you indulging? Where's your horror games? You're so ready to make horror games with that. Invalid access to property key globals. Hey, what is that error? Why are you saying that? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, wait. No, don't wait. I actually have no idea what's happening. Calculate distance to target. Where did this start at? Started on tower 3. Stop the attack timer. At the attack moment, it went to do the attack. It got to calculating the distance. When it went back to calculate distance, there was no global position. Oh, okay. All right. That's interesting. That's actually really interesting. Okay. So apparently we need to check something here to make sure something. Make sure that the target isn't null. Target to attack isn't null. If target to, I don't know how it would be. But sure. Why not? See what happens. A little confused. That's okay. Being confused is fun. Okay, this here. Start it. Okay. Great, now nothing is happening. And it's printing nothing as well. So it seems like target to attack is staying null. I think maybe it's in our for loop. Perhaps nothing is actually getting set. Yeah, but Lise, it has to be null right here. You actually would want to say before you do attack, that's when it checks. Because otherwise it'll never assign it to anything. That would be a problem. You're coding today and cleaning up code and you found something that was never working. We didn't know it was broken or anything about it was wrong. You fixed it and it broke a lot. Oh, that's so real. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I don't even want to like get into that reality of that happening to you, but know that I feel for you. If it's doing nothing, it can't be broken because it's not doing anything. I see. I see where you have developed this mantra. That is like nightmare fuel. Invalid access, almost more horrifying than Dungeon's image of holding glass. Broken glass. Invalid access to property or key progress ratio. Okay, this is a great problem. I love this problem. Okay. Now, whoa. We don't want to check it on the... I knew this wouldn't work. Did I not do what ChatGPT told me to? Oh. No. Okay. Chat, I'm sorry. I want to say something. I'm sorry, ChatGPT, for saying I knew it wouldn't work. It would work. I typed it wrong. What is that, like, childlike need or, like, impulse of mine just to be like, you were wrong. Like, no, I was wrong. I didn't do what it told me to do. One-third of your upgrades did nothing because of a bug. That's not good. We can't have that. It's marking them. It's marking them. They're marked. They're marked. They're marked for death. Okay. All right. This is good. This is good news. This is very good news. Bam. And so that delay is related to the attack interval. This is good. This is very good. This is very, very good. Okay. All right. Excellent. 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 So let's... We got there. Let's make a GitHub commit and keep moving. New tower setup sees and marks targets to die. Whatever. I'm not gonna get too deep into that commit script right now. So now I want, at that moment of attack, I want it to turn and I want it to look at the target. And then I want it to get marked. Let's just get to that. This is very much relevant only to the single towers. Do they need to turn and look? So let's do that. We don't need to do attack done. Oh, look, attack done. Wait, hold on. Look at this. Attack done is just constantly running right now. It's constantly doing an attack. because target to attack is not null anymore. But that must also mean that the attack moment is still happening. Hold on, we got some cleanup to do. This is a very important thing that I have. It's like if I were to do surgery on somebody and I forgot to sew them back up or something. You know, this is like, I've run into a lot of problems before because I see that it works and I'm like, great, move on. No, stop. Don't move on. Make sure that, like, it's sewed up neatly. Nobody's bleeding out. Okay, so why is that signal still pumping blood right now? Attack moment being emitted, stop attack timer. So the attack timer is stopped. Stop attack timer is called if the attack interval is 0. So the attack interval is just chilling at 0. So that kind of makes sense. Stop the attack timer, and now it's putting out attack moment. But we don't actually want it to be constantly trying to attack. That's silly. So I almost want something else, some other extra check in here. Okay, this is the pivotal moment of where things can get really confusing if I set it up badly. I mean, if something has been attacked, we no longer need the attack moment has passed. The attack moment is over. There's no attack moment. And just to like confirm that this is making the sense that I think it is, attack timer stopped. And if I save this, we should see it appear in here. It's not appearing in there. How? But it must be emitting that signal constantly. I think maybe that's not how this works. I feel like you'd have to restart the runtime to see that. Like, do I want to disconnect the signal? So it only even checks the signal depending on this or that? No, not really. So I mean, to confirm, if I add that in there, wait, that's not doing it either. How could that possibly be? I think maybe it's just not updating the print messages. Hello. Oh, it is in there. Oh, look, timer stopped. Okay, it is in there. Okay. It just wasn't showing up because there's so many messages. Thank goodness. That reassures me. Great, so it is what I thought, which is that stop attack timer keeps going. I really only want stop attack timer to happen, like, when it stops. This isn't attack timer stopped. It's stop the attack timer. Now that it's stopped, great, who cares? So I feel like this is potentially messy and it might not work logically, but suppose, just let me let me find out the hard way that this doesn't make sense, unless it does. Not just if attack interval is set to 0, but also the attack timer is running. Like, we only care to stop it if it needs to be stopped. We don't have to stop it if it isn't stopped. or let me rephrase that. We don't need to stop it if it's already stopped. Right? Like, that makes sense, doesn't it? Still marks them. Attacks are getting done. And when all these are gone, I don't want to see infinitely increasing. Okay, good. All right, I thought maybe that wasn't gonna work. It totally worked. And then if we start it again, everything's good. Yes, yes. Okay, little things. Just gotta tie that stuff off. I didn't have this before. This wasn't in my old tower code. That wasn't happening. Stuff was just happening. Like, a lot of stuff was just happening, making a mess of things. All right. Back to the single tower. So we've got to attack. That's beautiful. I want it to aim. Now. So we're not only going to mark it, I want it to position itself. Now, we've set this up before, so let's go back and let's fetch it. So we have this aim at target function. All it needs to know is what it's looking for. Give it to me. I'm not going to worry about all of this. Forget all that. Forget it. Just give me the aiming. Run aim at target. I don't even think you need to really call it with anything, but it's okay. Alright, let's see if that works. I don't know, maybe it works. I mean, it seems like it could work. I've already written it. Why write it again? Place it down. Spawn. Aim. Shoot. Bam. Okay, I have some concerns. It's not exactly behaving like I want it to. That's good, but it like keeps looking. Why? Why does it keep? It's like it attacks it again and again. I mean, to be fair, it's supposed to get deleted, and it's supposed to die, but they're not dying right now. But you can see it's aiming at it. I'm a little concerned with what I'm seeing here. I think we might need to start actually hurting the targets. I don't think just putting a little mark above it is enough. So let's actually start doing some damage to them, because I'm concerned that it's actually shooting it too many times when it's not supposed to shoot it. So instead of marking it and doing any of that mark stuff, I would like it to do damage. So the way that we do damage to it, again, I'm just gonna go look at what's happening before. Make a damage function in the enemies. Why? Why? Okay, so we already have this damage situation. Have all the enemies code in the enemy. I don't know. I guess. Hey, what's up, Kai Guy? Welcome. Yeah, it might just be new to you. The side panel is pretty cool. I'm rewriting all of my tower code and it is painful. It is very painful, but it's feeling better now that it's coming along. So yeah, the side panel will let you sell the towers, and it'll give you information. So if we place down a tower and we click on it, it changes the icon. In theory, it would put the name of it and it would change the upgrades, but I haven't gotten that far because, well, I thought I was going to get that far today, but then I found out my game is profoundly broken and I have a lot of things to fix. So I'm fixing all those things. But yeah, and then it even will check to see if you're on the left side or the right side of the screen, and it'll pop up on the other side so it doesn't block you. That code isn't broken at all. I made that code very well. This other stuff, not so much. Put this on the enemy. I mean, I don't know. To me, that feels overly complicated. How about I keep that in my brain and I think about how you're gonna remind me about that from now on forever, and I'll consider doing it some other day when I can't take it anymore, because I wish I had taken your advice today instead of in a year. Because it's kind of something that already works. You know, we'd be reinventing the wheel again. You know what I'm saying? Like, it already works, so why change it? Alright, so instead of doing any of the marking, we're not even going to calculate the distance to target. We're just going to say, reduce the target's level by 1. This actually does have some problems that need to be dealt with, truth be told, but we're just not gonna worry about that right now. I honestly might have to do that dungeon soon. Your level would look fire with wooden color shape blocks. Too bad that it is too much of a scope creep. What is wooden color shape blocks? What does that mean? Oh, whoa. I didn't even think about that. You mean like they have like letters and numbers on them and stuff? It's better practice to keep enemies damage in the enemies so you can run sound effects and run secondary code without bloating up your attack code. I might end up having to do that. Because you know how you go from the white balloons and the black balloons in Bloons, and they break down into 2 yellow balloons? Currently, the way I have this set up, it just takes it down by 1 level. So there is going to need to be more checks, like, wait, what level is it currently? If it's this, then do that. So I might actually need to move it there out of necessity soon anyway. Are you saying that for like the UI too, Pawn? Like this could be like one of those toy blocks? It's a really good idea. I like that idea so much. But yeah, scope creep. Okay, so what I want to see now is if it's actually going to harm them. The universe took a massive dump on you today? No, universe, leave Kai Guy alone. Leave Kai Guy alone now. What? I'm sending you all the warmth that I can. It's ridiculous. You didn't deserve that. Okay, so what I feared is happening. I think. Maybe it's not. At least the day's almost over. Yes, there's something to be happy about. Wait, maybe it's not a problem. I actually just can't tell. It seems like it's a little, I don't know, too good. It's looking a bit overpowered. It's not missing anything. How is it so good? What? I'm confused. I'm confused. Let me go to the globals here. It's okay. I'm gonna put some more difficult ones in here in the later waves for testing purposes. just to see if I can figure out what's going on here. Last one, we'll do a little bit of everything. Okay. What's going on? What's going on? What's the deal? What's the problem? Why are you so... Is there a problem? I'm genuinely not even sure. Okay, it did miss one. That makes me comforted. Okay, it just shot 2 at once. I just watched it. Which is ridiculous. I guess I'm wondering if the attack interval... Is it actually working? Maybe it's fine. Maybe this is correct. Maybe it's not broken. Or maybe I just set it to be too good. I mean, we're taking damage. It's not hitting everything. Dude, it hit that way outside of its range. No. I saw that change way too late. See, it just killed that, and that was outside of its range. So we need to do another check. It's hitting them once they leave the range. This is not good. This is very not good. Okay, now it's crystal clear. One of those days where everything goes crazy. Had it too smooth and easy lately? Universe playing catch up? Nah, you don't deserve to be caught up to by the universe. It just sucks. Could be worse. Yeah. Give yourself a hug in some way. No, I'm serious. Like some kind of like self-care thing. Reassure yourself. Give yourself the support that you deserve. Oh dear. So maybe we need to do another check? I thought we did a lot of checks. I guess we didn't. I guess we're not checking distance anymore, right? I mean, if we look back at Pressipier's thing from earlier, so enemies detected, find furthest target, attack. Well, we're technically over here. We do have the check. Our enemies detected. This is the interval. I think we have a recheck. Yeah, Pressipire made this for me, and I couldn't really handle it at the time, but I knew it would be helpful later. We're at, I mean, if we go back to Tower 3, they posted it on the Discord if you want to see it. You wish the programmers had flowcharts in the project you're on? Yeah, it's good dev doc stuff, actually. That's interesting to hear. I mean, Pressipire literally, like, said that they learned that, like, in school. Like, how to do that. So, like, I mean, I don't think I wouldn't even know how to do it the right way. And I bet a lot of devs don't. So what we're looking for is when we emit attack moment, that's when the attack timer stops. Right there. We're not doing another check here. We're supposed to be doing another check when the attack timer stops, but I'm not doing that. So we could have it happen after this, but I don't think we should. I think we should check again. So we find nearby targets, we start the attack timer. If it hasn't already started, when the attack timer ends, it's just doing the attack. So we need to finish this work here. And we need to say, confirm enemy, or no, not target, confirm target for attack, let's say. I have a feeling that we actually need to check it somewhere else. I don't know that this is the right place to check it. I feel like we need to check it later, because we're gonna do that all the iterating, right? And when it iterates, no, this isn't the right place. This isn't the right place. It has to be once it goes through. I mean, it's tough because it's tough. Because like for the ice tower and stuff, that's gonna also receive this signal. And if it receives that signal, what I'd like to happen is that it doesn't have to do its own separate check. Especially if it's gonna be identical to what the single tower is gonna be looking for. The area tower should also run through a similar check, ideally. But the thing is, the single tower does some extra work. It says which one is furthest ahead. That's the one I'm going for. And because of that, it may need that extra step. So I think maybe we do both. We might just need both. Okay, all right, that works. So we'll put it here, and if necessary, I'll put it on the single tower too. Shouldn't be necessary on the area towers because we're just going to feed that whole array of detected targets into it, and all of those get nuked. Okay. So we say if... Well, but this is tough because that's the whole... I don't know. I don't know. It's a little difficult, if I'm being honest. A little bit challenging. Because what, it's gonna go through the entire array right now? Yeah, sure, why not? Why not? I think that's a smart thing to do. Yes. So we actually want to say confirm target for attack for target in detected targets, for target in detected targets, if target we want to check the distance again, so we want to actually get variable distance to set up this whole thing. For target, if you want to set this per for loop, per thing. If distance is greater than, if it's greater than detection radius, correct. Detected targets erase target. So we want to make sure it gets pulled out of there. It does make me wonder if we couldn't combine this into one function. I think we could. I think we could do find nearby targets. It's tough because there's two different things. It would either return... I think there is a really beautiful way to write this as one function. I don't want to. I don't feel like it, so I'm not gonna. But I think there's a way to do it. Let's just roll with it. Okay, and then, only once it's done doing that, would we want this to happen. So I don't know if that's gonna fix the problem, but it might help reduce the issue. Maybe. So what I'm trying to see is that the targets are less likely to get attacked by the tower if they're outside of that radius. Mostly when they start getting over here and down there. So these slower ones are mostly going to get hit by it. Kind of got to wait until it starts getting to be so many that it can't actually handle them. So I should probably start out the early waves with more difficult stuff. It's tough because they also come out further apart earlier on, so that also makes it easier. Ooh, it definitely shot it outside of it. So that really did not... that I don't know that that even helped. I don't know if that even actually helped. Helper functions takes the code that is repeated, so like you would run the for loop in the function for you. What are you talking about? I don't know what you're saying. So this was possibly useless. This was almost completely useless. So, okay, all right, understood. I'm gonna comment it out, and if we want it back, we'll add it. For now, instead, let's do the extra thing. Maybe it's doing something, I can't tell. I'm gonna come in here, and we're gonna actually check it at the moment of true attack. It is aiming, it is raring to go. Well, we'll say here. Basically when it's picked the one that it has decided. The for loop is repeated. Yeah, the for loop could have been popped in its own function. Yeah, I see. Yeah, that's incredibly more clear. But I mean, it's tough because sometimes that wasn't quite what I was imagining. I was imagining something even better than that, but yeah, I agree that that would have been an option. So I want to put this here. So it's already gone through, it's picked the target to attack. If it's not null, now let's check. I think we actually did have a... Right, confirmed target for attack. So this is basically doing nothing at this point. In fact, I would just say, pull this out. Let's put it back like this. Then come to the single tower. And we're gonna say confirm target for attack. Put that in here. So instead, we actually don't really want to loop through anything. We do want to get a distance. That's true. And we want that to be target to attack. The one that it's decided that it's going to attack. I don't think we really need to call that with anything. Probably. If that detection, and we can go back to less than or equal to the detection radius, instead of erasing it, because erasing I mean, you know, I even wonder, let me check something. Before I do this, let me check something. I'm gonna put this back real quick. I want to check that array. Is that array clearing itself out? Because if it is, we might just be able to check to see if it's still in that array. Put down a tower. Check the collector. Look at the tower. Detected targets. Okay. So maybe I can do a zoom here to help this easier to look at. Alright. So right here. This is what I'm looking at. Array size 0. So what I want to see is that this goes up, and once it goes outside of the circle radius, I want that to start shrinking. If that's not happening, I want to change that. And if it is happening, I want to make sure that we're checking the thing that we're doing attack on whether or not it's in here. Okay, start it. Uh-oh. Oh. We're not checking, couple things. We're not checking for doubles. It is removing things, but we're not checking for doubles. Oh, we got problems. We got problems. Okay, all right. I remember this problem, and I didn't account for it on the new code. So I must account for this. Back on the tower script. We don't just want to check to make sure it's within the area. We need to make sure it's not already appended. If target, or if detected targets does not have the target, then check it to append, right? We don't want to. Exactly, Kai Guy. We do not want to. Correct. If the detected targets does not have the target, then check if the distance of that target. So I don't even need to know about the distance yet. I don't even care. Doesn't matter. Not interested. So let's see if that cleans that up a little bit. For one thing. If nothing's in that circle, that array should be empty. Period. So first I gotta place the tower. Click on the tower. There's the array size. It is 0. Start it, see what it does. Okay. Okay, interesting. Nothing's going in there. So, you know, what we did had consequences. At least things happen. I like when things happen. Just not that, please. Something different. See what I did wrong. So it's iterating through the targets on the path. If detected targets does not have the target in it, because that's going to return a Boolean. Let's try moving it. Perhaps I put it in a bad place. You can do the distance check if you want. Sure, do the distance check. I don't know what to think, but you know what? We'll just wait. An indent doesn't match the previous indentation level. Oh, I see. Alright, so I just moved the not detected to a different place. I'm a little confused, but it's okay. Add a tower. There's the array. Let's see what happens. Okay, nice. Okay, it's increasing. It's not doubling. I just had like an order of operations issue. Now what I really want to see is I want to see something go into the radius and then exit the radius. Exit the radius. Enter and then exit. Enter and then exit. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It's ballooning. So I think one problem is I'm a little okay, I'm a little confused. So it doesn't seem to be removing them when they get attacked, evidently. That would be nice if it did do that. Where do we have erase right now? Right now, erase is happening when does find nearby targets run? constantly. If the attack timer, regardless of the attack timer, no, it's constantly looking for nearby targets. If there's targets on path, it's going to iterate through all the targets on the path, and it's going to say if the distance of the target it's looking at is not less than or equal to the detection radius, it's going to erase it from there. I guess we want to say that if it gets attacked and killed, it needs to also be removed. So do attack. Not only do we want to do that, but we need to check to see, is it dead? I mean, if that's the case, then we need it to know. So this is where we want to go back to what Dungeon was saying earlier. We actually do want this on the enemy because the enemy needs to say, hey, I just got attacked, right? Yeah, I need something, I need it to say that it is dead. Now, I did actually have a thing set up on the other one, but it was messy, and I think it's time to try to do that. Now, I gotta do it quick, because we are almost out of time, because YouTube is gonna murder this VOD if I stay too much longer. So we gotta hurry. Okay, so on the target, we could do a function that gets run. So we used to do marking. We kind of don't care about the marking. On target frozen, that was a signal. Let's not do a signal though. We're gonna say func. YouTube likes long videos. It does not like long live streams, but it does as long as it stays live. What YouTube doesn't like is storing a live stream that's longer than 11 hours and like 54 minutes. As soon as a live stream is longer than 11 hours and 54 minutes, it won't save it as a VOD. If you upload a video that's 3 days long, it'll allow it. But if you do a live stream that's 3 days long and you try to save that VOD, it will not allow it. I'm sure there's some reason. Yeah. I'm not a big fan of re-uploading live streams after they end. Especially, I mean, I'm not even gonna have it unless I recorded it on my own computer, which, like, no. Don't think I'm gonna do that. Nah, I'm good. Okay, so we got, let's give us some time here. Okay. We'll call this take single damage or something. And this will just do the same kind of thing. Target level minus equals 1. We might want to do something different if it's one of the last two target types, but let's not worry about that for now. So I'll run this from the tower script, and then I also want it to check if it's dead. Really, if it's reparented to the collector. Actually, that might be on the top level. Oh, that's here. If its target level is greater than -1. If it's not greater than -1, it reparents it to the collector. So I think we would just want to move this. I think we just don't want a getter setter anymore. I think we're done with the getter setter life. Hopefully that didn't mess up the targets. I don't think it will. I think that'll probably be fine. So it'll take the damage, and then it's going to immediately check if its level is greater than -1. We need to adjust its sprite and adjust its speed. Otherwise, it reparents to the collector. And we want to say messenger target dead. We'll say destroyed. Target destroyed. And we want it to carry with it who it was. So we'll just say self. Just send yourself along. So back on my messenger, signal target destroyed. And that's going to have an argument, which is going to be a path follower 3D. Probably itself. Okay. Now, we're going to go to the tower. Not that. Single tower. No. Tower 3. And we're going to connect that signal that we just made. Messenger target destroyed. Connect on target destroyed. If a target gets destroyed, we want to erase it. And that's going to call with the target. So we have to say detected targets, erase target. Okay, so let's see if now, first of all, does any of the shooting and damage taking still work now that I've changed things around? Gosh, I hope so. And when it's destroyed, will that target be removed from the detected targets array? Okay. There's the array size that we're going to be monitoring. Let's let it rip. We have a problem. So you can immediately see they're all invisible. Now this is still growing and shrinking, but I think the reason why it's not visible think it sets its own sprite at the beginning, and we're no longer doing that now. And so we have problems. That was previously happening in the initialization. I don't think we need that skip frame thing. I think that's useless. So we have to make sure that it does it. I got about 1 minute to find out. It's better, press a bar. There's a lot of work left to do. There's a lot of work left to do, but we're getting there little by little. But there's a lot of work left to do. I'm gonna have to come back tomorrow and finish most of it. So I'm probably not gonna be able to see the most victory today, but it's been going good. It's been difficult, but it's getting there. We're sort of rebuilding it from the ground up. I'm gonna have to continue it tomorrow. I'm gonna see if I can at least get a quick little fix in here, but for the most part, that's pretty much it. Thanks for your help. You were a lot of help. I've been referencing back to the thing that you sent. Definitely been a lot of help. Okay, but I do have to hurry very badly. Thank you. I truly appreciate you so much. Alright, I have like no time right now. Before YouTube is just like gonna neutralize this. So I need to make sure that it does set the sprite right away. Which, you know, basically means I need to set a function here, right? Which is just kind of like, update target, go to the target script, run update target here. Create an update target function, func update target. Do that. All right, let's see if that makes any difference. It might not. It might not. All right, y'all. Whatever happens, it doesn't matter. We've done the best we can. We've done the best we can. Hey, y'all, if you haven't left a thumbs up yet, consider hitting that thumbs up button. It means more people are going to find out about all these live streams, and it helps. It helps a lot. So thank you if you're willing to do that. It's been a pleasure hanging out with you all and puzzling this out. I'm going to be back tomorrow to keep working on this. There is only a few days left on this game jam, so I don't have much choice here. I have to get this working. So I will do my best. All right, so one last check here. One last check, really quick. Are there sprites on here? There are! We got sprites! Yes! Beautiful, but they're not disappearing. So you know what? We got a lot of work to do, but it's been good. It's been good work. Hey, if you're watching this after the live stream, make sure you tap or click in the bottom left. You can check out the last time we worked on this. Tap or click in the bottom right. You can see tomorrow's stream. I hope I see you guys there. Thank you again so much. It's been a pleasure. And yeah, hit that like button. Have you hit that like button yet? Hyper smash it. Why not? Thank you to the members.